Chapter 936. The sky was clear, the ground was muddy, and the sound of running water could be heard. The 9 people stopped their work and stared at the faces of the 3 people who came later. At this time, the 9 people were more hostile to the Japanese. After all, the Japanese had made a mess of buying and selling goods at the dock in South Hunan province. The 9 people hated that the officials of the Tang Empire could not resist the temptation and complained about the treachery of the Japanese. As for the strategy of subjugating Japan, it was not treachery, but wisdom. The Japanese with the sword on the opposite side naturally did not accidentally come here after getting lost. When he found that the 9 children were all here, his eyes lit up and then he wanted to get close. Unfortunately, this wish could not be realized for the time being. Who are you? Stop. When the Japanese man was about 50 steps away from Zhang Xiaobei, he was stopped. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see Zhang Xiaobei and the rest of the 9 people. The place between him and Zhang Xiaobei was occupied by the seedling protection team. The Japanese was surprised for a moment, then he straightened his chest and said, "I want to go there. Speak to them." Speak human language. The person who stopped the Japanese frowned and sneered, "You want to see my master, so I have to make way for you." Only then did the Japanese realize that it was not so easy to see Zhang Bei and the others who were playing with a group of children just now. He had to look at the person who stopped him and explained, "I have something important to do. If it's delayed because of you, then it's fine if it's delayed. It doesn't matter to me whether your business is important or not. What's important is whether our business is important or not. Now, do you understand which is the most important?" The person who stopped him said a tongue twister, which made the Japanese swallow his saliva. I know. Shuichiro Watanabe has something important to ask to see Lord Zhang." The Japanese finally bowed his head, because he understood that if he wanted to deceive children, he had to go through the adults first. Wait. The person who stopped him still had a cold face and asked him to stand where he was. He turned around and walked slowly to Zhang Bei. "Miss Zhang Bei, the Japanese Shuichiro Watanabe wants to see you." Zhang Bei turned to look at the other 8 people, and the 8 people gave her a look of, "You can decide." "I got it. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll bring him over in an hour." Go ahead." Xiao Bei put on airs. The children who were playing with them, curiously, looked at the Japanese. One of the older ones asked Xiao Bei, "What's bothering you?" "I'm not done with my doll yet. Wait until I'm done with the doll in my hands. I'll see him after I change my clothes." Xiao Bei pointed at the doll she had made. "Then it's not good to let people continue to wait, right?" The child muttered softly, "Why not? Am I someone that anyone can see whenever they want to? I'm an official, a 3rd-rank official of the imperial court. If I didn't want to know why he came here, he wouldn't see me even if I exhausted him to death. Later, I'll put on my official uniform and let you see. It's a pity that you can't wear it. Otherwise, I'll give you one." At this moment, Xiao Bei knew how to show off his identity. He even introduced himself to the others by gesturing. "Well, does it look good?" the muttering child asked longingly. "Purple, embroidered with a big flower, the kind with branches and leaves. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, I can have flowers with branches and leaves on my clothes. That's the 2nd-rank official's clothes. But I like it, so I asked someone to embroider one, who asked Uncle Emperor not to give me official robes. Let me tell you, you must not tell other people. Uncle Emperor is very stingy. He never gives anything to my family. Even if he does give something once, he will take it back several times. Last time, when he treated me to a meal, I ate his 4-headed abalone. The next day, he asked my brother for a pair of heavenly 9 shark fins. That big shark fin is enough for me to eat for half a month. Fortunately, my family has many ships at sea. Do you think it's easy for me?" Xiao Bei began to speak ill of Li Longji. The child nodded fiercely, expressing deep sympathy. Although she didn't know what a 4-headed abalone was, she could understand. Eating for half a month was more expensive than eating for one meal. Moreover, it was very delicious. She swallowed her saliva and gave an idea. Next time when he asks you to eat, you don't want to go. If I don't go, he will definitely ask for it. I just remembered that we are far from the sea, so we can't eat the local products of the sea. I will ask someone to bring more and invite everyone to eat together. Let me tell you first, there are no four-headed abalone. There are too many people. I will ask my brother later. If there is no other choice, I will ask him to make it smaller. But at least there should be 12 heads. I will leave more seaweed for you to eat and play with. It's kanbo. There is also seaweed. It's cheap. My family grows it in Jili province. After the fall imperial examination, go back to Jili province with my brother. I will ask someone to bring you beautiful shells. Xiao Bei suddenly remembered that the people around her might not be able to eat such good food, so she wanted to invite everyone to try it. But she was afraid of hurting people's self-esteem, so she said that the good food was local products. The child was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't resist the temptation, so she nodded. Well, we will also invite you to eat mushrooms. It's a promise. Xiao Bei stretched out her little finger and hooked it with the other party. Compared to Xiao Bei, who had important matters to attend to, Shuichiro Watanabe felt that the days were like years. He anxiously looked at his shadow on the ground, as if it hadn't moved at all. He looked forward to the stars and the moon. Finally, an hour had passed. Just as he was about to speak, the person who had stopped him spoke first. Stand still and don't move. Search him. Shuichiro Watanabe really didn't dare to move. He let the others take away his katana and touch him from top to bottom. Finally, he opened his mouth and let them look at his teeth. It was as if they were picking animals. Reporting to Xiao Bei, the Japanese Shuichiro Watanabe requests an audience. After searching Shuichiro Watanabe's body, the people of the Miao protection team shouted toward Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had already changed her clothes at this moment. She found a mat made of willow branches and leaned on it. She said indifferently, "Pass." The child next to her suddenly realized that the current Xiao Bei was different from before. Just now, she was laughing and joking like the sister or sister next door. Why did Xiao Bei look so strange now? The expression on her face was different, her voice was different, and even the posture of leaning on the mat had changed. It was as if the sticky rice cake had turned into a cold stone, making people not dare to get close to her. The other 8 people's expressions looked the same. Shuichiro Watanabe felt the pressure and carefully moved forward. When he was 10 steps away, someone next to him stopped him again. Answer here. Lower your head. Don't look around. The mat Xiao Bei was sitting on was higher. She had a sense of condescension. Her eyelids drooped, and her voice squeezed out from her throat. Who's down there? Shuichiro Watanabe wanted to curse. You little brat, didn't you hear me just now? Why are you still asking? Although he thought about it, he didn't dare to say it. He couldn't even change his expression. He lowered his head and said respectfully, I'm Shuichiro Watanabe from Japan. I have something important to discuss with you. Xiao Bei dragged out the sound with her nose. Her eyes were puzzled. She looked at the person next to her. Japan? Replying to Miss Xiao Bei, Japan is a country. Originally, people lived on islands. From Jili Prefecture, Hunan Province, or Shenandoah, you can reach there after a month. Different ships have different distances, and the time taken is slightly different. Someone next to her introduced. Shuichiro Watanabe listened below, and his lungs almost exploded. He didn't believe that Xiao Bei didn't even know Japan. She was clearly mocking him. Xiao Bei's eyelids continued to droop. Oh, a remote island country? Do you have any education? Are you knowledgeable and well-mannered? Yes, I think so. The person who introduced her just now said vaguely. Shuichiro Watanabe understood. Xiao Bei was finding fault with him, saying that he didn't show proper etiquette. He also knew that he should change his address and etiquette. After all, Japan was now a vassal country of the Tang Empire in name. When he met a Tang official, he should show proper etiquette. But Watanabe Jichiro felt awkward. It was really embarrassing for an adult like him to lower his voice in front of a child. It was not like he was facing Zhang Xiaobao. Even if he was not that old, he was an existence that was above the top-ranking list of billionaires. What did Zhang Xiaobao have to do? Wasn't it because she had a good brother and sister? After a few breaths, considering that he had something important to do, Shuichiro Watanabe finally knelt down helplessly and said, "Foreigner Shuichiro Watanabe greets the inspector." Shuichiro Watanabe, this name is not good. Fine, I'm magnanimous and don't want to pursue it. Raise your head. Xiao Bei did not have any idea of showing the demeanor of a big country. It was not easy to find a Japanese person who could be bullied by her. With the purpose of satisfying her cravings, she used her identity to suppress people. Shuichiro Watanabe regretted it in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would not have rushed to come here. Originally, he had planned to trick her and immediately go back to show off. Now he had lost face first. Of course, if the other party was an adult, or a third-grade official of the Tang Empire, it would not be a loss of face. It was normal for status to be unequal. The problem was that the other party was a little kid. It was really frustrating. Shuichiro Watanabe, who was competing with himself, slowly raised his head. He did not dare to raise it too quickly, for fear of being misunderstood as wanting to harm Xiao Bei. When he raised his head and saw Xiao Bei, Shuichiro Watanabe took a deep breath. Shuichiro Watanabe, who had never seen Xiao Bei's 9 people, had already imagined what they looked like before. When he was far away, he had a little impression of them. At that time, he felt very normal, like the children next door, playing with other children there. However, at this moment, the other party had changed clothes. When he looked at them closely, they became different. The first was an aura of wealth and wealth. He saw the 9 children wearing purple robes with tassels hanging on the sides, gold on the boots, jade on the waists, 6 gold coins on the left, tortoiseshell on the inside, 7 jade carvings on the right, and precious pearls in the middle. The robes were dark, and there was no horizontal or vertical division. There were clusters of flowers on the robes, and the branches were crystal clear. The men were crowned with a crown, and the women were like phoenixes and birds. The jade bracelets on their wrists were as red as blood, and the neck was filled with the fragrance of agarwood. If Shuichiro Watanabe had come from the same place as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he would have shouted, "Fuck, so fucking rich!" Fortunately, Shuichiro Watanabe was kneeling on the ground. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to the ground by the power of money on Xiao Bei's 9 people. When he took a closer look, Shuichiro Watanabe was stunned by Xiao Bei's appearance. There was a reason why people liked Xiao Bei. Shuichiro Watanabe deeply felt a kind of indescribable and endless cuteness. Xiao Bei did not use any cosmetics, even though her family's cosmetic store was popular in the Tang Empire. It was not that cosmetics were harmful to the human body. Her cosmetics were all pure natural products. It was just that she did not use cosmetics. In Shuichiro Watanabe's eyes, Xiao Bei's cheeks were as soft as water. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, her nose was straight, her forehead was slightly raised, and her eyes were bright and beautiful. She was so pure. If he did not know that he would be killed on the spot if he made any other unnecessary movements. Shuichiro Watanabe really wanted to rush up, hug Xiao Bei, and kiss her. She was really too cute. If he had a daughter like her, he would definitely hide it well. God, you are so unfair. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are already so powerful. Why did you give them such a sister? Shuichiro Watanabe cursed in his heart. He finally understood why people said that Xiao Bei's 9 children could be doted on by the Tang Emperor. It was said that any official who was caught by the 9 children would be demoted 3 ranks, regardless of whether they were really guilty or not. If they angered them, even if they were innocent, they would be demoted 3 ranks, regardless of whether it was the Tang Emperor or himself, he would make such a decision. How could such cute children be wrong? Why didn't they find trouble with others? Why did they have to find trouble with you? When Shuichiro Watanabe thought about it, he also realized that the 9 children's clothes were not in line with the Tang Empire's official regulations. If it were someone else, they could be used as blackmail. If you don't agree to anything, I will find a way to report you, especially Xiao Bei. If you dare to wear a phoenix coronet, the lightest punishment is to lose your head. But Shuichiro Watanabe knew very well that reporting Xiao Bei's 9 children was useless. If he really tried to find a way to report it, once he reported it, the first one to be arrested would be him. For a moment, Shuichiro Watanabe's heart was filled with mixed feelings. His eyes swept over Xiao Bei's 9 children. His mouth was slightly open, and he did not know what to say. Compared to Shuichiro Watanabe's many thoughts, Willow Village and the children who were brought here did not have so many thoughts. They only felt that Xiao Bei's 9 children had changed and become more beautiful, especially the girls. Their clothes were really beautiful. Unfortunately, Xiao Bei said that they could not wear them. Chapter 937. Watanabe Jichiro, your name is too long and doesn't sound nice. I'll give you a name, Bien-e. It sounds nice and nice. While Watanabe Jichiro was looking at Xiao Bei spoke. She changed his name as soon as she opened her mouth. Her tone didn't allow anyone to refute. Before Watanabe Jichiro could agree, Xiao Bei spoke again. Bien-e, why do you want to see me? Watanabe Jichiro felt wronged. He wanted to argue that his name couldn't be changed, but he was afraid that the little girl in front of him would order someone to cut off his head in anger. It was not strange for a child to do anything. Watanabe Jichiro endured it. After all, the other party had power and influence. He thought about what he had planned before he came and said, Lord Zhang, this foreigner has a few questions. Can you tell me? Xiao Bei heard Watanabe Jichiro's words and waited for a while before speaking. Her words almost made Watanabe Jichiro vomit blood. Xiao Bei asked kindly, Bien-e, do you want to grow a doll that belongs to you? I have materials here that can be sold to you at a low price. You can take them back and sell them in Japan. I'll guarantee your wealth. You want to buy my things? Watanabe Jichiro saw that Xiao Bei didn't follow his words. He hesitated and asked, What doll? How much is it? Grow a doll that belongs to you. Others farm, we grow dolls. That's it. Someone, bring me the dolls made by the villagers of Willow Village. Xiao Bei was still sitting in a dignified manner. She waved her hand and winked at the people beside her. The people in the inner courtyard understood what to do. They walked over to one of the children in Willow Village and explained in a very gentle voice, Xiao Bei is now an official. She's putting on an act for Watanabe Jichiro. She said that you're villagers, but in fact she's protecting you. She doesn't want Watanabe Jichiro to use you as a hostage. Xiao Bei will help you sell your dolls at a sky-high price. The child who was asked for a doll by the person from the inner courtyard nodded vigorously and handed over the doll in her hand. Only after the person from the inner courtyard left did she reveal a smile. Just now, when she heard Xiao Bei say, lowly commoner, she felt that the entire world had turned cold. Just now, she had even made a pinky promise with him. Why did it suddenly become so distant? So it was just an act for the Japanese. Xiao Bei had not changed. It was still Xiao Bei. I told you, Xiao Bei is pretending. The girl whispered to the child next to her, so the words of the inner courtyard quickly spread among the children. But Shuichiro Watanabe couldn't hear it. Watanabe Jichiro only saw Zhang Xiao Bei smiling sweetly at the surrounding people, which made him feel that Zhang Xiao Bei was even cuter. The 2 shallow dimples set off Zhang Xiao Bei's mischievous and innocent look. One of the older children sighed and said, It's not easy to be an official, especially a good official like Xiao Bei. No wonder Grandpa Muramesa's attitude toward Xiao Bei is different. Yes, I saw it too. Grandpa Muramesa. is a high scholar. He doesn't like other officials. When Xiaobei came, Grandpa Muramasa changed. He was even willing to go to the county to help. Sister Luya, when Xiaobei came, didn't her subordinates feel uncomfortable lying on the iron chain? A boy who was slightly younger than the girl who spoke earlier, about 11 years old, asked. He actually liked Xiaobei very much and wanted to play with her. It would be even better if they could play together every day. If he could marry Xiaobei when he grew up, he would be willing to do anything. Unfortunately, he also knew that it was impossible. It was said that Xiaobei's future husband was Wang Xiaoyuan, a boy who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he saw. Most importantly, he was Wang Wan's younger brother. Whoever dared to steal his wife was really tired of living. The girl who spoke earlier did not know what the boy next to her was thinking. She said, "It should be uncomfortable, but they are the Miao protection team. They are the personal guards of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. I heard that they are the most powerful team in Tang Empire. They are Sister Cuckoo's last trump card." What is that saying again? Oh, yes, once the order is given, their hearts will be like iron. When soldiers are deployed, blood will be spilled. A few children nearby shouted in unison. This was the most popular saying among the people. Not only did the children who went to school know, even the adults could say a few words. The whole saying was, "The sea is boundless, the tide rises and falls." Cuckoo's gunboats break through the waves, forming a majestic formation. The grassland is tender in spring and snow in winter. The arrows are like shuttles, the goshawks soar, the balloons are many, covering the sky and competing with the clouds. The desert is gray, the years are hard to judge. Looking back at home, the moon in the sky, the enemies are endless, the banners are endless, and the demons are smiling. Who is in the Ming Dynasty, and who is in the yesterday? The green hills sound the military song. Once the order is given, their hearts will be like iron. When soldiers are deployed, blood will be spilled. Yes, yes. The boy nodded and replied, "Someone is going to die." I heard from Sister Xiaobei that this time 2 reinforced subway cavalry battalions were dispatched. Sister Cuckoo sent the soldiers here. It's definitely not a joke. Someone is going to die. Shuichiro Watanabe also heard the children shouting, "When soldiers are deployed, blood will be spilled." He couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the doll that Xiaobei asked someone to bring in front of him and asked carefully, "Lord Zhang, what is this thing like?" "Water." Xiaobei said these 2 words with certainty, meaning that she was not lying. "Then how much is it?" Shuichiro Watanabe could see that Xiaobei wanted to earn some pocket money. 1,000 strings of cash. Xiaobei stretched out a finger. "How much?" Shuichiro Watanabe shouted and quickly covered his mouth. He was afraid that he would scare Xiaobei, so he lowered his voice. "This thing is worth 1,000 strings of cash." Xiaobei stared at her big eyes. Wei Wei nodded. "Is it not worth it? My hand was cut when I made it." While speaking, Xiaobei showed the finger to Shuichiro Watanabe. Her small mouth twitched and her eyes were misty. It really did hurt. Shuichiro Watanabe saw Xiaobei's expression and felt a pain in his heart. He looked at the doll again and felt that 1,000 strings of cash was really not expensive. This was made by Xiaobei herself and her hand was cut. "Then how much do you think it's worth?" Xiaobei didn't know what Shuichiro Watanabe was thinking and asked, "At least 3,000 strings of cash." Shuichiro Watanabe stretched out 3 fingers. In an instant he felt absent-minded. It was as if his daughter had made a doll for him and cut her hand. He had an idea in his heart. Not to mention 1,000 strings of cash. If he could reach the stars, he could pick the stars and give them to his daughter. Xiaobei didn't know how charming her appearance and expression were. When she heard Shuichiro Watanabe say 3,000 strings of cash, she smiled. "I'll sell it to you. Now I have the money for the cement for the road in the village. I originally planned to return to the capital and sell it to Uncle Emperor. Once I get the money, we'll be even. Shuichiro Watanabe stretched out his hand and took out the money. He admitted defeat. Who asked him to say 3,000 strings of cash? He could imagine the consequences if he didn't buy the doll after saying the price. He counted 6 pieces of Tang banknotes with the words, "worth 500 strings of cash," written on them and handed them to the people next to him. He held the doll tightly in his hand, thinking that he had to plant it properly when he went back. If he didn't turn the world upside down, it would be a waste of the money. The children were shocked. 3,000 strings of cash. They wouldn't be able to earn one in a lifetime. Xiaobei was indeed Xiaobei. Xiaobei took the money and carefully verified it. It was real. Then she handed it to her brother Xiaohai and asked him to keep it. She turned her head and asked Shuichiro Watanabe, "Foreigner Shuichiro Watanabe, what did you want to say to this official just now?" Shuichiro Watanabe didn't expect that Xiaobei would become this official in the blink of an eye. The speed at which she changed her attitude was extraordinarily fast. Shuichiro Watanabe touched the money in his pocket for the activities. He suppressed the other thoughts in his heart and began to deceive the children according to his plan. "Lord Zhang." Shuichiro Watanabe took a deep breath and said, Xiaobei's eyelids drooped again. "There's one thing that this foreigner doesn't understand. Please tell me. I heard that the regional commander, Lord Zhang, has always been advocating economic matters. Political matters are political matters, and military matters are military matters. However, this time he has brought the army here. Isn't it already under the control of military and political matters?" Shuichiro Watanabe knew that Xiaobei could understand. He wanted to see how Xiaobei would answer so that he could continue to trick her. Xiaobei did understand what he meant, but she didn't understand the thoughts of her brother and sister. She couldn't say it casually and leave a topic for others to talk about. She was now representing the reputation of the Tang Empire. A few children who also heard it clearly became anxious, afraid that Xiaobei wouldn't say it. Only the 8 of them were not worried. They believed that Xiaobei could handle it. Sure enough, Xiaobei rolled her eyes and pretended to cough. She said, "We have always emphasized that we should do our own things and work tirelessly for it. As everyone knows, our dynasty has achieved gratifying results in economic, political, and military matters. Regarding this, our dynasty is willing to persist and consolidate." When Shuichiro Watanabe heard Xiaobei's words, he felt very awkward. It was different from the answer he wanted to get. After thinking for a while, he asked, "But now you are not doing your own things. Why is that?" "I have already answered this question. I will repeat it again. Our dynasty has never changed its original intention of development and progress. We have never changed our coordination work in all aspects. I believe that we will do better in the future." Xiaobei had a sincere expression. Okay. Shuichiro Watanabe gave up on this question and changed to another one, intending to sow discord. "Lord Zhang, as far as outsiders know, Xinlua, which is adjacent to the Tang Empire, is now unable to escape the control of the Tang Empire. The control I am talking about is not the control of the Tang Empire, but the people's livelihood. The Tang Empire has taken over Xinlua's land and planted Baidizi. Xinlua has no food. As long as the Tang Empire stops eating, Xinlua will be full of hungry people. Does this go against the original intention of your cooperation with Xinlua, or was the Tang Empire's original plan?" After Shuichiro Watanabe finished asking, his eyes were fixed on Xiaobei. He didn't believe that a little brat could not make a mistake. Xiaobei's eyes moved left and right. She was trying hard to recall the words of her brother and sister when they were arguing. Her brother liked to pretend to be righteous when he was cheating others, and her sister always laughed. The passage of time seemed to have suddenly slowed down. Xiaobei thought for more than 10 breaths, but it gave people the feeling that more than an hour had passed. Finally, Xiaobei's gaze landed on Shuichiro Watanabe again. Her small hands retracted into her sleeves and clenched into fists. She encouraged herself in her heart. The smart Xiaobei can do better. Xiaobei is a third-rank official. I can go to Hanyuan Palace to participate in the court session. I can't embarrass the Tang Empire. After hinting to herself, Xiaobei's eyes were filled with confidence. She coughed again and said to Shuichiro Watanabe, the Tang Empire and Xinlua have a close relationship. They are harmonious neighbors. The people of the Tang Empire are great people, and the people of Xinlua are great people. The two great countries with great people have always lived in harmony. In recent years, the Tang Empire and Xinlua have carried out more cooperation projects and achieved gratifying results. The two countries help and promote each other. They have worked together many times in the fields of economy, military, politics, and so on. The friendship between the people of the two countries has also strengthened through cooperation. We have to believe that with the concerted efforts of the people of the two countries and the royal family, the future will be better. A new chapter is being written. As soon as Xiaobei said this, everyone was shocked. The 8 people of Xiaoyuan had an expression of, I knew Xiaobei could do it. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family puffed up their chests even more. The other children's eyes were filled with stars. Shuichiro Watanabe was stunned. In the past, people said that the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were powerful, but he didn't believe it. At this moment, he was completely convinced. Who taught such a monster? Compared to this little girl in front of him, the other children should jump into the river. Shuichiro, are there any other questions? Xiaobei, who had one, asked happily. Shuichiro Watanabe shook his head helplessly, indicating that there were no more questions. If Xiaobei's answer was not good, he would continue to ask. But now he saw that it was useless to ask. Xiaobei had mastered the legendary essence of diplomatic speech. There were probably not many people in the Tang Empire who could compare to her. After all, everyone was not used to speaking like this. For a moment, Shuichiro Watanabe looked at Xiaobei in a daze. Why was this girl so likable? She was really cute, smart, and witty. In a daze, Shuichiro Watanabe was about to get up and hug Xiaobei and kiss her. Just as he moved, he heard a shout, "Don't move. If you move again, you'll die." Shuichiro Watanabe suddenly woke up and looked around. The people of the protection team were all vigilant. Only the 2 people standing next to Xiaobei gave him a relaxed feeling. However, it was these 2 people who gave Watanabe Jichiro the most pressure. He was 10 steps away from Zhang Xiaobei. He was confident that when he did something unfavorable to Zhang Xiaobei, the people behind him and on his left and right could not stop him. 10 steps was too close for him, so close that it would not even take a breath of time. But for some reason, the 2 people standing next to Xiaobei gave him a feeling that if he dared to move, he would die immediately. Suppressing the impulse, Shuichiro Watanabe narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 people next to Xiaobei. Finally, he found something different. The 2 people wore thick leather gloves on their left hands. Others had long guns and 2 short guns, but these 2 people only had 1 short gun. Others put their short guns on their waists, but these 2 people put their guns in the holsters on their legs. The other people's guns gave people a feeling of smoothness, but these 2 people's guns had half a circle on both sides. What does it mean? Shuichiro Watanabe thought to himself. Xiaobei, who was sitting on top, did not care about Shuichiro Watanabe's actions at all. She seemed very indifferent. She knew that Shuichiro Watanabe could not hurt her at all. The distance of 10 steps and the 2 people next to her was like the distance between heaven and earth. It was a gap that life could not cross. Seeing Shuichiro Watanabe in a daze, Weiwei smiled and said, "Let the outsider see." Xiaoyuan took out a coin with the word Wu on it, representing 5 coins. She flicked her finger. Ding! The coin flipped and flew up into the sky with a long sound. Shuichiro Watanabe understood that the other party was going to use a gun to hit the coin. He immediately looked at the coin in the sky from the corner of his eyes, while staring at the gun on the leg of the person who took a step to the left of Xiaobei. When the coin reflected the sunlight and fell, only a bang sound was heard. The coin disappeared from Shuichiro Watanabe's eyes. His eyes widened and stared at the gun on the leg of the person, unable to hide his shock. After a while, Shuichiro Watanabe reacted and asked loudly in disbelief, "How did you fire the gun?" If the coin in the sky had not disappeared, and if it had not been for the wisp of smoke floating up from the leg of the person, he would have thought that the other party had not moved at all. "You don't have to worry about that." Xiao Bei smiled beautifully. Xiao Yuan's 8 children also looked mysterious. Only they knew the abilities of these 2 people. They were the last step that their brother and sister had sent to protect them. The 2 of them were using handmade revolvers. Only after forging thousands of revolvers could one be chosen, and the 2 of them were 1 in a million. Their brother and sister said that the reaction time of the 2 people was estimated to be 0. 1 second. This was the time to react when something happened. Then they would fire the gun and use their hands to push the firing pin. This speed was a little faster than their brother and sister's own speed, so it was estimated to be 0. 3 second. Because their sister said that their brother's speed was 0 for second and hers was 0. 5 second. In other words, the fastest speed was from the time the 2 people discovered danger and chose to fire the gun without pressure. The total time to fire the gun and retract the gun was 0. 13 second. The so-called no pressure meant that they did not have to consider whether the person they were shooting was really going to harm the person they were protecting, nor did they have to consider the identity of the person they were shooting. In the middle of this, the second judgment time was omitted, and this time was very precious. It was usually 0, 3 to 0, for second, so there was no need to be afraid of Shuichiro Watanabe's sudden attack. The distance of 10 steps was more than 10 meters. Even if they kneeled on the ground and started to squat at the fastest speed and ran another 10 meters, it would be completed in 1 second. Such a long time was enough for the 2 people to make a second judgment. How could Shuichiro Watanabe know so much scientific basis? He only knew that he could not see clearly how the other person fired the gun. There seemed to be a flash of light, but it did not seem to be. How could it be? After showing off, Xiao Bei happily said to Shuichiro Watanabe, "If there's nothing else, you can leave." "Leave? I can't leave. If I leave, wouldn't I have come here for nothing?" Shuichiro Watanabe thought and obediently knelt. He really did not want to see smoke rise around the person and die. After kneeling again, Shuichiro Watanabe found that his knee did not seem to hurt as much. It was very magical. "Lord Zhang, this foreigner has one more thing to say." Shuichiro Watanabe somewhat understood the grievance of the Tubo people when they were killed by Wangwan. "Quickly say it." Xiao Bei, who had relaxed, took out a big hazelnut that was fried with sugar and put it in her mouth with a kacha sound. After spitting out the shell, she ate it happily. Watanabe Jichiro saw that Zhang Xiaobei was enjoying the food and swallowed his saliva. He knew that the food that Zhang Xiaobei and the other children ate was not ordinary, especially snacks. It was very likely that even the emperor of the Tang Empire could not eat what they ate. Shuichiro Watanabe gently shook his head and threw away this irrelevant thought. He decided to do something practical. "Lord Zhang, in fact, it is nothing more than money. As long as you can let go of the cargo ships in the coastal Japan, I will give you this amount." Shuichiro Watanabe raised a finger. It was the index finger, not the middle finger. Otherwise, Xiao Bei would take out her small pistol and shoot him personally. It was not powerful, but a few shots could kill him. When Xiao Bei saw Shuichiro Watanabe's finger, she could no longer calm down. Her breathing became rapid and her face was slightly red. She rubbed her hands together and said shyly, "Really? If you give me 100 million strings of cash, I will find a way to help you persuade my brother and sister not to trouble you Japanese. But our officials still need to be dealt with. Xiao Yuan, what do you say?" Xiao Yuan could not continue to remain calm. She did not want to change her original intention because of money, but she was reluctant to part with the money. It was very difficult. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, Once you get 100 million strings of cash, I will help you talk to them. I guarantee that there will be no problem. Your Japanese lives and goods will not be taken away. Shuichiro Watanabe was already confused when Xiaobei said 100 million strings of cash. When he heard Xiao Yuan's words, he wanted to tell the other party that if you give me 100 million strings of cash, I will give up both the goods and my life. It's not 100 million strings of cash. Then how much? 10 million strings of cash? Okay, 10 million strings of cash it is. I can promise not to capture your people and goods. At least, if I don't do anything, your people will be safe. Xiao Bei was a little disappointed. After some calculations, 10 million strings of cash was 10 billion pennies. This amount was still acceptable, so she reluctantly accepted it. It's not 10 million strings of cash either. Shuichiro Watanabe's voice was very low. Say it. How much? Xiao Bei was impatient. 10% of the shares. 10%? How much did you make last year? Xiao Bei asked. 3 million strings of cash. There's copper, sulfur, silver, and a large number of very precious marine products. In fact, we basically sell all of Japan's goods. Shuichiro Watanabe reported the amount of money. Xiaobei's expression turned uglier as she listened to Shuichiro Watanabe's words. Although she looked very cute no matter what expression she had, her anger was still clear. By the time Shuichiro Watanabe finished speaking, Xiaobei's face had already turned as cold as ice. Her beautiful face became more dignified, and her large eyes didn't blink. Her long eyelashes curled up as she stared at Shuichiro Watanabe. It wasn't until Shuichiro Watanabe felt guilty that Xiao Bei slapped the armrest of the chair and angrily asked, that is to say, in terms of gross profit, the most you'll give us is only 300,000 strings of cash, right? 300,000 strings of cash is quite a lot. How much does my Japan's annual revenue amount? And this is because the Tang Empire is rich. In the past, my Japan wouldn't even receive 3 million strings of cash in a year. Shuichiro Watanabe defended himself. Xiao Bei forcefully pursed her lips. You're insulting us. You're insulting us. Do you know how much pocket money we took out for Hongnong County this time? More than one. 3 million strings of cash. Fixing roads, fixing riverbanks, compensating people for their losses, building shops, and everything else doesn't cost money. You're using 300,000 strings of cash to send beggars away. We trusted you so much. We said we'd help you keep the inventory and people. You used this little bit of money to insult us and hurt our young hearts. Shuichiro Watanabe listened to Xiao Bei's words and thought about the meaning behind them. Once again, he regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Just like what others said, the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't be bribed. Shuichiro Watanabe was already full of admiration for Li Longji. The grand sage understood. No wonder he made the 9 children into high-ranking officials and patrolled the Tang Empire. It wasn't just because the 9 children were monstrously smart. More importantly, he wasn't afraid of others using threats and bribes to deal with the 9 children. Looking at the equipment of the seedling protection team and the special shooting speed of the 2 people, anyone who dared to threaten them would be courting death. Then listen to Xiao Bei's words. Just his pocket money alone could take out one. 3 million strings of cash. 300,000 strings of cash was an insult to him. Who wouldn't be afraid of the places they patrolled? The amount of money the officials took was not even enough to bribe the 9 children. Chapter 938. Japanese Watanabe Jichiro tried to bribe this official. Men, arrest him. While Watanabe Jichiro was thinking about this, Xiao Bei, who felt greatly insulted, gave the order to arrest him. Xiao Bei was furious. He had thought that it was 100 million strings of cash, but his family couldn't take out 100 million strings of cash. There were only 3 ways to raise it. One was to sell all his family properties, which would give him more than 300 million strings of cash. But that was impossible. What about the military? What about the laboratory? What about the industrial chains in various places? What about his family's house and jewels? The second method was for his brother to use his identity to raise money from all the merchants of the Great Tang. He believed that with his brother's call, let alone 100 million strings of cash, he would be able to raise 1 billion strings of cash. The Great Tang was no longer the same as before, and its productivity was more developed. The third method was for his brother to use the Great Tang Bank. There was a lot of money there, but was that possible? His brother wouldn't touch the Great Tang Bank's money. The Great Tang Bank's loans and investments were all for Uncle Emperor to earn. Other than these three methods, even the Great Tang's treasury couldn't take out 100 million strings of cash. Although his family's policies and productivity reforms had made the treasury's income exceed 100 million strings of cash, the treasury's money had to be spent. His brother and sister had even discussed this matter. In any case, he didn't really understand. He only knew that his brother wanted to spend a lot of money on infrastructure, but his sister didn't agree. She said that they couldn't adopt a deficit economic strategy because their productivity wasn't advanced enough and they didn't plunder enough money. In any case, 100 million strings of cash was a lot. This Watanabe Jichiro had made him happy for nothing. Even 10 million strings of cash would have been fine. He actually dared to lie and say that 10% of the shares would only earn him 300,000 strings of cash a year. He was clearly scolding him, bullying him because he hadn't seen 300,000 strings of cash before. It was too infuriating. It wasn't right to play with children. It was a crime to bully children. Of course, Xiaobei would never admit that the biggest reason for his anger was that his attitude when he thought it was 100 million strings of cash had been a little embarrassing. In the end, not only did he lose his face, he also lost his money. Watanabe Jichiro didn't know that the high and mighty child in front of him had such thoughts. Seeing Xiaobei turn hostile and arrest him, he immediately panicked. If he was arrested again, what would happen to the goods at the port? That was the hope of the country this year. You can't arrest me. You can't arrest me. I didn't say 100 million strings of cash. It's what you think. Why don't you think about it? Where can I get 100 million strings of cash from in Japan? I can't even take out 10 million strings of cash. Shuichiro Watanabe didn't dare to resist and could only shout. How dare you ask us to bribe you without 10 million strings of cash? What do you take us for? Push him down and behead him. Stay away from him. Don't let me see any blood. Xiaobei became even angrier when he heard Shuichiro Watanabe mention the previous incident again. Watanabe Jichiro was escorted to the riverside. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly way, so he had to use his last trick. Ha ha ha. He threw his head back and laughed 3 times. When Xiaobei heard the laughter, he felt that the scene was a little familiar. He turned his head and asked Xiao Yuan, I feel that it's a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. In the stories, the spring and autumn period, the Warring States period, and the 3 Kingdoms period that Big Sister told us about all had such situations. When the envoys were beheaded, they would laugh loudly and survive. Some of them even achieved their goals. As for those who didn't survive, Big Sister said that the stories didn't include them. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to tell all the stories, but when she saw that Shuichiro Watanabe was about to be killed, she was afraid that there wasn't enough time, so she could only make it short. Xiaobei blinked and thought of a plot. Thus, he hurriedly shouted at Shuichiro Watanabe, who was being escorted dozens of steps away, Why are you laughing? After shouting, he compared the plot of the stories and felt that there was a discrepancy. He ordered, Men, bring Shuichiro Watanabe back. I have something to ask him. Just like that, Shuichiro Watanabe returned. Shuichiro, I ask you, why are you laughing? Xiaobei blinked and stared at Shuichiro Watanabe. There was a hint of expectation in his expression. Shuichiro Watanabe originally thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect to be brought back. He felt that his plan had succeeded. He did know that if his answer was different from what Xiaobei heard in the story, Xiaobei would be very disappointed and might even kill him. Yes, children's thoughts were often so strange. You couldn't reason with them. This was also why the officials of the Tang Empire were so afraid of Xiaobei. Although Shuichiro Watanabe couldn't guess why Xiaobei put him in the story, he also knew that this was his last chance. He hoped that Xiaobei could be as smart as when he said the legendary diplomatic words before and be able to understand his words. In order to live, Shuichiro Watanabe summoned his courage and looked up fearlessly at Xiaobei. What he saw was Xiaobei's expectant gaze. He didn't know that Xiaobei expected him to follow the plot of the story. If he knew, he might rather hold his breath and suffocate himself to death. After all, it was very sad to associate life and death with the story. He only knew that Xiaobei in front of him was not a child who could be easily deceived as he imagined. He had to treat her seriously. Shuichiro Watanabe quickly organized his thoughts and said, "I laughed at the Tang Empire's officials for being narrow-minded. When two countries are at war, it's normal not to kill the envoys. Why not kill the envoys when money is a small matter?" Xiaobei first nodded in agreement with Shuichiro Watanabe's words, and then asked Sayuin in a low voice, That's right. Is it the same as the story?" She understood what Shuichiro Watanabe was trying to say. When two countries are at war, it's normal not to kill the envoys. Would there be a conflict and kill for a little money? Sayuin nodded and said, "It's about the same. Let's listen to him." So Xiaobei asked again, "What about Xiao? You laughed 3 times." Shuichiro Watanabe, Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiaobei's words, it meant that he could live for the time being. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said, Xiao has forgotten the rights of Zhou. We don't teach right or wrong, we only use force. Taking life is nothing more than a nod of the head. How can we seize the will with weapons? Very good, not bad. Xiaobei continued to agree. What Shuichiro Watanabe meant was that she had forgotten the rights of Zhou. It was easy to kill someone, it was just a nod of the head. However, the commander of 3 armies could be seized, but an ordinary man could not seize the will. She could kill him, but could she kill all the Japanese warriors? Sayuin also nodded and said, "Yes, Shuichiro Watanabe, it's really hard for you to know so many things. My army, my Tang Empire's army does this. Everyone has to be literate. If the general dies, the battalion commander will take over. If the battalion commander dies, the captain will take over. If the captain dies, any soldier will do. It will not affect the intention of the battle. Therefore, it's not scary to seize the commander, but it's scary to lose the morale. My army, my Tang Empire's army, as long as the commander's flag doesn't fall, we will fight to the death and never retreat." Yes, Bien Yi, you're really good. Now you're talking about San Xiao? Xiaobei also admitted that Shuichiro Watanabe was right. It was in line with the plot of the story. Shuichiro Watanabe was stunned for a moment. He really did not know that the private armies of the Zhang family and Wang family had reached the point where everyone was literate. What a terrible thing this was. As Wang Xiaoyuan said, if one died, the other would take over. The intention of the battle could be understood. When encountering such an army, unless everyone was killed, there was no way to stop the opponent's tactical arrangement. Then he thought about how he could not manage the army and how to survive the things he faced. Only then did he calm down and said, San Xiao is powerless to manage the general trend. If you don't blame the officials, you blame the distant border. There are thousands of things in the world, but it's difficult for a fly to land on a seamless egg. Oh, Xiaobei nodded again. He said that he could not control the officials of the Tang Empire, but he blamed the distant Japan. If the officials of the Tang Empire could do well, then the Japanese could not do anything. Okay, I won't kill you. It's similar to what you see in the story. Bien Yi, let me ask you something. Have you also heard of the 3 kingdoms that sister told you? Xiaobei was moved by the story and decided to let Shuichiro Watanabe go. Otherwise, if he really killed him, wouldn't it make the story seem unreal? What 3 kingdoms? Shuichiro Watanabe was confused. The romance of the 3 kingdoms. It's much more exciting than the romance of the 3 kingdoms. It's the 3 kingdoms of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan. As for Wei, Shu, and Wu, in the end, that kid surnamed Sima succeeded. It became the West Jin dynasty and the East Jin dynasty. This is another story. Xiao Bei counted with his fingers and told Shuichiro Watanabe. Shuichiro Watanabe shook his head. Xiao Bei was very regretful. You really haven't heard of it? It's the rolling Yangtze River flowing to the east, the waves washing away the heroes. The mountains are still there, and the sunset is still red. So many things in the past and present are all jokes. Sister told us about the 3 kingdoms period. It's very interesting. I'll find someone to organize it and print it into a book. I'll sell it to you at a cheap price, okay? Xiao Bei told Shuichiro Watanabe the part where Han Zei was almost killed by Cao Cao, the part where Lu Bu wanted to kill Qin, the plot of Sun Quan and Deng Zhi, and so on. Watanabe Jichiro listened to Xiao Bei tell him about laughing from one storyline to another. He finally understood why he was still alive. Xiao Bei had placed him in the story and was playing with him. Shuichiro Watanabe was angry and shocked. He was angry that Xiao Bei and the others treated him as a toy. He was shocked that Xiao Bei could remember so many things and selectively pick out the plot of such a long story. The so-called romance of the 3 kingdoms story couldn't be done without great wisdom and courage. I see. Zhang Xiaobei's 9 children usually learn these things. No wonder they're so good. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao are really good. In order to let their younger siblings learn more knowledge, they actually made history into stories to teach. How much effort did they put in? It can't be blamed that the adults of the 2 families let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take care of the 9 children. The things they teach are really different. Compared to the children of the Tang dynasty and the emperor of the Tang dynasty, what Xiao Bei and the other 9 children taught can be 1 in 10. Who can teach like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? However, Wang Wan usually had to teach military lessons to the generals of the Tang dynasty, adjust the deployment of the Tang dynasty's army, and help Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to be mentioned. He was in charge of a large area in the northern part of Hebei province, his family's business, the operation of the Tang Bank, and the application of technology. Where did they get the time to make up stories? If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted to death. Could it be that the legends were true? The 2 of them were extraordinary and divine. Immortal? I heard that Zhang Xiaobao still had time to play cards and cook. The most important thing was that he was still scheming against Xinlua in Japan, where he was. According to the current situation, the 2 of them are planning to train Xiao Bei's 9 children in the same way as them. If that's the case, how can others live? Watanabe Jichiro thought about it. The fact that he had just survived made him feel no longer happy. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, when could Japan turn over? At this time, Xiao Bei had already recovered from the excitement of telling stories. Seeing that Watanabe Jichiro lowered his head and didn't say anything, he said, "Well, Jichiro, you can go. Go back quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me if you are caught again." Shuichiro Watanabe followed Xiao Bei's words and replied, "Oh." He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and turned his head unwillingly. He said to Xiao Bei, "I have one more thing. I wonder if Master Zhang can let me say it." Chapter 939. Knowing that his life was in danger, Watanabe didn't seem to want to return empty-handed, but he still said this to Xiao Bei. Even though Xiao Bei was a genius, he couldn't figure out what Watanabe was thinking. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Watanabe would think he was scared, so he tried to maintain the demeanor of an official and nodded. "Go ahead." Watanabe was waiting for this effect. His psychological activity was actually very simple. He was unwilling to fail like this, and he was unwilling to fail in front of a group of children. He was afraid that once he left today, he would no longer have the courage to stay in Tang, or rather, the face. Come on, I have something to do. Xiaobei saw that Watanabe was not happy to speak, so he urged him. Hearing Xiaobei's urging, Watanabe became more confident, thinking that a child was a child after all and was not calm enough. So he suppressed his unhappiness and asked, Lord Zhang, do you really think that your Zhang family and Wang family are invincible? Xiaobei thought it would be a difficult question. When he heard the question, he curled his lips disdainfully, reached out to ask the person next to him for a jelly, sucked it into his mouth, rubbed it between his cheeks a few times, and smacked it a few times, saying, You were scared just now. What do you mean that my Zhang family and Wang family are invincible? You should say that Uncle Emperor's Tang Empire is very powerful. I don't know whether Tang Empire is invincible or not, but I know that it's very easy to deal with Japan. Are you done? Then you can go. Watanabe couldn't help but gasp. This little girl was not ordinary. She even knew this. He didn't know that what he said was the most common thing in the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiaobei and the other 8 people had heard their brother and sister tell them more than once that they couldn't stand out. Unless it was in business, no matter what they did, they had to think of the emperor and Tang Empire first. Even if they met a person on the road whose dry rations had become moldy and needed to give him something, they had to represent the emperor and the Tang Empire. That was why Xiaoyuan said under the leadership of Zhang Xiaobei so smoothly during the meeting of the standing committee. His sister, Wang Wan, understood this very well. Even Xiaoyuan understood this, let alone Xiaobei, who specialized in this kind of problem. Watanabe Jichiro realized that he had miscalculated. He shouldn't have asked such a question at all. Thinking about how Zhang Xiaobei had just agreed to let him go, he regained his courage and asked again, Lord Zhang, don't you worry about your family? As if he was afraid that Xiaobei wouldn't move, Watanabe Jichiro explained, for example, if someone from the inner yard goes out to do something or buy something, they can't possibly bring hundreds of people with them like you, right? We can't. Our family can't spare too many people to protect all the members of the inner courtyard. The only thing we can do is help fight back when the inner courtyard is bullied. Not to mention the inner courtyard. Even the villagers are the same. For example, a few days ago, my family's farmer had his leg broken by someone in the vicinity of Luoyang. At that time, the area under my family's control was not enough, so I only received the news when I entered the small river. Afterwards, my family dispatched the most elite people of the Dai medical school to receive him, and within 24 hours they went to the place where he was beaten and broke many people's legs. Then there were people who paid the price with their lives. Our family wants to tell others that they must not have any ideas about our family. Otherwise, we won't rest until we're dead. Even if it's a dog in our family, not just anyone can provoke it. Our family strategy is that if people don't offend us, we'll offend them first. If anyone dares to stare at us, we'll confiscate their property and exterminate their family. Xiaobei followed his words and waved his hand. Watanabe Jichiro heard the sound of a gunshot, and 4 bullet holes appeared under his feet. Looking at the 2 people beside Zhang Xiaobei who were using special guns, Watanabe Jichiro understood that the 2 of them had each fired 2 shots. Because they were too fast and fired at the same time, he only heard 1 gunshot. Watanabe Jichiro was startled. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobei would kill him. Zhang Xiaobei had already said to let him go, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobei wouldn't go back on his word. He was surprised by Zhang Xiaobei's intelligence. She immediately understood what he was going to say. He was just about to threaten the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, and she said that it was the village. And the truth was so. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family dispatch their elites for a village? It turned out that at that time the Zhang family and Wang family thought about what might happen today. They told the world not to use their families' servants to open a gap. Bien ichi. Xiaobei decided to go all out. Bien ichi, do you want to touch my family's people? You can try and see if my sister's words count. What words? Watanabe Jichiro was still thinking about the village. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village, Xiao Yuan said from the side. Suddenly, Watanabe Jichiro remembered what Wang Wan said when she was killing in Tubo. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were piled up like mountains. In that battle, all the countries around the Tang Empire were afraid. She asked if they dared, and all the men bowed their heads in fear. Even if Watanabe Jichiro was afraid, he didn't want to admit it. He argued, "Then what if your people are in Japan?" Now there are already people in Japan, and they are the family of the guilty official. They have been taken in by you. After a while, you will know the result. Brother promised sister that within a month he can mobilize the logistics of 1,000,000 soldiers for sister to go on an expedition. I'm not scaring you. Xiao Bei spoke to Watanabe Jichiro with an expression that said, "I'm scaring you." After hearing Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's words, Watanabe Jichiro decided that when he returned he would reformulate his strategy and put the 9 children in an important position. Those things will be taken care of by others. Watanabe Jichiro no longer talked about topics that didn't benefit him. He changed the topic. Lord Zhang and Zhang family are rich and can win people's hearts more than ordinary people. However, what if a certain country can win people's hearts with the power of a country? What certain country? You're talking about Japan. How much money do you have in Japan? Give each person 5 coins or 10 coins. Xiao Bei took another jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. Give each person 50,000 strings of coins. How much meat did Lord Zhang say it could buy? Watanabe Jichiro vowed to suppress Xiao Bei and regain some face. Xiao Bei stretched his neck and swallowed the jelly. My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to eat meat. How many clothes can you buy? Watanabe Jichiro asked again. My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to wear clothes. Xiao Bei waved his hand. Then how many medicinal herbs can you accumulate? My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to treat illnesses. How about building a house? My inner courtyard has a wedding reception building. And, okay, don't say any more. It's useless. You don't have anything in Japan. You're so poor. How can you treat illnesses? Do you have the medical skills of our day hospital? Our family is very good to the inner courtyard. If there's a small matter in the inner courtyard, everyone will help. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. When Han Xianfeng fell ill in Tubo, our family sent people from Lingnan Road to deliver sesame oil. We'll specially develop a food called instant noodles for an inner courtyard member who's allergic to canned food and let him eat it on the road. You can't imagine it at all. You're self-righteous. Small favors are useless. Xiao Yuan, you tell Biani. Xiao Bei appeared to be impatient. Okay, Xiao Yuan continued. You just said that Japan can't take out much money in a year. You want to bribe my inner courtyard? Do you want to bribe the people of the dragon with pigs? Do you want to use barley to buy meat? Do you want to use coarse hemp clothes to give brocade pouches and jade belts? Do you want to build a straw hut and give silk mattresses and satin quilts? Our family values loyalty, but we don't use loyalty to coerce loyalty. If our family is loyal to us, we will be loyal to them. Loyalty to one side is not loyalty. Loyalty to one side is mutual loyalty. Loyalty to one side is standing in the middle. Those who are in the middle are neither right nor left. Those who assist the master have not forgotten and have a gua in their heart. When the gua protects the subordinate, it is difficult for the subordinate to rebel. Water can't cover the floating waves, but it doesn't worry about fish passing by with the wind. Silkworms can't stay in the mulberry trees, but it doesn't suffer. When the rain comes, the ants move their nest, and the swallow pecks at the clouds. How can small prophets hide the moon? The stars have their own harmony. Xiao Yuan was finally satisfied. Her tongue-twisting words made Shuichiro Watanabe take a few steps back. He tripped and sat on the ground. It seems that they've already taught me. Since I was a child, I've been told to be good to the servants. In that case, the path of bribery won't work. It's better to go back quickly and think about it at length. Shuichiro Watanabe stood up. He didn't care about his dirty clothes and said to Xiaobei, "Lord John, I still have something to do. We'll meet again in the future." "Okay, we'll meet again. Next time bring enough money. I'll sell you something more fun. I'll give you a 20% discount." Xiaobei waved his hand. Shuichiro Watanabe left with the doll he bought for 3,000 strings of cash. The only other thing he gained was that he knew that he had to pay attention to the 9 children of the Zhang family and Wang family. He's leaving just like that? The children in the village looked at Shuichiro Watanabe across the bridge and asked Xiaobei, "I can't treat him to a meal. I'm afraid he won't be willing to pay for it." "Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes," Xiaobei said to the children in the village. He asked someone to set up a temporary shed and went in to change his clothes. No one knew what happy things he thought of, but he giggled from time to time. He seemed to be very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Hongnong County didn't know what happened in Old Willow Village. They didn't receive the news that Xiaobei sold a doll for 3,000 strings of cash. The two of them were still dealing with the mess that the Japanese had created this time. The entire Hunan province was under military control. The officials involved were arrested one after another. Some of the officials didn't know what was going on when they were arrested because they didn't receive timely information. Information was constantly being gathered in Hongnong County. There were endless cases of embezzlement. Fortunately, there was no one as bold as Yan Zheng who dared to destroy the embankment. This was a consolation. From top to bottom, they're rotten to the core. Even after so many layers of relationships, we still can't find a clean one. Only now do I realize that Li Longji is a good person. He's willing to be ruthless. He's not afraid of causing a negative impact, and he's not afraid of making a big deal out of it. At the very least, he's willing to admit his guilt. He's never shirked his responsibility. He's not the kind of person who feigns ignorance and acts innocent. He's also not the kind of person who spouts empty words to deceive his own people. Zhang Xiaobao was speaking smoothly when he was interrupted by Wang Wan. Okay, stop insinuating. Even if you don't like it, you can't control that time and space. You made Li Longji sound like a flower. Is it that exaggerated? I didn't see how ruthless he was. How is he not ruthless? If he wasn't ruthless, he would have sent our Xiaobei here. If we didn't come, Xiaobei would have killed her way to the seaside. If she had a boat, it wouldn't be strange for her to kill her way to Japan. Anyway, she doesn't lack people to command. With Xiaobei's personality, she doesn't care how big the situation is. She will kill anyone who dares to stop her. Speaking of his sister, Zhang Xiaobao's mood became cheerful. Wang Wan's lips also curled up. Of the 9 children, only Xiaobei could make a fuss. With her brother and sister behind her, there was nothing she didn't dare to do. What about the Japanese? Do we arrest them too? Wang Wan suddenly asked. There's no reason to arrest the Japanese, unless there is evidence to prove that the Japanese knew that their actions would cause great losses to our Tang Empire. However, I don't think they will admit to it. At the same time, our Tang Empire didn't explicitly state that the Japanese were wrong. They just wanted to sell futures, and buy futures warrants. Yes, it's not mature and perfect. They didn't force Yan Zheng to destroy the dikes or force the other officials to keep all kinds of money. Zhang Xiaobao was very distressed. He didn't want to directly accuse the Japanese of some groundless crime, and he didn't want to accuse them of criticizing him. That would make him appear too incompetent. This time he had used the army and official positions because it involved the officials of the Tang Empire. If there were no officials involved, he wouldn't even use the army and official positions. Wasn't it just a flawed futures and warrants? He couldn't deal with them. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. She advised, "Are you troubled? Why don't we stop and let someone else arrest them and accuse them? Speaking of which, I really admire the Japanese for coming up with such an idea. Do you think we can set up futures in the Tang Empire?" "Absolutely not. With the current production technology and communication technology, if we really manage to produce futures, I don't have to do anything else other than collect information every day to see who is maliciously speculating and who is a farmer who has wheat soaked in the rain. Then, due to the lack of information in the process of hedging against losses in futures, I won't be able to make the delivery in time or increase the cost or be pressured into selling short. Then what should I do? Just watch and do nothing? If they really know, I really can't do anything. I'm just afraid that they don't know much. If I teach them, they won't be able to learn and they will be used by others. Then the stocks will appear again. Well, at that time I began to constantly improve the system and constantly compete with the smart people. Then tell me, if I saw a big cake in front of me and others were looking for delicious cream in it, would I personally take a bite? Even though Zhang Xiaobao often used this to make money, he also had a headache because it was impossible to have a perfect system. He didn't think that the people of Great Tang were stupid. It was just that he had gathered the wisdom of many people. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that it wasn't the Japanese who thought of this idea. In fact, many businessmen in Great Tang also knew that they could set up futures to cheat money. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow it, so they didn't do so. But as more things were opened up, it would be more difficult for him. He wasn't afraid of any competition. Who was he afraid of in the past? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. He wanted to control the entire economy of Great Tang. At the very least, it couldn't be chaotic now. Thus, the simpler the rules, the better. Wang Wan nodded. That's right. If that's the case, it will tire you to death. You can only manage one side and keep blocking the loopholes. I believe that the smart businessmen of Great Tang will keep taking advantage of the loopholes. The talents we need haven't been nurtured yet. Otherwise, when there's a problem here, you come over. When there's a problem elsewhere, you go over. In the end, you can't do anything well. It's like a screen of brains appearing at the same time in a game of whack-a-mole. It's scary just thinking about it. That's right. I'm not a god. You let others set the rules while I speculate. That's too simple. I can make a lot of money. But you let me set the rules and guard against others. That's impossible to guard against. Just the Great Tang Bank alone has taken up a lot of my energy, and this is because the bank has few functions. Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. There were times when a person's strength was limited. After thinking about it, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Capture the officials involved and hand them over to the imperial court. Let the Japanese go and speed up our plan. Let the businessmen of Jiangnan East move faster, vigorously develop tourism in Japan, and help them find more jobs. At the same time, help them sell more raw materials in exchange for Great Tang's foreign exchange." Wang Wan wrote down Zhang Xiaobao's words in her notebook. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "If you want the businessmen of Jiangnan East to enter Japan faster and more smoothly, you can't directly say to let the Japanese go. You have to put pressure on them. Let them feel afraid. When the time comes, let the businessmen of Jiangnan East to talk to the Japanese. They can talk to you and help you get rid of the disaster by spending money. You won't really use Beibei's money and not give it to them, right? We agreed that the Japanese would bear the losses of our country. Yes, in the end, we have to return the money to Beibei and the others. It's not easy for them to earn money. The New Year's money is all kowtowing during the New Year, but they can take it out for the people. They are the real descendants of the Red. Compared to, stop, don't mention things that are too far away. You can't change anything even if you scold them every day. In this absurd era where people have lost faith and morality, everything is irreversible. You finally admit it. I'm very happy because I feel that I'm not a criminal. At least I have a trace of nobility. I'm not a judge, but I won't allow you to continue. Otherwise, I'll make you look at the moon." Xiao Bei and the others didn't know that the money they had taken out would be recovered, but they didn't care. Money was only useful when they were doing what they wanted to do. It wasn't usually useful. How could they not eat when their pocket money was gone? They still played when they wanted to play and have fun when they wanted to. After changing their clothes, Bei and the others once again joined the work of making dolls. After solving the problem of the cost of the cement road in Old Willow Village, Bei began to discuss with others how to spend the rest of the money. 3,000 strings of coins. It's not enough to build the road. 1,000 strings of coins is enough. Think about it. What should we use it for? At this moment, Bei's pierced hand didn't hurt anymore. He pressed the grass seeds into the dolls one by one and asked for others' opinions. You're the one who sold it. You can keep it for yourself. The little girl who helped Bei with the dolls earlier suggested. This time, she was completely relieved. Bei didn't put on the airs of an official anymore. He was still the same Bei who said that the fried mushrooms were delicious and took out oil. When he ate the fried mushrooms together, his mouth was covered in oil. Bei, who was pressing the grass seeds, pressed a few more. Let the hair grow longer. That money doesn't belong to me alone. It belongs to our Old Willow Village International Development Group. Besides, 2,000 strings of coins is useless to me. It's not enough for me to renovate the house. Sister Bei, they all said that you have a big house and it's very beautiful. They can even follow you, right? The little girl was curious. Bei didn't know how to seal the dolls, so he passed them to others and nodded. Yes, there are two. One is small and the other is big. The small one can't enter. The small one is actually better than the big one. It has a matching dynamic balance. This time, we came out in a hurry and didn't bring the house. I have to think of a way to go back and ask Uncle Emperor for one. 3 million strings of coins. Will he give it to you? If he doesn't give it to me, I'll stay in the capital every day. If there's a court session, I'll attend it and scare the officials to death. Bei waved her fist. The other children only knew that there was a morning court session in the capital, but they didn't know the specific situation. They felt that it was very strange, so a little boy came over and asked, "Morning court session? I heard that they are all high-ranking officials. Who is afraid of you?" It should be said that who is not afraid of us? We are also high-ranking officials. We patrol the Tang Empire and can impeach all the officials. Last time when I went against my father, I was almost beaten when I went home. Fortunately, I avoided it quickly. The 9 of us together can even remonstrate with Uncle Emperor. It's just that we don't have the chance. Uncle Emperor is actually very easy to talk to. All the officials that the 9 of us arrested have all been heavily sentenced. We can't embarrass Uncle Emperor in front of so many officials in the court, right? Bei still didn't understand the cruelty of the struggle in the court. None of the officials in the court would do anything to her. First of all, they didn't dare. It was easy to bully children, no matter how smart Bei was. When they thought of the consequences of bullying Bei's 9 children, all the officials would remain silent. The officials believed that whoever bullied Bei and the others would definitely face the overwhelming attacks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. First, the benefits would be withdrawn. Then, there would be people gathering comprehensive evidence. It would definitely be a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Second, of course, it was a crime to bully such cute children. If one thought that they were capable, then they could directly deal with Zhang Zhong, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan. In the end, they vented their anger on the children and made Bei speechless. No one would think that they were capable. Even the emperor would look at them differently. The consequences would be very serious. Chapter 940. The children tried hard to imagine the awe-inspiring scene of Xiao Bei and the others in the imperial court, but they could not think of it. The most direct impression was when Xiao Bei faced Shuichiro Watanabe. At that moment, Xiao Bei was definitely not the same person as the Xiao Bei in front of them now. When the girl who was holding the doll thought of Xiao Bei's dignified, noble, and official prestige, she felt uncertain. She asked Xiao Bei timidly, "Xiao Bei, are we friends?" "No, we're not friends." Xiao Bei shook her head. "We're sisters. You can't do it, and Lu, I can't do it. Let's work together. I am in charge of the official matters. Lu depends on you." Xiao Bei and the others had always been educated like this. There would not be any mistakes. Of course, Xiao Bei would not be perfunctory. For example, Zhang Chang was the son of a mountain villager in Luzhou, and he adopted him. There were also Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang from Wing Province, as well as Danan and Shaonan. The 5 children, no matter what their original intentions were, at least did not have any prejudice. They ate and dressed the same, and received the same education. The Zhang and Wang families treated them equally. Even if they made a mistake and got beaten up, they would only slap Xiao Bei twice. They would not be slapped once, and they would still have to suffer 2 slaps. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never hit their younger siblings. It was not that they did not know how, but they did not care. Zhang Xiaobao always believed that if the children were disobedient, it was the adults who were not capable. Parents with low self-esteem would only beat their children. A child was a clean piece of white paper. If they wrote wrong or drew crooked, should they blame the paper? Therefore, Xiao Bei, who had received such an education, was not lying. Naturally, she was this sincere. The little girl who asked the question had not received the corresponding education. For a moment, she was touched. She bit her lip and nodded vigorously. I'll definitely do a good job. Xiao Bei, let me ask you. During the morning court, are there so many high-ranking officials sitting on very beautiful chairs? Is it not easy for the county magistrate to get there? Xiao Bei was stunned for a moment and shook her head. No, the county magistrate can't get in at all. Only grade 5 officials can enter the court, let alone the chairs. Even if they stand outside, the row on the right is mostly military officials. The row on the left is mostly civil officials. There are also some who are not military officials. Have you seen the steps? They just stood at the bottom of the stairs. When they reached the bottom where there were no stairs, they were all rank 5 officials. When it was raining or snowing, the officials in front of them, who were rank 3 and above, still had a canopy or umbrella. They should thank my older brother and older sister. My older brother and older sister set up a heater under Hanyuan Palace Hall. Otherwise, they would freeze to death in the winter. In the past, when the weather was warm, Uncle Emperor would be outside. When the weather was cold, he would be inside the hall with a heater. As for Uncle Emperor and them, there was always the Jingwu guards between them and him. Now the Emperor and Uncle are all outside, sitting on big, wide, thick chairs. My family made them for us. There are many people, so we have to do this. When there are not many people, we can go to Xingqing Palace. I don't go to Hanyuan Palace Hall often. I'm afraid that my father will beat me, saying that I'm always causing trouble. I also don't go to Xingqing Palace Hall often. It's not fun there. The place I go the most is Hibiscus Garden. When it's open to the public, there's a lot of people. The surrounding children blinked their big eyes and listened attentively. They had never been to the capital, let alone participate in morning court. Usually no one would tell them. Now that they were listening to Xiao Bei speak, they naturally had to be more careful. At least Xiao Bei wouldn't lie. Then what does the current emperor eat? Is it the dragon meat from the sky? A child asked. What? I don't even know what a dragon looks like. The food, how should I put it? How about this? I'll get someone to arrange and mix some ingredients. Let's taste it together. It's just that the food is good, but there's not much. Especially when my brother cooks. Uncle Emperor eats whatever my brother cooks. Xiao Bei tried hard to recall the food he ate and found that it was not as good as what he ate at home. But in order to satisfy others, he had to think of ways to mix ingredients to cook. Little sister Xiao Bei, where do you stand when you go to court? And your brother and sister? Me. I don't stand. I sit in Uncle Emperor's arms, and I usually turn my head. Why? I'm afraid of seeing my father. My father will glare at me when he sees me, so I can only go down and let my father hug me. Hugging is not as comfortable as sitting, right? Xiao Bei said. The other officials don't object? Who dares? I deliberately made a few mistakes, hoping that the censorate will impeach me. Did they impeach you? No. If I didn't impeach them, they would be burning incense. A bunch of cowards. Then why? Because I dared to stand in front of the civil and military officials in Hanyuan Palace Hall and pat my chest and say, I, Zhang Xiaobei, did not take a single copper coin from the common people. I, Xiaobei, will not compromise with any corrupt officials. I have never done anything to harm the common people. My loyalty is as clear as the sun and the moon. But they did not dare to say the same thing as me. It's that simple. Xiao Bei proudly puffed out his chest. Xiao Yuan echoed from the side. Yes, yes, elder sister said before, the officials do not fear my strictness, but fear my honesty. The common people do not fear my ability, but obey my righteousness. The children had never heard of it before, but they could understand. They nodded one by one. One of them praised, Elder Sister Cuckoo is really amazing. What she said is so right. Xiao Bei shook his head. But after elder sister said it, elder brother said, I would rather have an official who can raise the standard of living of the common people by 10 times, and who is corrupt by 2 or 3 times, than an honest official who makes the common people live a hard life and who also cannot live a happy life. Elder brother said, I don't hope for the officials to think that I am honest. I only hope that the officials will provide food and warmth to the common people. I don't ask for the common people to obey my righteousness, but to cover the children in the cold winter with duck feathers, to ruin my 1,000 years of reputation, to build prosperity for thousands of years. In the storm of abuse, my heart is calm. The children were at a loss for a moment. Io, look at this shaking. This old man's bones are about to fall apart. Just as the children were listening to the story, an old man's shout came from the suspension bridge. Xiao Bei turned his head to look and was suddenly stunned. The old man on the bridge did not seem to have any intention of shutting up. He continued to complain. It is said that the Zhang construction group of the Zhang family and Wang family make things with iron bones. Could it be that today's broken bridge also has iron bones? Io, this is shaking me so badly. When the children heard someone complain that the Zhang construction group's products were not good, they immediately became angry and glared at the old man. They did not care if the old man had many people protecting him or why he was not stopped by the seedling protection team, but they could not speak ill of the Zhang construction group. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Haha. Xiao Bei opened his arms and ran towards the old man. Xiaoyuan and the rest followed closely behind. Let Grandpa report. Aya, so heavy. I'm old, I can't carry you. The person who had just crossed the bridge was Bai Go. He should have died long ago, but because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came, he was still alive and well. He carried Xiao Bei up and weighed him, then put him on the ground. He supported his waist with both hands and said, Old. Even so, Bai Go carried the other 8 children one by one and patted Xiaohai's head. Where are your elder brother and sister? They are dealing with people in the county, Xiaohai replied. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Xiao Bei grabbed Bai Go's hand and looked up to ask. Bai Go waved at the guards behind him and asked them to stay away so as not to scare the children. He then smiled and said, I came to find your brother to fish. The fish between the clouds and the water are too stupid. It's not fun to fish. I heard that there's a lot of water here, so there should be a lot of fish. The Hongnong River was man-made. That guy Yan Zheng dared to destroy the dam. He made me so angry. Xiao Bei pouted and muttered. Oh, that's right. When I return to the capital, I will also impeach him. I heard that there are people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family here, so I came over. You are here for... Bai Go thought that Zhang Xiaobao was here, but he met Xiao Bei and the rest. The county is going to be rebuilt. The children are in the way, so I brought them here to hide. Xiao Bei looked proud. Bai Go pondered. He had not seen the situation in Hongnong County with his own eyes. Before he came, he had only heard about it from others. He could not make an accurate judgment, so he asked, Xiao Bei, tell me, are there many damaged houses in the county? Xiao Bei shook her head. Not many. Most of the county is soaked in water. The highest water level is here. As Xiao Bei spoke, she reached out her hand and gestured a position above her head. Obviously, she was telling Bai Go that the highest water level in the county was higher than her height. Xiao Bei measured it with her body, Xiao Hai added. The so-called measured with her body naturally meant that Xiao Bei walked to the deepest part of the water to measure. Bai Shu rubbed Xiao Bei's head and looked at Xiao Yuan. He said, "Since everything is fine now, I think the county will be finished soon. Before I came here, someone told this old man that Hong Nong had suffered a great loss." Xiao Yuan shook his head and then nodded. "Grandpa Bai, it's not just a great loss. Most of the county is still soaked in water. Fortunately, the rain has stopped. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Xiao Hai also stood up. He was not as coquettish as Xiao Bei, so his closeness to Bai Go was not obvious. He greeted Bai Go out of courtesy and said, "Grandpa Bai, my brother said that the real problem is not how Hong Nong County is. Hong Nong County is not like the capital Chang or Luoyang. There are too many important shops and mansions there. My brother said that if he had a choice, he would rather the county be washed away. The villages outside the county remain, and the transportation of the Honglu River can be preserved." After saying this, Xiao Hai did not say anything else. He did not mention the details, and the other children did not add anything to Bai Go. Bai Go pondered for a while and figured out the reason. Zhang Xiaobao meant that if the county was washed away and the surroundings were stable, it would be easy to rebuild the county. This was because Hong Nong County was an agricultural and water transportation county. The county was nothing more than a temporary residence and negotiation location for merchants. If the county was gone, so be it. It would not affect the merchants. They could change to another place to discuss business. It would not affect the flow of agricultural products. Xiao Bei, tell Grandpa, did Hong Nong lose too many crops? Also, the various livestock and poultry that your brother mentioned in the breeding plan that he came up with later also lost a lot of them. Bai Go thought of the severity of the situation. If the information he got from Xiao Bei was consistent with what he thought, then this winter would not be easy for Hong Nong. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. Before she said anything, she cried. She was very sad. Only when Bai Go comforted her did she rub her eyes, pursed her lips, and told Bai Go what she saw in Hong Nong. When Bai Go heard Xiao Bei's explanation, his eyes could not help but turn red. Xiao Bei said that when she came to Hong Nong, she saw a vast ocean. Bai Go understood the ocean. He had been to the ocean before. What Xiao Bei saw was crooked or fallen trees. In the fields that were supposed to be harvested in autumn, there was not a single grain growing. They were all gone. Some were floating on the water, and some were washed away. There were also houses outside the county. Some had strong gables left, and some were even villages. Only floating logs could be seen, squeezing together. The water was muddy. When one swam on the water, one did not dare to breathe easily. There was white foam between the grass sticks, dead pigs, dead dogs, dead chickens, and a few scattered ducks and geese looking for food. Even the mice were floating. Some places could not be drained, and the water became dirty and smelly. There were also a few people who were drowning. Grandpa Bai, if I did not know that this was Hong Nong when I came, I would have thought that I came to the wrong place. Grandpa Bai, do you know? It was not a problem of how much money was lost. It was a problem of how long it would take for Hong Nong to recover. There was no grain in the surrounding area. Everyone was crowded in the county. My family transported goods here by cart. My brother had ordered to hire people from the surrounding areas to send necessities to Hong Nong. The water transportation had been stopped long ago. The dam was not blocked yet. A cart of stones fell down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Xiao Bei spoke, he started crying again. Bai Go gritted his front teeth. He finally understood the real situation from Xiao Bei's words. That was to say, the foundation of the entire Hong Nong had collapsed. If there were no corresponding strong measures, it would take many years for the people of Hong Nong to recover. Their savings of many years were gone. Some of their family members had died. Their houses had to be rebuilt. They had to live in debt for a period of time. The most terrible thing was that the people of Hongnong had just gotten used to planting the new seeds distributed by the Sinongsi temple. They had just increased the yield per moo. Furthermore, they had just understood how to breed animals in sets and had started to breed livestock in large quantities. It was the year of harvest, and they knew that good days were coming. Suddenly, a man-made disaster came, and their hope turned into disappointment. The kind of heartache caused by the government's inaction. No, the persecution by the government officials was the most difficult to heal. Xiao Bei, don't cry. Everything will get better. Bai Go sighed. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He patted Xiao Bei's head and comforted him. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. I won't cry. Crying won't solve the problem. I will take care of the children in Old Willow Village. I promise. Not only will I let them live peacefully here, I will also not affect their studies. Wait for me. When I return to the capital, I will bring Yan Zheng back too. See how I will deal with him. That's good. Xiao Bei is the best. Bai Go did not doubt Xiao Bei's words. He believed that Yan Zheng's disaster had come. The final outcome would be Yan Zheng going crazy. As for the specific situation, he still needed to go to the county to see Zhang Xiaobao. He could only hope that Zhang Xiaobao could turn the tide and support the affairs of Hongnong as soon as possible. He wanted to solve the problems of the people's lives before winter came. Winter is not good, Bai Go said angrily. It's okay. Winter is fine, Xiao Yuan said firmly. Oh, why? Bai Go looked over and asked. Because we have spent money. We have put in our own pocket money, more than one. 3 million strings of cash. Brother is mobilizing resources from the surrounding areas. A few construction teams near Zhengzheng Construction are also rushing here. The follow-up construction materials will be delivered soon. Brother said that this time we must let the people of Hongnong live in warm and sturdy houses during winter. This is because the disaster this time was caused by the officials. The officials cannot lose their credibility. If there is no food, they can plant. If the houses collapse, they can rebuild. If the people's hearts are lost, it will be very scary. Within half a month, all the accumulated water must be drained. Within a month, the houses must be built. Within 2 months, all the livestock and poultry that the people lost must be compensated. At the same time, the land and water routes must be unblocked and better than before. If the local people in the county are not enough, they can be transferred from outside. If there are not enough people, the army will take over. Even if they have to use their mouths, they must drain the accumulated water. This is to let the people of Hongnong know that the imperial court values them very much and has never given up. Only by doing this can we eliminate the negative influence of Yanzheng and the other officials. Xiao Yuan said one thing after another to Bai Go. His eyes were filled with confidence. It was as if what he said could be realized immediately because the decision was made by his brother. Bai Go was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to value this so much. Of course, after knowing Zhang Xiaobao's decision, he was relieved. Since Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do it, he would definitely be able to do it. Oh, you have put in your pocket money? Is your family unable to make ends meet? Bai Go was curious about this matter. Could it be that the Zhang family and the Wang family could not even transfer one? 3 million strings of cash? Xiao Bei waved his hand and said, No, how can my family not have money? I came here first and saw the disaster situation, so I made a promise to the people. Anyway, I don't need much money. Xiao Bei is a good child, Bai Go praised. That's true. Xiao Bei nodded. Well, I won't stay here any longer. I'm going to the county city to see your brother. I have something to discuss with him. I'll leave the matters here to Xiao Bei. I believe he can do a good job. Bai Go planned to leave. No problem. Goodbye, Grandpa Bai. Xiao Bei puffed out his chest. After Bai Go left, Xiao Bei and the group of children continued making dolls. All of them were even more motivated. On the road to the county city, Baigo saw barren fields on both sides. When he was tired of walking, he stopped to rest. He looked at the sky and sighed. A man-made disaster is worse than a natural disaster. Xiao Bao would not do this just to appease the people. Why do you think? Baigo asked the housekeeper next to him. The housekeeper was still young and was the grandson of the old housekeeper. He was still a young man in his 30s. Baigo wanted to bring him to see Zhang Xiaobao. As he had just become the housekeeper not long ago, most of his understanding of Zhang Xiaobao came from other people. Hearing Baigo's question, the housekeeper replied respectfully, "Master, is it because Zhang Xiaobao wants to build up his reputation? I heard that the current emperor specially added an autumn imperial examination for him and Wang Wan. However, something happened and it was postponed for a month. With a reputation, he has a better chance of becoming the top scorer." Baigo looked at his young housekeeper and laughed. "Chang Cheng," Baigo said the housekeeper's name. "Xiaobao needs Hong Nong's reputation? The top scorer can't be anyone else. Xiaobao has always been a scheming person. If he didn't come to Hong Nong personally and let Xiao Bei and the other 9 children do the work, it might really be because he wants to rebuild Hong Nong. However, he came and so did Cuckoo. You're saying that Xiao Bao can't mobilize the army by himself? Don't just think of him as a civil official. Back in Tubo, he and Cuckoo cooperated with each other. Even if he didn't know how to command the army in the past, wouldn't he learn a thing or two from being with Cuckoo every day? That's a fool. How can Xiao Bao be a fool? The reason why he doesn't show his military talent is the same reason why Cuckoo doesn't show her economic and political talent. Unless it's someone close to them, other people's impression of them is that one is a civil official and the other is a military official. When they deal with the two of them, they will target them. They are waiting for the people who want to deal with them to feel that the time is right. The moment they make a move, they will let the other party know that civil officials can change into military officials at any time, and military officials can change into civil officials immediately. Do you understand? The housekeeper, called Chang Cheng, was frightened by Baigo's words. After thinking carefully, he admitted, "When the time comes, it's indeed very scary. But I still don't know what's the difference if Zhang Xiaobao comes personally. I thought of a few points. I'll tell you. Baigo didn't really approve of the new housekeeper's ability. The reason why he still used Chang Cheng was because he was loyal enough. It had been a long time since he guessed Zhang Xiaobao's motive. Baigo was a little excited. In the past, he and the other old guys, including the emperor, liked to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao the most, but they always failed. Xiaobao always does things with antelope horns." Baigo cracked a smile and said to the housekeeper, "First, Xiao Bao wants the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion to adapt to the environment in the interior of the Tang Empire. If I'm not wrong, the other 6 battalions will follow. The most terrifying soldiers are not only good at fighting in the designated environment, but also the Miao Protection Team. In their words, they are all-terrain and all-weather fighting forces. In water battles, they can't compare to people who specialize in water battles. In mountain battles, they can't compare to soldiers who specialize in mountain battles. It's the same for grasslands and deserts. However, they were not inferior by much. Under the command of the same general, 1,000 against 1,000, they would definitely lose, but they would definitely not lose miserably. However, as long as they were given 2 more teams, they would have the advantage in terms of numbers and they would be able to win. The biggest problem is that the general who is commanding them is not an ordinary person, but Cuckoo, who gives military lessons to the Tang Empire's generals. Outsiders give Cuckoo the title of devil because she kills a lot of people, and she is not soft-hearted when killing people. She often laughs when she kills people. Our great Tang's generals gave her the title of Demon Fox. They all said that she was as cunning as a fox. When she had the advantage in numbers, there was no hope of defeating her. Even when her forces were weak, she would always find an opportunity. So, they want to train the Iron Cavalry Battalion. They don't need the current 8 battalions to go to the original Tufan area. There is no battle there. Moreover, they have transferred the 8 battalions because they still have troops there. After saying the first point, Bai Go paused. The housekeeper quickly served him water. Master, according to what you said, isn't Wang Wan invincible? Our Tang Empire can't find a general who can deal with her? The housekeeper was not convinced. Bai Go waved his hand. Cuckoo is not invincible. She also lost in the sand table simulation. Even if she lost a few times and escaped successfully, it is still a loss. However, with Zhang Xiaobao as her adjutant, cooperating with her to carry out the sand table deduction, she must be invincible. That's why us old bastards, including the Emperor, have been studying this matter. Master, have you studied it? The housekeeper was puzzled. Yes, because when cooperating with Cuckoo, Xiaobao is in charge of logistics and intelligence. Many times, it is Xiaobao's logistics army that determines the final outcome of a battle. When Cuckoo is unable to break through the situation, what he likes to do the most is to analyze the enemy's generals for her. In the end, we found that Xiaobao can actually calculate people's minds. Huan's ability to command and Xiaobao's grasp of people's hearts have created an invincible army in the Great Tang. If they were to arrange for their families' military commanders to be placed in the sand table as battalion commanders, captains, or company commanders, then they would be able to work together with tacit understanding. I have seen it once, and they have only fought it once. In the capital, with the same number of soldiers, even the team leader on the general's side was a 7th-ranked military official. In the sand table of the Shannon East Circuit, it could be said that they had sent out all their elites. Cuckoo was the enemy's main general, and Xiaobao was her adjutant. The leaders of the small teams under them were all commanders from their families. That battle could be said to have changed the color of the mountains and rivers. You can't even guess how savage Cuckoo's command was. The general's side was filled with communication soldiers, but Cuckoo didn't do much communication at all. Sometimes she just gave a tactical order and didn't care anymore. She didn't even ask where her troops were. In this way, without any communication, Cuckoo led her people to fight beautifully one after another. Xiaobao's logistics team was also able to accurately deliver supplies to every key location. The general's side could only defend and couldn't fight back. Have you ever seen a team of more than 100 people dare to force their way through the mountains without any orders? Have you ever seen Xiaobao send supplies to a place without any communication, and when the generals launch a sneak attack, a large number of soldiers suddenly appear to counter the sneak attack? Bai Go said excitedly to the housekeeper. When he reached the most interesting part, he started to dance as if he was the one who was commanding the troops. The housekeeper was already dumbfounded. He shook his head blankly and kept muttering, "How can this be? How can this be? You haven't seen it before, right? It's good that you haven't seen it before. When the autumn quarter examination comes, maybe I can get you a place to watch it. I'll take you to see it. Cuckoo is going to be the martial arts champion of the autumn quarter examination. The generals want to take revenge. Cuckoo will lead a team of cold weapons to fight the general's gun and artillery team in the Jiangnan circuit with the same number of people." Bai Go's eyes lit up as if he couldn't wait. Using cold weapons to fight guns? Why, weren't the guns made by the Zhang clan and Wang clan first? They should be more familiar with it. Why don't they use it? The housekeeper didn't understand. Because Cuckoo and Xiaobao both said that weapons aren't everything. They wanted to teach the generals of Great Tang a lesson so that they can't be too proud. Losing on a sand table is better than losing in a real battle. Bai Go sighed again. As for why Cuckoo and Xiaobao were able to defeat each other last time, he didn't mention it. In fact, it was very simple. It meant that Cuckoo and Xiaobao would usually bring the commanders at home to do sand table simulations when they had nothing to do. They had probably used the sand table to simulate every place in Great Tang. When they encountered a situation, they knew how to deal with it and how to deal with it. Thus, they didn't need to communicate much. They were already familiar with the terrain and fighting style of each other. Master, I know the first reason. It's to train the soldiers. What about the second reason? The housekeeper also looked forward to seeing it with his own eyes in the autumn. Bai Su stood up, stretched his legs and feet, and continued to walk in the direction of the county town. As he walked, he said to the housekeeper, "Second, I guess it's to deter people from other places who still want to scheme against us. Japan needs to pay something for this before Zhang Xiaobao will let go. So there are these two reasons. Master's really good." The housekeeper praised at the right time. However, Baigo didn't appreciate it at all. He frowned and said, "I can only think of two reasons. But Xiaobao definitely has more than two reasons. He won't become more stupid as he lives. When we get there and see him, you will follow me. Then you will know how good his calculations are." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't know that Baigo was coming. Both of them were busy. Zhang Xiaobao mobilized materials from all over the country. Wang, as Baigo guessed, also tried to let the people of the Iron Cavalry camp adapt to the food and climate in the interior of the Tang Empire when she commanded them to work. As for counting the disaster and verifying the compensation, it was enough to arrange for the people in the inner court. They were busy until the evening. They didn't have the appetite to eat a big meal. Even if they had the conditions, they didn't dare to eat a big meal. Also, the common people could only eat half of their usual food every day. Zhang Xiaobao took out the leftovers from lunch and fried them with salty Chinese tune sprouts. He also boiled 2 bowls of egg soup and spicy cabbage. He and Wang had a good meal. After taking a hot bath in the big wooden barrel, they sat at the two ends of the table and spread out the map to study the next step. From here, we can lay railway tracks all the way to the north of the river. In this way, Hongnon can be connected to the Yellow River and also become a hub for land transportation. In the past, we wanted to lay railway tracks here, but it cost too much. Now that the disaster has happened, it's time to rebuild it. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at a place on the map and told Wang his idea. Wang measured on the map with her palm. Why not next to Luoyang? Luoyang can be the center. Luoyang is already the center. It's not enough to only have one distribution center for the distribution of materials. It will allow the local merchants to monopolize the distribution, which is not good for the development of the entire Tang Empire. Especially when the railway is laid to Luoyang first, Luoyang's economic and political status will be higher than Chang, and for a period of time. It's not in Li Longji's interest. Transportation has always been a problem. Most importantly, there's a lot of coal in Hunan, which is not inferior to Shaanxi. The railway needs coal, and we can use local materials. When the time comes, we can build a pier on the opposite bank of the Yellow River. When the goods are transported from the railway to Hongnon, they can immediately change to water and be transported directly to the opposite bank of the Yellow River. We can't build a bridge to connect to the railway. It's not worth it. The cost is high, and the efficiency will not increase by much. When the time comes, the railway can be connected to the north of the Yellow River all the way to the northeast. The 3 provinces in the northeast will pay for this, which is the north of Hebei province. There are many plains in Hebei province, and that part of the railway is the easiest to lay. There is also coal in the northeast. The most important thing is agricultural products and Dalian's sea products. If we only use the river to transport the goods, it will be too much of a delay. How can we prosper if we can't sell the goods? In the future, the northeast will become the center of heavy industry. The population there is small, so it's fine if there is more pollution. While Zhang Xiaobao was speaking, he had already picked up a pen and drew a line on the map. It was the line from the northeast that passed by Hebei province, the line that he wanted to build a railway. Wang frowned. Looking at the line on the map, she couldn't feel happy. This line looked simple. It was just money. Even if the imperial court didn't spend money, her family's wealth was enough. Of course, she couldn't fork out the money herself. The problem wasn't money, but the smelting technology. Most of it was used to make guns and cannons, and some was sent to the shipyard. The steel used for the railway couldn't be used. So where could they get it from? There was another point. The line could be drawn straight, but the railway couldn't be laid out that way. There were mountains in some places, so they had to dig caves. There were also places where bridges had to be built, and large amounts of stones were needed. Blasting stones and so on would kill people. Xiao Bao, no matter how advanced the technology is, it can't prevent people from dying when building the railway. Not to mention, the technology now can't compare to the technology we had back then. The difference is too great. How many lives do you plan to use to make up for it? Wang Wan didn't want the Tang Empire to lose a lot of people at a time when it needed people and there was no war. Zhang Xiaobao held the pen and suddenly smiled. He said to Wang Wan, "Of course I know people will die, but I can't bear to let people of the Tang Empire die. I can't be a pacifist in the world in my life. My idea is that I can't come here for nothing." "Where are you?" Wang Wan couldn't think of a place where people could come from. In Japan, the Japanese have a good point. They are willing to work and do things. When they were defeated and surrendered, the women in Japan could also bear the heavy burden. Just like the women in North Korea, they are all good people. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the east, which meant that he was pointing to Japan. "Then, how do you plan to get the Japanese to come over? I don't feel bad for them if they die, but they are not stupid. How can a fool create futures?" Wang Wan was even more puzzled. "Xiaobao Cuckoo, I'm here. Xiaobao, come out and meet me." Before Zhang Xiaobao could explain how to get the Japanese to come over, an old man's shout came from outside. Hearing the sound, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and said at the same time, "Why is he here?" The two didn't dare to delay. They got up and went to see Baigo. Seeing that Baigo was still so healthy, they felt a sense of pride. They had changed the time of Baigo's life. "You've grown taller." Baigo also looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The smile on his face didn't stop. He looked left and right and couldn't get enough of them. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and walked over with Wang Wan. One on the left and one on the right, they helped Baigo into the house. "Grandpa Bai, why are you here? You should stay in the capital. Why go to the disaster area and suffer?" Zhang Xiaobao helped Baigo into the house and arranged for him to sit down. Wang Wan brought snacks and tea, put them on the small table, and asked Baigo. Baigo was in a hurry and didn't eat. He first picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Then he blew on the tea and swallowed it. After swallowing a piece of cake, he felt much better. He said to Wang Wan, "I'm tired of staying in Sanshui County. I'm also tired of fishing between the clouds and the water. Look, my body is not bad, so I came to find you guys to fish." "Don't be modest. How can you say that your body is not bad? You're young. You'll be 70 years old in a year." "Grandpa Bai, if you want to fish, you have to wait. The dam has just been blocked. The water is still muddy and the fish won't come." Zhang Xiaobao followed by the side and picked up an orange to peel it. Baigo didn't stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and asked for a piece of orange. He smiled and swallowed it. He asked, "Xiaobao, you didn't come here in person just to take care of the reconstruction, right?" "That's right." Zhang Xiaobao didn't admit that he had other thoughts. "Why? I think Cuckoo wants to train the soldiers in Japan. You also want to get some money from Japan?" Could it be that this old man thought wrong? Baigo asked with a look of victory in his hands. The housekeeper who had been accompanying him and arranged for protection also went into the house to listen. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was really as magical as the old master said. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said to Wang Wan, "See, I told you. We can't hide it from Grandpa Bai. With Grandpa Bai's ability, we can't hide it even if we want to. You didn't believe me. Don't push the blame to me. What am I hiding? But our Grandpa Bai is indeed amazing. He saw through our thoughts the moment he came. I think Grandpa Bai will be 65 next year, not 70. Wang Wan said and filled Baigo's teacup with water. She smiled and asked, "Grandpa Bai, did you bring fishing gear?" "I didn't bring it. I waited for you two masters to prepare it for me. I didn't find anything else. But I found that you too are getting better at fooling people. You can't only think of the 2 points that I can think of, right? Xiao Bao, tell Grandpa what other plans you have. Don't hide anything. Bai Go acted like a tycoon and began to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of orange into Bai Go's mouth and said sincerely, I really don't have anything else. Grandpa Bai, you saw through my little plan. Grandpa Bai is better than before. Keep fooling me. I knew it. Why am I so tired of staying in San Shui County? I'm not used to not having people fooling me. Bai Go was unmoved. He pretended not to see the sincerity on Zhang Xiaobao's face. All right, actually there is one more thing. Since I am here, I can't come here for nothing. The reconstruction can also be done with the railway all the way to the north bank of the Yangtze River. A large amount of goods can be transported to Hong, known by the railway. When people see it, they will think that the railway is so convenient. It will be more convenient when the railway is laid. There will be more people supporting it. Zhang Xiaobao said one thing, and Bai Go nodded as he listened. He then turned to look at his housekeeper, and met his housekeeper's gaze that seemed to say, What else? Bai Go asked happily, What else? What else? Grandpa Bai, I really can't think of anything else. I am here to provide disaster relief, not to make a fortune. That's all. Zhang Xiaobao refused to admit. Bai Go was like a child. He turned his face away from Zhang Xiaobao, which meant that he did not believe him. Wang Wan could not help but laugh. Grandpa Bai, you are staring at the snacks. You haven't eaten, right? Let Xiaobao cook some dishes for you. Drink some hot wine to warm up your body. No need. I am in good health. I will be 60 next year. The snacks are good. They are soft and delicious. If you don't tell me the truth, I will not die in peace. Bai Go was stubborn. He turned his head back and stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He had to say something. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands helplessly. Grandpa Bai, I really have to hand it to you. You're clearly putting a duck on a perch. All right, since you asked, I've come up with an idea on the spot. I'll tell you, not just one. Bai Go shook his head. Who doesn't know that Zhang Xiaobao is a serial schemer? If it were someone else, it would be good if they could think of 2 or 3 related ideas. If you, Zhang Xiaobao, did not have a series of ideas, would you come to Hongnong personally? The autumn quarter examination will be delayed for a month. All the expenses will be borne by your family. If you really do a business that is at a loss, the Tang Empire will have lost all its money. Then you have to tell me one by one. Zhang Xiaobao was still so sincere. Say it. Bai Go had a look of, I am right. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, Besides the 3 points just now, there's one more point. Put pressure on the Japanese and make them admit their mistakes. This way, we can increase the tariffs on Japanese exports. At the same time, we can promise to sell them more technology, so that they can buy it back and study it, but they can only use the Tang Empire's money, and the price is very high. If they want to get more money, there are 2 ways. First, let the Tang Empire's businessmen go to Japan as soon as possible to open tourist attractions. When the Tang Empire's people go there, they will naturally spend the Tang Empire's money. Second, sell more basic resources, such as silver, copper, high-end seafood, and sulfur. Otherwise, they will not be able to take out the money to buy our products and go back to study the technology. In this way, the Tang Empire's plundering of resources in Japan will be smoother, more convenient, and faster. Now that Xinlua can no longer make waves, I will deal with Japan as soon as possible so that I can continue to expand and plunder more resources. Otherwise, when the people in other places become smarter and more powerful, it will cause too many casualties in the Tang Empire if we want to plunder. The oil we dug out is a lot in other places. Even after many years, it is still very useful and will become a national strategic item. Before Bai Go, who was listening at the side, could speak, his butler could not help but say, I don't agree with you selling technology. What if they figure it out? After saying that, he saw the 3 people looking at him in surprise, so he immediately lowered his head. He knew that he was wrong and did not have the right to speak. Zhang Xiaobao did not pursue the matter. The other party had good intentions. He smiled and explained, "Technology needs to be sold. Our Tang Empire's technology is developed step by step. Many of the technologies that are good for the Japanese are actually outdated. Outdated technologies waste a lot of materials and are not worth it. Also, some technologies have a great impact on the environment and the human body. We need the movements produced by that technology to be processed by another technology, but we don't want to cause too much damage to our Tang Empire, so we can only let the Japanese do the rough processing. When the time comes, I will provide a part of the technology that Japan needs a lot of raw materials. Japan doesn't have raw materials, but our Tang Empire doesn't. Even if we have it, we can't sell it to Japan. They have to obtain it themselves. I rented them a ship and found a way to let them learn how to make the oldest generation of steam engines. This is to let them go overseas to search for resources. When they arrive at a new place, they will clash with the local natives. No matter how advanced the weapons are, people will die. The Japanese can be the vanguard, understand?" "I understand. Go on." Baigo continued. Chapter 941. Baigo's expression was calm. He was used to Zhang Xiaobao's power, so he was not surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's idea. The other housekeeper was shocked. No wonder the other party had a higher status than him at such a young age. It was because the other party was thinking about different things from him. He was still thinking that he couldn't hand over the technology, but the other party was already thinking about why he should teach others. Zhang Xiaobao took a sip of tea and glanced at the housekeeper, but he did not say anything. Baigo thought for a while and said to the housekeeper, "You will meet more officials in the future. Remember to listen. Remember and observe. Speak less. Many things are not as simple as they seem. The game behind the scenes is very difficult. Of course, it is not difficult for Xiaobao, and you can't talk about it." After talking to the housekeeper, Baigo said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, what's next?" Zhang Xiaobao understood. Baigo trusted the housekeeper. He was not afraid of him revealing the secret, but he also had a way to prevent him from revealing it. "I also want to set up a technical training class for Japanese civilians. There will be no salary, only food and lodging. First, there will be a preliminary training. Those who perform well in the training will be rewarded with a point. Then, they can use the points to exchange for skills. The initial plan is to accept 200,000 people. They only want men. They must be strong and know some skills. They can also be weak, but they must not be too weak. They must be able to walk at least 30 to 50 miles a day without any accidents." At this time, a ray of moonlight shone in through the window and shone on Zhang Xiaobao's face. Zhang Xiaobao felt more holy. No matter how Baigo looked at it, he thought that the ray of moonlight was warning Zhang Xiaobao not to be too black-hearted. The so-called not too black-hearted meant that Zhang Xiaobao had to sell others so that they could count the money for him. When the moonlight left Zhang Xiaobao's face, Baigo said, "Can you tell me in detail? What are the basic skills that we need 200,000 Japanese to do?" "No details. It's very simple. For example, leveling the road, strengthening the foundation, laying stones for shock absorbers, and there's also the sleepers and the tracks, right?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Baigo had already finished his sentence. "Ah, so Grandpa Bai, you also know technology?" Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. "What do I know about technology? It's not like I haven't seen railway construction before. Not only is it tiring, but there are also dangers at any time. Just the laying of the railway from Chang and to Luoyang cost more than 40 lives, and even more were injured. It's impossible to guard against the dangers. When carrying the railway, one careless mistake could result in an accident. You're worried about the people of my great Tang, so you plan to use someone else. In any case, in your eyes, the lives of foreigners aren't worth as much as an ox. You're too ruthless, but I support you. As long as you don't kill any of my great Tang, I won't feel uneasy." Baigo didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to explain more. He knew that the most ruthless person was Xiaobao. Although Cuckoo had killed a lot of people, she was still not as ruthless as Xiaobao. Xiao Bao was ruthless because he didn't want you to die immediately but tortured you. Xiao Bao was also the most soft-hearted. He couldn't bear to see anything happen to the people of Great Tang. Just like Sanshui County, as long as the people of Great Tang went to Sanshui County, even if they were penniless and had not eaten for days, once they entered the territory of Sanshui County or were seen by the people of Sanshui County, they would not die unless they were seriously ill. There were many small houses for people to rest in Sanshui County. As a Great Tang citizen, you could spend money to buy good things, eat free food, and drink free soup. The free things were not so good, but they could fill your stomach. If you were sick, there would be someone to treat you. It seemed that Xiao Bao felt that too many people died in the construction of railways, so he didn't want to do that, so he went to deceive the Japanese. The Japanese probably didn't know that before they came, and thought that they could take back the advanced technology. When they started to work, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Xiao Bao, when the Japanese come, do you care if they fall ill? What about their meals and accommodation? Bai Go asked. Fall ill? Of course. When the Japanese come, they're not allowed to leave the designated place, in case the sick people of Great Tang infect them. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see the Japanese get infected. Besides, the Dei Medical College will send skilled students to treat their diseases. Zhang Xiaobao touched his heart to show that he was kind-hearted. Students, not doctors or medical doctors. Bai Go asked again. They will be led by doctors and medical doctors. When they encounter special and serious diseases, they can teach the students on the spot. For example, if they need to perform an operation, the doctors and medical doctors need to show the students. If there's a wrong cut, they have to explain to the students in time and tell them how to cut. Zhang Xiaobao put his other hand on his heart to show how kind-hearted he was. What about their meals and accommodation? They have the best Highland barley as their staple food and delicious salted vegetables. You said that radish and salted vegetables are very delicious. You don't eat much meat, so they are the same. I can't be so cruel to let them eat meat every day, which will make their bodies unhealthy. Every half a month, I will give them nutrition. You know bean cakes, right? They are the leftovers after the oil is squeezed out. They can be used to make tofu and feed. Our technology is not very advanced, so there are a lot of nutrients in the bean cakes. Every half a month, I will make bean cakes for them and stew them with wild vegetables. There's oil and protein in the bean cakes. It's okay if you don't know about protein. You can go to the medical school and ask. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers and listed the benefits, one by one. Bai Go had a strong mentality, so he did not have much reaction. Wang Wan did not care at all, but Bai Go's butler's face started to twitch. He found out how evil Zhang Xiaobao was. People who raised pigs could still let the pigs eat leftovers with oil. Cows and horses could even eat eggs. Zhang Xiaobao could actually say that the Japanese could not even compare to animals, and yet he was so righteous. How much hatred did he have for the Japanese? Unexpectedly, Bai Go nodded. That's right. I can't stand the oily and fishy food. I know about Highland barley. It has a unique shell fragrance when cooked together with the shell. I didn't expect Grandpa Bai to know so much about life. I'm not as good as you. I didn't think of that before. I even wanted to remove the shell. I admire you. Zhang Xiaobao gave a thumbs up. It's okay, Bai Go said modestly. Wang Wan also understood and said happily. Xiaobao, we can save a lot of money now, right? The butler understood and decided to listen to his master in the future. He would not make any mistakes again. He could not be punished to taste the shell fragrance. The accommodation isn't too bad. There are pillows piled up to block the wind, and use the best straw to keep warm. Zhang Xiaobao casually mentioned the accommodation. All right. I'm relieved that you can treat the Japanese well. Continue. Bai Go nodded. He was indeed relieved. Xiao Bao had not changed. He was still the same black-hearted and ruthless Xiao Bao. That's it. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Bai Go to change the topic again. Continue. Baigo was not moved. Why are you like this? Wife, you tell Grandpa Bai. Zhang Xiaobao gestured to Wang Wan. Wang Wan rolled her eyes. Who's your wife? Call me madam. Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao wants people from the Sanongxi temple to come over. Normally, there are still a few crops that have not been harvested, especially the late rice that was developed 2 years ago. Now that all the crops have been washed away, the Sanongxi temple has developed a new variety. They have only conducted one experiment. The new variety needs to survive the winter. It is said that once it succeeds, the yield will be very high. Wheat, let's call it winter wheat. It is slightly different from winter wheat, but it is not suitable for planting north of the Yellow River. There is no need for the north. Anyway, there is only one batch of grain in a year. Xiao Bao and I are in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The new variety of rice there is delicious. You will be able to eat it this year. Therefore, Xiao Bao wants people from the Sanongxi temple to try planting in Hongnong. The area is large and the climate is suitable. Anyway, Hongnong is already like this. No matter how bad it is, it can't be too bad, especially what Xiao Bao has done for the imperial court. Not only did the people's impression of the imperial court not worsen, but it also improved. That's right. The people don't ask for much. In fact, as long as the officials are dealt with, the people will admit that the emperor is good. Moreover, you have to compensate for all the losses. If the crops are bad, you have to continue to compensate, right? Baigo could understand. They were using Hongnong as an experiment. Whether it was good or bad, it depended on Hongnong. The people were the most obedient. An emperor who could force the people to rebel was not an ordinary emperor. The current emperor, Lilongji, was very ordinary. Otherwise, there was no need to force the people to rebel. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could have done it. The emperor also admitted this point. Fortunately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have the intention to seize the throne, nor did they threaten the emperor. They even encouraged the emperor to eat good food, wear good clothes, and use good things. They could create luxuries that the emperor could not imagine for the emperor. They could also get entertainment that the emperor could not think of for the emperor. Other officials were afraid that the emperor would spend a lot of money when he went on an inspection tour. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo encouraged the emperor to go out for a walk when he had nothing to do, even if they had to pay for it. There was really no better official than them. However, the emperor himself had said that there was a prerequisite. That was, the emperor could not be muddle-headed and muddle-headed. He should not hinder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo from doing things. It's hard to understand what the two of them are thinking. If other people had this ability, they might not be able to bear it and rebel. The two of them are actually enjoying it. Do they really think that being the emperor is too tiring and not fun? It makes sense. The emperor is indeed not as carefree as the two of them. Baigo did not speak for a while. He was thinking about something. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Baigo was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely tell Baigo. Is it so easy to be the chairman and premier? Don't you see that people in those positions age quickly? Seeing that Baigo did not speak, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Grandpa Bai, actually the businessmen of my dynasty are very smart. I want to build a few more distribution centers. My family can't always pay for it. Some money can't be earned. When it's time to delegate power, it has to be delegated. I want to build a distribution center in Hongnong and let other businessmen see the opportunity. They would follow the example of other places and build a place for the circulation of goods in order to gain benefits. Only the goods that were circulated were considered goods. The faster the circulation, the more taxes the country would collect. It was not wrong to hide wealth from the people, but the central government must have more money to control the local areas. Otherwise, with the development of technology, there will be imbalance in the development of the local areas. The local areas are strong, and the central government does not have the power to control them except for the military. If they continue to support the local areas, it is actually tempting the local officials to rebel. The financial and military power must be firmly controlled by the emperor. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke the truth. Wang Wan sighed. Bai Go also sighed. His sigh was different from Wang Wan's. Wang Wan knew too many facts and sighed for history. Bai Go sighed for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. So you and Cuckoo are here? Yes. Zhang Xiaobao said in a heavy tone. Yes, what? No, continue. Bai Go turned his face and asked about Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. His butler thought that Zhang Xiaobao had already said the last thing, but he did not expect his master to not let go. He began to feel that his master was too much. How could there be more? Zhang Xiaobao was also a person, and he could say many things. But just as he was about to sympathize with Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily, Grandpa Bai, you can't ask about everything. No matter what, you have to leave me with some secrets. There's more? There's really more? The butler's eyes widened. While he was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's calculations, he admired his master more and more. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not need Bai Go to force him. He said, Grandpa Bai, the entire Hunan province and even Luoyang officials are involved. A large number of officials have to go down. I will stay in Hongnong until the fall imperial examination. What do you think His Majesty will ask about? Of course, it's about the governance of Hunan province in the imperial examination, especially the subject of Mingjing. Bai Go answered directly. Yes, so now the students of Jinjia Academy are preparing for the examination. You also know that most of the students of Jinjia Academy are in the combat category, so I have to create some opportunities for them. One person has to be replaced by another person. I think the students of Jinjia Academy are better, don't you think? Zhang Xiaobao showed an expression of, I'm very honest. Bai Go was stunned and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. You. Xiaobao, you. Cuckoo, why don't you scold him? He even interferes with the appointment and dismissal of officials. I don't know. Wang Wan looked very innocent. Xiaobao, Grandpa Bai is scolding you. Let go. Hunan province belongs to the imperial court. What does it have to do with us? If there are vacancies in the officials, there will naturally be people anxious to get in. Why do you care if they are capable? When there are no students of the academy, Hunan province is no longer Hunan province. It's useless for the students of the academy to be capable. Someone has to think that they are capable. Let's get them to work in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. They can also do something. Grandpa Bai, look, I'm talking about Xiaobao. Bai Go was so angry that he laughed. Haha, Cuckoo, you'd better talk about me. We are indeed from the same family. You have to be biased when you speak. Yes, in recent years, the imperial court has been suppressing the students of your academy. The officials are also afraid. As you said, they are all practical. If they really join hands with you, how can the imperial court control them? I don't care. Hunan province is developing the best, but it has always been the most chaotic. There should be a clear stream. Bai Go had no choice. The students of Jinjia Academy were extraordinarily capable. Unlike the students of other academies, they were very strict in selecting talents. They didn't want those with low IQ or those who were unwilling to learn. When it was time to take the imperial examination, they still had to go through the internal selection of the academy. The selection of Jinjia Academy included economic, political, military, and diplomatic aspects. It could be said that there was a constant struggle. Only by passing the selection could one get a place to take the imperial examination. As a result, all the students who could sit in the examination hall were the best, because those who were not good enough had been eliminated. Since Grandpa Bai supports me, I'll say something else. Zhang Xiaobao said happily. Chapter 942. Under the expectant gaze of Bai Go and his butler, Zhang Xiaobao slowly said, It's really the last idea. It's not a big deal. Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others suffered a lot in Hongnong. Fortunately, they followed me and Cuckoo around and saw a lot. Otherwise, if they were ordinary children, they would often have nightmares when they saw floating corpses, even if they were not scared silly. They were willing to take out all their savings for the reconstruction of Hongnong. More than 1,000,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. If they were businessmen, the imperial court would reward them, not to mention children. Don't be silly. The words that come out of your mouth sound different. What do you mean by all their savings? According to your words, Xiao Bei and the others will have no money at all. They won't be able to live in the future. It sounds very pitiful. Bai Go was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. If it was someone else who said more than 1,000,000 strings of cash, it would be scary, but when it was Xiaobao who said it seriously, it only gave people a feeling of absurdity. To Xiaobao, could more than 1,000,000 strings of cash be considered money? Wang chimed in to help. Grandpa Bai, you can't deny the kindness of the 9 children just because our family is rich. If it were other children, they would take out their savings of 100 copper coins, and Xiao Bei and the others would give 1,000,000 strings of cash, which is 1,000,000,000 copper coins. I won't comment on how much money is, it's too vulgar. I just want to say that they are the same, giving everything they have. That's right, but don't use 1,000,000,000 copper coins to pressure me. I used to be a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and I've seen money. Bai Go nodded and admitted. He looked up at his butler. Chongqing, say something. The housekeeper had seen the world today. When the master talked to Zhang Xiaobao, he talked about money in the millions. He was always scheming against the country. Hearing the master's question, he pondered for a moment and replied, Master, compared to Zhang Xiaobei and Wang Xiaoyuan, I'm not as good as them. My food, clothes, and accommodation are all paid for by the master. However, I still can't bear to give all my money to others, even if it's used for disaster relief. If I only take 1/10 of it, I might be able to do it. Embarrassing. Bai Go felt that the butler was embarrassing him. It was not like he was asking him to take it. To put it nicely, this butler was too honest. As soon as Bai Go had this idea, Wang said, it's human nature. The steward shows his loyalty by telling the truth. Since the steward said he would grit his teeth and give 1/10 of the money, I thank the steward on behalf of the people of Hongnong. I will send someone to the steward to get it. The butler immediately trembled. Fortunately, he had said 1 in 10 just now. She really wanted it. Bai Go was speechless. When he saw the smile in Wang's eyes, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. If the butler had cooperated and said that he would take everything, he would probably be crying now. She was serious. Bai Go did not intend to continue to let this pair of shrewd people talk. The housekeeper paid for the money, and the master paid for it. Bai Go changed the topic and thought, Cuckoo, Xiao Bei's money was paid for by the imperial court. We can ask the emperor for it later. How can we count on them? Grandfather Bai's guess is correct. I also think so. However, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Since Grandfather Bai has the same idea, when we return to the capital, can Xiao Bei and the others ask the emperor for money? Grandfather Bai needs to help more. A few days ago, Xiao Bei said that she missed Grandfather Bai and wanted to sing and dance for Grandfather Bai. She said that Grandfather Bai is the best grandfather besides her biological grandfather. Zhang Xiaobao quickly took over Bai Go's words. The meaning was very clear. Didn't you say that you could ask the emperor for it? Well, go and ask for it. See if you can get it back. Don't make Xiao Bei sad. Bai Go regretted. His mouth was cheap. Even if it was 100 copper coins, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would not be able to get it from the emperor. For so many years, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family paid for it, but the imperial court did not give it to them. This had become a common practice. It could be seen from Xiao Bei's official robes. The double gold and silver fish bag could be written into the history books. Of course, there should be a small line of words at the end. Because the imperial court was short of money, it was ordered to self-control. So it became a mistake. That Bai Go raised his sleeve and wiped the non-existent sweat to cover up. He said, That Xiaobao, you said that you have another idea. What is it? Zhang Xiaobao laughed secretly. He did not expect to get back the money that his family spent for the Tang Empire. Basically, all the money was given to him by preferential policies. After laughing secretly, Zhang Xiaobao said, This time, the county magistrate of Hongnong County, Yan Zheng, dared to destroy the embankment because he thought that no one would pursue the matter. I want to use Xiaobei's name to build an amusement park on the Honglu River. A water amusement park does not cost money. There are specific activities in it. If you want to play, you can spend money. However, the person who manages the project will definitely have nothing to do with my family. My family is only in charge of the maintenance and repair of the amusement park. We also collect some fees for the land. In the name of Xiaobei's 9 children, I believe that the new official will not dare to do anything when he knows that Honglu River is under the care of Xiaobei and the others. Don't you think so? Bai Go pondered over Zhang Xiaobao's words and had to agree. Indeed, no official wants to be targeted by Xiaobei and the others. Otherwise, during the evaluation, even if he did not do anything wrong, he would be demoted by 3 grades. If he is guilty, he will be punished. However, if we build an amusement park on the Honglu River, how long will it take to earn more than one? 3 million coins? This old man knows that it is not easy for Xiaobei and the others to earn money, other than the small business they came up with. Most of it is the New Year's money and tips that they tout out to the elders during festivals. Even if your family gives more because of your family, the other elders are embarrassed to give less. For example, when Xiaobei and the others pay New Year's greetings, I can't take out less than 100 coins. However, this is their hard work money. The only thing this old man did not expect is that Xiaobei and the others are willing to take out their hard work money just once they come to Hongnong. Your Majesty really did not spoil the wrong people. In Hanyuan Palace, Xiaobei is sitting on the dragon chair. I want to see who dares to talk behind their backs. In fact, Bai Go was not used to it. When Xiaobei and the others arrived at Hanyuan Palace, they ran to Bai Go's side. Xiaobei sat on the armrest of the dragon chair and even squeezed with the emperor with a smile. Even the crown prince did not dare to touch that place. However, after this incident, Bai Go thought that it was fine to sit there. The chair would not break. She did not want to be the emperor. She just felt that the view there was broad. Bai Go's attitude made Zhang Xiaobao feel very embarrassed, so he said, "Try not to spoil them." So, Grandpa Bai, you also agree to build an amusement park in the name of Xiaobei and the others, and be responsible for the maintenance and repair of the Honglu River, and collect a little land fee? I agree. How many people can there be in Hongnong County? I am only worried that the money earned is not enough to maintain it, and you will have to pay extra, Bai Go said. His housekeeper also nodded. Wang could not help but laugh and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Cuckoo, why are you laughing? Bai Go was puzzled. Wang shook her head hard. No, nothing. I just thought of something else happy, so I laughed. Really? Xiao Bao, you can't lie to this old man. Tell me the truth. Can the amusement park make money? How much money can it make? Bai Go finally figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao stared at Wang and got Wang to roll her eyes back. He looked even more embarrassed than before. Grandpa Bai, there are 2 sides to this matter, right? Don't talk to me about other things. I just want to ask you, can the amusement park make money? Bai Go was not fooled. Logically speaking, if we give it to others, we can't make money. You see, we don't manage the specific projects of the amusement park, and we also need to take care of the maintenance and repair of the Honglu River. That's not a small amount of money, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively. Don't try to reason with me. If you really want to reason with me, then this old man will tell you. Logically speaking, you, Zhang Xiaobao, have never done a losing deal. Just now I was fooled by you. If not for Cuckold's sudden laughter, I would still be in the dark. If you want to blame it on Cuckold, you 2 can fight in private. Now, I want to hear the truth. According to Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, it is impossible for him to be your idea to come to Hongnong. I feel sorry for Xiaobei and others, but I don't feel sorry for you. Bai Go reacted and did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. He was careless. He was fooled. It was really impossible to guard against. The housekeeper didn't understand and was puzzled. They were talking, But why did the master have such a big reaction when Wang Wan laughed? Wang Wan continued to laugh. Zhang Xiaobao shrugged helplessly and said to Wang Wan, "Wife, let's be more reserved. You see, when you laugh, I am isolated. You are a lady from a noble family. You should pay attention to your manners. You are still laughing. I am so smart. Xiaobao, I have seen through you. You have been fooling me since I was young. Now, you are getting smarter and smarter. I have decided not to stay in Sanshui County anymore. I will go out and be a liar. After being fooled by you for so many years, I have finished my apprenticeship, right?" Baigo was furious. He was not angry at Zhang Xiaobao, but at himself. After so many years, he had been fooled again and again. Why didn't he learn his lesson? Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao twice and finally stopped laughing. She wiped the tears from her laughter and said to Baigo, "Grandpa Bai, you can't be a liar because there are no liars in Tang. Yes, where there is Xiaobao, there are no liars. I found out. If he is not a liar, the world will be peaceful. Xiaobao, don't try to hide. Tell me, how much money can you make?" Baigo kept telling himself that it was not the first time he was fooled. Only then did he suppress the anger in his heart. "Actually, we can't make much money. My family has invested a lot of money in researching technology. We have electric lights, flashlights, washing machines, fans, and now there is something called electronic machine tools. We haven't finished researching them yet, but there are byproducts. So, we have some entertainment projects. I plan to put them in the amusement park. We will not operate them directly. We will rent them out and charge them for the land. In the past, there were only so many people in Hongnong. But didn't I mention before that there will be a railway connecting Hongnong to the north of the Yangtze River in the future? We will build a distribution center for goods. At that time, we can have a little more people, right? Just a little more. The hibiscus garden in the capital is too empty. My family is going to give a set of equipment like the Honglashui amusement park for free. When it is open, we will charge a fee and give it to the emperor directly. Those who don't have the opportunity to go to the hibiscus garden can enjoy it in Honglashui. Does this count as benefiting the country and the people? I don't want a single cent of the money I make. I will give it all to Xiao Bei and the others. Even if they donate it tomorrow, I will not stop them. Cute and sensible children should be rewarded." Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. He did not mention how much money he could make, nor did he mention the prospects. But Baigo, who had been the Minister of Revenue, immediately knew how profitable this industry was. I found that what Cuckoo said was not wrong at all. Where there is Xiaobao, there will definitely be no swindlers. Xiaobao has thousands of ways to make money, but he will never cheat. How many people in the Tang Empire and the surrounding countries dare to cheat in front of him? Changcheng, do you see? Sometimes one can make money with confidence. Baigo had been in contact with Zhang Xiaobao for many years. He immediately thought of the future profits of Honglashui. It would definitely be many times more than what Xiao Bei paid. That was because the hibiscus garden was not open often, but the amusement park was always open. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao could make a lot of money from it, but he could not stop it. Not to mention him, even the people from the censorate could not say anything. Since Xiaobao said that he would give the money to his younger brothers and sisters, he would never ask for a single cent. Others could not attack Xiao Bei and the others. Although they were rich, as long as the people of the Tang Empire needed it, they could take it out immediately. After a slight estimation of the traffic of the merchandise distribution center, Baigo felt that the money invested by Xiao Bei and his 9 children could be earned back in 3 to 5 years. Compared with Xiao Bao's investment, the return on investment was still low. He decided to support him from the side. Master. Baigo's butler was different from Baigo. He was in contact with the bottom of the society, so he knew the development prospects of Honglashui amusement park better. He could not help but want to remind the master. Say it, Baigo asked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Master, this. The butler was hesitant. Baigo's face suddenly darkened. Chongqing, you just heard a lot of national policies. If it is spread out and delayed, your whole family will be annihilated. The butler immediately felt that his back was wet with sweat. The master's meaning was very clear. What he just heard was national policies. If it was leaked, his whole family would be annihilated. Now he was playing tricks in front of Zhang Xiaobao. What would Zhang Xiaobao think? Wang Wan said very cooperatively, "Grandpa Bai, if your butler does this again in the future, don't blame me for killing him. This time he is not sensible. You have to scold him more." Bai Go was relieved. He was really afraid that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not say anything. It was just a small matter. He was afraid that if they did not say anything, it would be called estrangement. If so, he would not have the face to live in Sanshui County. "Say it. Go back and get 10 whips." Bai Go scolded the butler. The butler knew that the master saved his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the yard. He was so scared that he cupped his hands. If it was not to protect the master's face, he would have knelt down. Of course, he did not know that if he really knelt down, he would be dead. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected Grandpa Bai. They would not allow Grandpa Bai's servant to lose face. "Master, they will make a lot of money. Maybe in less than a year, they can earn back more than 1,000,000 strings of coins. Don't you want to share?" The butler had to tell the truth. "Can they really make so much money?" "Xiaobao." Bai Go did not ask the butler. Instead, he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand at the butler, indicating that he would not pursue the matter. Then he said to Bai Go, "Grandpa Bai, what do you enjoy in Sanshui County?" "When others go there, they only know that between the clouds and the water is good, and that the pond between the clouds and the water is big. What about you?" "Me? Of course, the mountain is in the middle of the water. The best scenery is not between the clouds and the water, but Zhuangzi, the mountain behind the Zhang family and the Wang family, and the water surrounding the mountain. Also, the best place to comprehend is not the Jinjia Academy, but the children's school. What the academy has, the school must have. What the academy has, the school may not have. The sound of reading is definitely not comparable to the cheerful laughter of the children. I also know that the academy usually eats pork and chicken. The children of the Zhang family and the Wang family usually eat beef and mutton. But I eat pig stomach, chicken delicacies, lamb liver, beef bay, fish roe, fish float, and foie gras. Xiaobao, you're so considerate. It's all thanks to you that this old man is still alive. I didn't know where I lived at first, but after asking around, I found out that the temperature there was always 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Every day I had to drink a small bowl of fishy and fresh bone marrow combo porridge. Every day I am alive is because of you and Cuckoo. But what does this have to do with the Honglu Water Amusement Park? How can making money compare to between the clouds and the water? Bai Go was not stupid at all. He knew very well what kind of treatment he enjoyed. It could be said that it was meticulous. Therefore, he was biased toward Xiaobao and Cuckoo without any psychological burden. Wang Wan fed Bai Go a small cake and said, "Grandpa Bai, that's what you should do." In fact, Xiaobao means that once a businessman comes to Hongnong County and knows that there is a place like the hibiscus garden that only the emperor can enjoy, if the seller doesn't take the buyer to the amusement park, it can only mean that the buyer's status is too low. All businessmen who don't know how to behave have been eliminated. Those who stay will definitely take people to the amusement park. The amusement park is free, but the projects inside charge money. Who cares about that little money? Xiao Bao doesn't need to calculate this point. I can tell Grandpa by that after this winter, the distribution center will be built. From the beginning of spring to the middle of summer next year, we can earn more than 3 million strings of cash in 2 seasons. This is because there are only 2 places in the Tang Empire that have the same project. The amusement park is not only a place to relax, but also a place to show one's status. We won't run it independently, but we will raise the cost of the technical equipment and the land cost of the individual projects. Our publicity is that we can enjoy the life of an emperor through several journeys in the human world. Listening to Wang Wan's explanation, Baigo finally understood how the amusement park made money. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they could earn back their capital in 2 seasons. It was true. The hibiscus garden couldn't be opened often. People rarely saw what the emperor played. Cuckoo, according to what you said, there is a possibility of overdoing it, Baigo advised kindly. Yes, Grandpa Bai is right. That's why we want Xiao Bei and the others to discuss it with His Majesty. If His Majesty can say to Xiao Bei, you kids should take out the New Year's money you got from kowtowing and not get anything in return, then we'll accept it. In that case, we'll accept it. We'll immediately cancel the Honglashui amusement park. Wang Wan spread her hands. Master, the emperor can't say this, the butler reminded him. Nonsense, of course I know. How can His Majesty say that the country will be destroyed? When he said this, he didn't mention the people of Luzhou, the people of Yutufan, the people of Sanshui County, the reaction of Shuzhou, the indignation of Yizhou, and the entire northern part of Hebei province. How many people wouldn't be worried about the people in other places of the Tang Empire? Even the ministers would be bitterly disappointed. Xiao Bei and the others represented loyalty, faith, glory, courage, honesty, justice, sacrifice, and fairness, just like the knights in the story that Xiao Yuan repeated. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that Xiao Bei and the others were not adults, so other words such as cute, sensible, lively, smart, naughty, and so on should be added. How can His Majesty refuse? Do you think it's a joke to reduce the punishment by 3 grades and add punishment for every crime? You haven't seen what Hanyuan Palace is like. When others walk on both sides, Xiao Bei and the others jump in the middle and jump up. Baigo finally knew the plan of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Master, can't others walk in the middle? The butler didn't know anything else but this, so he asked curiously. No one has ever walked in the middle. There are no steps in the middle, and there are big pieces of land. How can one walk? When His Majesty goes to court, he will either appear at the back or at the front, and there will be people carrying the carriage. The people carrying the carriage also have to walk on both sides. The middle is carved, so who will walk in the middle? His Majesty doesn't summon people easily now, and when he does, he will use binoculars. From top to bottom, it is more than 100 meters away, and you can't see anything even if you raise your head. Do you think it's the story that Xiao Bei and the others told? When they say that His Majesty is at the top and asks the people below to raise their heads, His Majesty will be able to see their delicate features. Unless His Majesty is farsighted. His Majesty doesn't have that ability, so he uses binoculars. Xiao Bei and the others don't care about that. Sometimes they even run to the back. When His Majesty summons them, they are next to the dragon throne. How can you reason with them? Except for Zhang Zhong's scolding. The other officials are all silent. Baigo told the butler what happened in the court. The butler didn't know who Zhang Zhong was, so he asked, Master, what rank is Zhang Zhong? Is he so powerful? Is he more powerful than the legendary Master Gao? Zhang Zhong is the Minister of Works, and he is Xiao Bei's biological father. Master Gao? Gao Lisher is Xiao Bao's godfather, so he is his godfather. What can he say? Do you understand? If you offend Xiao Bao will reason with you. If you offend Xiao Bei, you can't say anything even if you are right. Bai Mao instructed his steward earnestly. Chapter 943. No wonder Lord Zhangzhong is Lord Zhang, Xiao Bei's biological father. No wonder he dares to scold Xiao Bei. The steward felt that it was a good thing that there was someone in the imperial court who could control Xiao Bei. It depends on what the matter is. If Xiao Bei is serious about something, she dares to go against her father. After quarreling in the imperial court, Xiao Bei will go home and hide before the court is dismissed. Haha. Baigo laughed heartily when talking about this. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and went to the kitchen to cook. After all, he couldn't let Baigo eat some snacks to fill his stomach. Wang Wan accompanied Baigo to the table and told him the importance of building a road to the 3 northeastern provinces. Oh, the northern part of Hebei province. She listed the mineral resources in the Northeast and talked about the characteristics of the Northeast land. She especially emphasized the benefits of planting potatoes brought back from outside in the black soil of the Commander-in-Chief's mansion in Bohai. She also mentioned the precious medicinal materials that liked cold weather, delicious birds and beasts, beautiful and practical animal fur. Of course, she didn't miss the important strategic locations. Oh, you mean if we move the heavy industry to the northern part of Hebei province and put the large docks around, Jili province can be connected with Tang province and Lai province in Hunan province. A large area in the middle can be used for naval training and formation before meeting the enemy. However, in the northern part of Hebei province, only your Jili province has some people. The other places are uninhabited or sparsely populated. Who will occupy those places when attacking the Tang Empire? What's more, except for our Tang Empire, I haven't heard of any gunboats in other places. Although Bai Go's thinking was more advanced, he didn't think of the same thing as Wang Wan. He had many doubts. Wang Wan heard Bai Go say that the 3 northeastern provinces were not important. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. She looked at the map and pondered for a while. Then she said, "Grandpa Bai, do you think it's easy for Xiao Bao and me to clean up the northern part of Hebei province?" Bai Go nodded. That was exactly what he meant. It did not take much effort. There were a few small skirmishes, and they only used the gunships once. Even if they did not use the gunships, it would not have been a big deal. "Grandpa Bai, that's because Shandong, the Hunan circuit, is in the hands of our great Tang. Otherwise, even if Xiao Bao and I mobilized our elite soldiers, we wouldn't have been able to attack them. Once they had a ship like ours, or even a smaller one, it would have been connected to the Hunan circuit's Dangzhou. I can only lead my troops to attack Tang province first. Tang province is not in my hands, so I definitely don't dare to attack that place. Unless they don't resist, hiding millions of soldiers in the vast mountains to the north is like child's play. Back then, I led the soldiers of Yi province. Why? Why didn't I bring the soldiers from Jiangnan without Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers? Because I'm afraid that they will hide. If they hide until winter, the soldiers of Yi province can still resist the cold." Wang Wan was not from the northeast. To be precise, she was not a pure northeasterner. She was originally from Beijing. The climate was the same as the northeast, and the area was close to Hebei. However, she knew the importance of the 3 provinces in the northeast. Otherwise, how did the capital of Beijing come to be? Who built Shanghai Pass 4? The 2 capitals were unparalleled, and the first pass of the Great Wall was just a joke. Bai Go lowered his head and pondered. His steward was at a loss. He did not know what the northern part of Hebei province looked like. He only knew that the ginseng there was good, especially when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were there. They sent a lot of ginseng to the old master. There was also kanbu which could be planted. There were also pearls, fungus, and so on. According to the old master, ginseng was also planted near Jili province. For the magical Zhang family and Wang family, it seemed that there was nothing they could not plant. Maybe one day they would be able to plant millions of soldiers. After pondering for a while, Bai Go said, "It's indeed not easy to fight. Otherwise, it would have been directly under our control. Why would we build so many protectorates? You and Xiao Bao have been troubled. Grandpa Bai, you finally speak the truth. Xiao Bao, add 1 more dish for Grandpa Bai. Add 2 more. Add 1 more dish to scold people." Wang Wan pretended to be moved and shouted to the kitchen. Bai Go said again, "Cuckoo, I see that you and Xiao Bao went there very easily. Didn't you go there to make money by planting kanbu?" "Humph! If Xiao Bao wanted to make money, why would he go to Jili province? Jiangnan province, Huainan province, Shannonese province, and Lingnan province. Which one can't he plant kanbu?" Xiao Bao and I felt uncomfortable because there was an important place with a small population that was not under the control of the Tang Empire. Don't doubt the importance of the north of Hebei province. If Xiao Bao and I want to rebel, we will definitely choose to do it in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Give Xiao Bao 1,000,000 people. Give me 100,000 elite soldiers, and let the imperial court gather all the soldiers of the Tang Empire to fight. Let's see if we can take it down. When summer comes to attack, I will fight if I can. If I can't, I will retreat to the north. When winter comes, I will fight back. This winter, I will take you there for a walk and let you see what the elite soldiers are like in the snow. Wang Wan had heard the story told by her grandfather. Her grandfather said that her grandfather's grandfather was in the Northeast. The Japanese immigrants were often bullied by the local landlords. The 3 provinces in the Northeast held back a lot of Japanese forces. That was because the warlords didn't see the situation clearly and adopted a passive strategy. Every time she thought of the story and read the real historical information, Wang Wan would sigh. The North military camp, as long as they fought back, could form a crossfire net at any time. They didn't need to prepare during the day. Even if they were attacked at night, they could get up and quickly form a firepower position. Not to mention people. Even tanks would be trapped. Even if they lost in the end, they could eliminate the living force of the old nose. What kind of soldiers were they? They were the direct subordinates brought out by Zhang, just like the strong protection team in her family, who dared to say that they could easily attack the position defended by the protection team according to the terrain and firepower deployment. Bai Go didn't know that Wang Wan thought of the history. Seeing Wang Wan's sad face, he thought that he didn't trust Wang Wan and his words and made her sad. Then he said, "Cuckoo, what did the commander of your army look like?" "What? Nothing. It's just the Xiong army given by the emperor." "Oh, it's the soldiers of the Jiangnan and western provinces. Now they have begun to adapt to the climate." Wang Wan calmed down and said with a gesture, "I'm talking about the winter clothes." Bai Go knew that His Majesty gave Xiao Bao and Cuckoo the soldiers. The reason why he gave them soldiers they were not familiar with was that he was afraid that they would dominate. Speaking of clothes, Wang Wan smiled. "If you go there, you will be scared. In summer, they wear the normal gray-green camouflage clothes. In winter, humph. After it snows in winter, they wear white skis decked down, a white cloak, a snow hat, and a pair of snow glasses. The gloves have 3 parts, one for the thumb, one for the index finger, and the other 3 fingers together to make it convenient to shoot. Everyone carries a simple medical kit, a flat bottle of strong liquor, a multifunctional white military shovel, and a pack of spicy jerky. Grandpa Bai, I let the Tang Empire choose any general to fight with me after it snows in winter. With 10,000 soldiers, I can easily defeat 100,000 of them. I participated in 3 maneuvers there. At that time, I thought about how to fight many times. Anyway, it's very powerful." As Wang Wan spoke, her words slipped out of her mouth, and she hurriedly corrected her. Bai Go didn't think too much about it. He thought about what Wang Wan had said about the soldiers' equipment. He thought that in the snow they would be dressed in white from top to bottom, which should be useful for hiding. As for what Wang Wan had said about 10,000 against 100,000, he still didn't quite believe it. The premise was that the one commanding the 10,000 was not Wang Wan. If it was Wang Wan, there was a high possibility of winning against 100,000 people in any place. "Cuckoo, you are too modest. If you have enough space, I also believe that you can win if you fight against 200,000 with 10,000. Bai Go commented, "Grandpa Bai, you don't understand what I mean. Even if it's not me, Xiao Bao can also win if he commands. You don't understand the cruelty of the forest and snowfield. For people who are not used to the environment, it's good enough that they can still breathe after entering." Wang Wan could not use words to describe the weather in the Northeast, especially after passing Liaoning and heading north. It was bone-chilling and the wind was like a knife. Droplets of water would turn into ice. The Xiang soldiers, sent by Li Longji, were all men. In the first winter, how many of them cried from the cold? Their hands and faces would be covered with cuts and blackened by the wind. In the middle of the cuts, there would be fresh, red flesh. That was Jili province, which was Dalian. It was warmer and close to the sea. Let's try heading north. Bai Go heard Wang Wan's words and did not dare to make a conclusion. Is it really that cold? You can go and take a look during winter. I will prepare some protective measures for you and let you experience the feeling of snow in the north. When Wang Wan thought of standing under the snow without any protective measures, she could not help but shiver. Only a group of heartless children like Xiao Bei would be able to make a snowman even when their hands were red from the cold. Bai Go had never experienced such a degree of coldness. He gave himself courage and said, "Okay, I will leave my 50 kilograms to you. If I freeze to death, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life." "Oh, who dares to freeze our Grandpa Bai to death? I will be the first to not let him off. Grandpa Bai, the dishes are here." Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen with a big tray and said with a smile. There were 5 dishes on the tray. There was no soup because there was a northeast pig slaughtered dish in the middle. There was soup, pickled vegetables, white meat, blood sausage, vermicelli, and a smashed hind leg bone. There was also a small bowl of garlic sauce on the side. The other 4 dishes were stewed meat, steamed pork knuckle with chopped green onions, potato braised eggplant, and braised chicken nuggets with mushrooms. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to stew chicken and mushrooms, but he thought it would take too long. The 5 dishes were all typical Northeast dishes. Zhang Xiaobao actually planned to make them even more shabby. For example, he would change the pork knuckle into sliced salted duck eggs, change the chicken and mushrooms into egg and onion pancakes, change the stewed meat into stewed vegetables, make the potato braised eggplant into eggplant with chopped green onions, and make the pig slaughtered dish into stewed pickled vegetables. In the end, he was too embarrassed to do so and had to serve them as planned. When Wang Wan saw the dishes, she immediately recognized which cuisine they belonged to. It was not winter yet, so the taste and feeling of eating Northeast dishes was not so good. She glanced at the 5 dishes and asked, "5 dishes? There's also a spicy stir-fried intestine. I can only stir-fry it after boiling water and blanching the intestines. My speed is already fast enough. I turned on 4 stoves at the same time, so the pig slaughtered dish and pork knuckle took more time. The water for blanching the intestines hasn't been boiled yet. I'm afraid that Grandpa Bai will be anxious from waiting," Zhang Xiaobao explained. "All right, go back quickly. It's not easy for Grandpa Bai to come here. Even if it's a simple meal, it can't be too shabby. Grandpa Bai, I'm sorry. Xiao Bao's hands are really not fast enough." Wang Wan chased Zhang Xiaobao back and said modestly to Bai Go. Bai Go did not move his chopsticks. He waited for the wine to be warmed at the side. At the same time, he was also waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish the last dish so that they could eat together. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he said to his housekeeper, "Did you see that? The dishes are slow." After returning to the residence, tell the chefs that they don't need to make 5 dishes in that short amount of time. If they can make 4 dishes in front of them, I'll consider them doing their job well. Don't learn from Xiao Bao and waste time cooking. Master, if we really do that, we won't have any chefs in our residence. Master, I understand. No wonder you said that Her Majesty is willing to eat the dishes cooked by Jidushi Zhang. How fast does he have to be to manage 4 stoves at the same time? Other than using a spoon, he also has to use a knife to cut, right? To be honest, if I had the money to invite Jidushi Zhang to cook, I would be willing to pay 100 strings of cash just by looking at his knife skills. The housekeeper was deeply shocked. While he was speaking, 5 dishes were already out. Wouldn't the knife be flying? Bai Go chuckled and said, 100 strings of cash? Is Xiao Bao so worthless? Do you know how much money he earns when he cooks a dish? What's that saying again? Oh, it's in minutes. Tens of thousands of strings of cash. Do you think anyone can eat the dishes cooked by Xiao Bao? Have a seat. I don't know when I'll be able to eat them again. Thank you, Master. The housekeeper hurriedly found a seat at the end of the table and sat down. To be able to eat a bite of Zhang Xiaobao's dishes, regardless of the taste, just based on his status. He would gain face if word got out. Just as the housekeeper sat down, the fragrance of the hot wine wafted up. Zhang Xiaobao came back from the back with a plate in his hands. "Grandpa Bai, don't say that. It's just a dish. It doesn't matter who cooks it. Xiao Bei can make dolls with his friends in Old Willow Village. Can't I cook a few dishes with the commoners? The weight of one's status has nothing to do with being reserved. It's not difficult to eat the food I cook. Yesterday I stood on the street and roasted more than 60 caddies of meat skewers. I didn't even get a single copper coin. You have the nerve to say that. I helped you roast the meat skewers. My hands are swollen. How can you manage a grill that's 10 feet long? You roast big skewers. 1 caddy of meat is 20 skewers. You roast 7 to 8 caddies of meat at once. I have to bring 6 maidservants with me. How tired am I?" Wang Wan complained. She even opened her hands for Bai Go to see. "Next time, let's roast properly before we roast the meat. Madam, do you find that they enjoy the food?" Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. "I also enjoy the food. It tastes cheap. It's free," Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "This shows that the commoners' lives are not easy. Rich people will not take advantage of this. One person can only eat 1 skewer, and they have to line up. Is it easy?" "Xiaobao, pour the wine. I will also eat meat skewers tomorrow afternoon. Find a place and accompany me to fish and roast the meat." Bai Go had not moved his chopsticks. The master did not even serve the wine. How could he eat the food? Zhang Xiaobao obeyed and poured the wine. He held it up and gave Bai Go his blessings. Then he filled Bai Go's chopsticks with food. Only then did Bai Go start eating. Early the next morning, Bai Go called Zhang Xiaobao and asked him to find a place to fish. He also brought the meat skewers that he had asked his men to roast for lunch. Looking at the color of the meat skewers, Bai Go was puzzled. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "There is no mutton or beef?" "The mutton is not here yet. We have beef, but we don't dare to eat it. The commoners are waiting for the compensation. Do you want to eat beef?" Zhang Xiaobao explained. "No, I am afraid of being scolded behind my back. Other than transporting livestock and poultry, you also have to send food to the commoners. It's really not easy." Bai Go is just asking. He basically listened to Zhang Xiaobao when he came here. He believed that Xiaobao would adjust his diet. Zhang Xiaobao carried his fishing gear and headed towards one of the water bubbles. That place should be able to hold some fish when the flood hits. When he heard Bai Go's question, he replied, "There is no need to prepare food for them. Humans cannot eat the food inside, but the livestock can eat it. I only need to hand over the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese to the commoners. Even if the commoners have to wade through the mud, they will still collect enough food for their livestock and poultry. I know, with livestock, the commoners would rather be frugal and feed them well. Many commoners couldn't afford cows and sheep in the past, so they would buy pigs. They would add a cover on top of the pig, and that would be their home. Only with a pig can there be a home. If I don't represent the imperial court to compensate them, they will not be able to have a stable winter, especially those who raise cows. They basically raise the cows as their children, so I don't dare to kill the cows. In a few days I will find local laborers to work and pay them. As for the old people and women who can't work, they will find ways to collect food for their livestock and poultry in the flood. I will give them some hope this year. Next autumn, there will be a bumper harvest. The rent that they should pay will not be less, so the incompetent officials should get out as soon as possible." Bai Go continued, "Grandpa Bai, you know how to live. I admire you," Zhang Xiaobao praised. "Then, when the people from Jinjia Academy come to be officials, no one can stop them, right?" "I don't know if they can stop them. I only know that when the people from the academy come, I will skin them alive if they don't manage the place well. I have told them this before the imperial examination, since they have acknowledged themselves as Jinjia Academy. Don't make a fool of yourself if you can't be one." The mediocre ones should get out of the way, and the capable ones should stay in the middle. Zhang Xiaobao said very impolitely. Chapter 944. Xiaobei's ingredients were not delivered from Chang, and there was not enough time, nor were they delivered from Luoyang. Xiaobei had transferred them from Shanzhou. Shanzhou was next to Guizhou, which was also Hongnom's capital. Compared to Hongnom, which had a river that entered the Yellow River, Shanzhou was located beside the Yellow River. Between the clouds and the water and Beihai Silver Sand restaurant faced each other. There was no shortage of ingredients inside. Even if they had to provide food for Hongnom, they did not need the restaurant's high-end ingredients. Xiaobei sent an order through the radio. Yesterday afternoon, the 2 restaurants in Shanzhou sent people to deliver the ingredients to Old Willow Village at the fastest speed. The ingredients arrived early this morning, followed by a few sous chefs who were tired from riding horses. The head chef did not come and had to stay in the restaurant. The children did not know that the ingredients were not easy to come by. They had almost emptied the 2 restaurants' reserves, and the 2 restaurants had to apply for more from other places. The children only knew that Xiaobei was very loyal. If she said that she would treat them to a meal, they would be able to eat immediately. Let the chefs rest first. There are many people, so we can only eat at night. Let's eat at noon. Xiaohai saw that her sister wanted to arrange lunch for the children, so she stopped her. Yes, it's tiring to come all the way here. Let's rest first. We'll deal with it ourselves at noon. Xiaobei hurriedly ordered the servants to make arrangements. She even patted the belly of a big-bellied sous chef. You must have eaten a lot. Xiaobei is wise, the sous chef readily admitted. Who didn't eat secretly when they were chefs? When a master taught his disciple, he would specially set aside a dish for his disciple to taste. Xiaobei revealed an "I'm very awesome" expression and turned to help move the goods. Some of the goods were fresh, such as specially fed pigs, reared pufferfish with low levels of poison, fat autumn crabs, and hazel grouse used to make soup. They were also flying dragons that were transported from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The children also came forward to take a look. They had not seen many of them, so most of them could not recognize what they were. A child asked Xiaobei, "Sister Xiaobei, what's that shrunk into a ball?" "Let me see. It's called a sea cucumber head. It's dry. It's from last year or the year before that. The new sea cucumber head this year doesn't taste good." Xiaobei had eaten a lot of good food, so she recognized it at a glance. "Little sister Xiaobei, what is this?" Another child asked. Xiaobei leaned over to take a look. "The abalones that I said I would treat you guys to are not easy to deal with. Looking at the size, there should be 6-headed abalones, and there are only 20 of them. The rest are abalones with more than 10 heads. How are we going to split them?" "Xiaobei, why is there a cut on the abalone?" "It's convenient to dry. The 6-headed abalone I'm talking about is 6 abalones per caddy after drying. 6 fresh abalones per caddy is not worth much." "Xiaobei, are those big pieces of beef?" "Let me see. Oh, it's roe deer meat. It's used to stew the hazel mushrooms. The hazel mushrooms have been marinated, and the one beside it is shark's fin. I don't know what kind of shark's fin it is, but it's not the heavenly 9 fins. "Xiaobei, they're toads with red bellies. My brother calls it forest frog. The most delicious part is the toad oil. It's probably braised or steamed. It doesn't taste good when fried. The crabs are so big. I heard that the crabs in Lake Tai are delicious. Are they from there?" "No, the crabs in Lake Tai are in a row of wooden basins next to it. There aren't many of them. What you're looking at are big sea crabs. They're not worth much. My family raises them. I wanted to bring some drunk crabs over, but there are too few drunk crabs in the restaurant. My brother doesn't want us kids to eat too many crabs." Xiaobei, I know this. It's called kanbu. Grandpa Muramesa bought it before. It's very expensive. It's used to make prescriptions. It won't be expensive in the future. When our village makes money, I'll go to Jili province to buy it. The cost of breeding and transportation is covered. But you're not allowed to sell it. You can only eat it yourself. Xiao Bei was surrounded by people and kept asking questions. Even so, she was not stumped. She could name every dish and even a few recipes. She must have eaten it often. The children looked at Xiao Bei with even more admiration. Sister, Xiao Bei, does the current emperor really eat these? A child looked in the direction of Chang and asked uncertainly. Xiao Bei nodded twice. It's true. The difference is that the person who cooks it is not the sous chef I transferred. It's the imperial chef from the palace. Then the emperor must be eating the best, right? No, I'm the one who eats the best. The imperial kitchen doesn't have as many dishes as my family's restaurant. I mainly have a good brother. Uncle Emperor wants to eat the dishes made by my brother, so he has to find my brother. I'm with my brother every day, and my brother is always trying his best to cook good food for us. Every few days, my brother will take out a new dish for us to eat first. When we're done eating, he will send it to the palace and the restaurant. There are also a lot of expensive snacks. My brother doesn't let the emperor know. Xiao Bei said proudly. The children were full of envy. It was good to have a capable brother who spoiled them. When Xiao Bei showed her skills and the children were looking forward to eating delicious food at night, a group of people appeared at the opposite end of the iron chain bridge in Old Willow Village. Compared to the Japanese Shuichiro Watanabe, who had directly crossed the bridge, the other side seemed to be very honest. Not only were there people, there were also carriages with horses and donkeys. The group stopped there. A round-faced man in brocade walked out of the crowd. He did not dare to cross the bridge directly, so he stood at the end of the bridge and shouted, "Is that Zhang Xiaobei, Lord Zhang Xingzai? Are all the children of Hongnong County here?" "Who are you?" the guard on this side of the bridge asked with a gun. Great Tang people don't shoot." The voice from the other side was obviously frightened. "Identity." The guard was unmoved and continued to ask. "Shanzhou, Zhou City, Linhe Street, Yu Ichio, the head of Yu's Qingmiao Trading Company." The other side immediately replied. "What are you doing here?" The guard asked again. "Sending cucumbers, garlic sprouts, spinach and cabbage, plus a batch of literature and ink products." The other side answered. "Come here yourself." The guard was still vigilant. Okay. The person on the other side walked towards the bridge by himself. A gust of wind blew, and he was fat, so the bridge shook. He was so scared that he squatted down and used his hands to support the bridge, giving people a feeling of being blown by the wind and rain. With great difficulty, the self-proclaimed Yu Ichio climbed over the bridge. He put his hands on the bridge pier and gasped for breath. His face was pale with fright. One of the guards at the end of the bridge leaned over. His voice was not as strict as before. "We need to search him first." Understood. "Search, I understand. Our Xiao Bei is precious. We can't be careless. If someone really wants to harm Xiao Bei, I will be the first to disagree." Yu Ichio was very easy to talk to. He raised his arm and stood there motionless, waiting to be searched. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and let them check if there was anything in his mouth. The guard was very serious. He pulled out a stack of papers from the cloth at Yu Ichio's waist. He opened it and looked at it carefully. It was a copy of the Yu family's Qingmiao Trading Company. It even had the seal of Shan Province. It seemed like the business was not small. Otherwise, it would only have the seal of the county. "Brother, there is more. It is between the second and third paper." Yu Ichio did not forget to remind. The guard followed his instructions and turned it over. Inside was a piece of hard paper with oil prints. The picture was of a rising sun shining down from between two white clouds. Below it was a field with rice seedlings planted in the field. Each seedling had a small face. Looking at it from the side, there were 3 kinds of light seals that were constantly changing colors. There were 2 words written on it, "Morning Sun." There was also a portrait of Yu Ichio. It was very realistic. There was a steel seal at the bottom right corner. Boss you, please wait for a moment. I will go and report to Xiao Bei. The guard's attitude changed. His tone was not so stiff, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. Of course, of course. I am not in a hurry. The vegetables are covered tightly. The weather is not cold. I won't freeze. Yu Ichio felt honored that the guard's attitude had changed. When the guard arrived in front of Xiao Bei and the group of children had already stopped talking. They were looking towards the bridge. Who? When the guard came closer, Xiao Bei asked curiously. Shan Province, State City, Linhe Street. The boss of Yu family's Qing Miao Trading Company, Yu Ichio. He said that he brought vegetables and a batch of stationery. In addition to the state government seal, there is also a ticket to participate in the Morning Sun operation. It has been checked. It is real. The guard did not speak nonsense and reported concisely. Xiao Bei was very surprised, then let him come over. Oh, don't come over first. First, send a message to Shan Province. Verify. Since it is a merchant from the Morning Sun operation, I want to talk to him at close range. Yes. The guard accepted the order and went to the bridge. He began to gossip with Yu Ichio, but did not let him come over. Someone else sent a message to Shan Province. Shan Province's response was very fast. They confirmed the message and described Yu Ichio's appearance. Okay, go over. Try not to move your hands and feet too much. Otherwise, the guard moved aside and warned Yu Ichio. I understand. Otherwise, if there is a misunderstanding, I will kill you on the spot. Thank you. This is worth it. I can finally see Xiao Bei's appearance with my own eyes. Yu Ichio added with a flattering smile on his chubby face. The so-called close range was different from Shuichiro Watanabe. There was no restriction of 10 steps, and there was no need to kneel. Xiao Bei also did not change his official uniform. Yu Ichio walked in front of Xiao Bei and stopped 2 steps away. He put his hands behind his back and smiled even more sweetly. It wasn't easy for a man to smile like this. Xiao Bei also smiled, but his smile was more beautiful than Yu Ichio's. Hello, boss Yu. You are a merchant from Chirian operation, right? Yes. Xiao Bei, you are really beautiful. My granddaughter is 1 year old this year. In the future, she will be half as beautiful as you. I am satisfied. I brought a lot of vegetables. I heard that there are a lot of children here, so we can't lack vegetables. They are all covered with cotton quilts. Not even a single garlic sprout will be damaged. Yu Ichio held his stomach and said with a smile. Xiao Bei also smiled and nodded. He suddenly asked, Can you tell me, how did you know I was here? The surrounding children nodded and agreed with Xiao Bei's question. Yu Ichio took a step back. Because Xiao Bei's words were full of suspicion, he had to avoid suspicion. I often go to Blue Sea Silver Sand, and I am familiar with the shop assistant on the 3rd floor. Yesterday afternoon, Blue Sea Silver Sand suddenly gathered a lot of things and left. Between the clouds and the water on the opposite side. That is all your business. I was just about to eat, so I was puzzled. What happened? I casually found a reason with the merchants I invited. I came out and asked Xiao Fan. He said that you were nearby and needed ingredients to cook. There were also a lot of Hong Nong's children. I know about Hong Nong's matter. Half of my officials in Shanzhou were arrested. Hong Nong's Chaoyang operation merchants must have suffered a heavy loss. I thought Shanzhou's children are children. Hong Nong's children are also children, right? In autumn, there is still a lot of money left in the family. In addition, there are a lot of vegetables. The vegetables in the merchants can't be sold at a good price. It is considered off-season. Last time, your brother made a lot of garlic sprout, and now it has become a signature dish. I thought, since there are a lot of vegetables in the family, I will send some. I told Xiao Fan that I will send the vegetables in the family to you. In the end, Xiao Fan did not agree. He said that he was afraid that I would poison it. I am wronged. Even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare to poison you. Even if I did, you can't detect it? Who doesn't know that your family is the best, right? I think it is not easy for Xiao Fan. Fine, I will send it myself. I asked my younger brother to answer the merchants. I went back home to pack up and formed a team. I came with your team. On the way, when we passed by the province's Babao Zhai, I wanted to ask Old Chin to accompany us. His family is also involved in the Chaiyang operation. Guess what? Old Chen is sick. He is on a drip in the clinic. I thought about it. No, I couldn't force him to come here. What if he died on the way? I comforted him and wanted to leave, but he stopped me and asked me to go to his son and bring him some stationery. It would be perfect for the children to study. Look, I've wasted some time and walked slower than your group. I've only just arrived. I'm in the first group. I know Old Chen's mouth. He's a loose cannon. I reckon that the others will all know about it soon. The people who will deliver the other gifts will also arrive one after another. That's all. I came here personally to ask the children what vegetables they want to eat. I have a lot at home. I will ask someone to send them to the village later. It is the off-season. Food is cheap in the off-season. If the children eat well, I will accumulate good karma for my family. Yu Yi begged Luo Luo to say a lot of things, but the meaning was clearly expressed. He also forgot what the guard said just now. When he spoke, he gesticulated with his hands and feet. Following his movements, his fat body shook back and forth, and it was quite rhythmic. His smile was still flattering, but Xiao Bei's smile changed. It became more sincere and sweet. He tilted his head and listened to him. He asked, Uncle Yu, why don't you make more sauerkraut while there's a lot of cabbage? There are also garlic sprouts. They grow slowly in winter. You can make them into canned food. I want to. Last year I made sauerkraut, but it always turned bad. I don't know how to make canned food. Not everyone can learn how to make it. Speaking of this, I regret it. I thought that it would not make money, so I did not participate. No matter, my family's vegetables are selling well in winter. I bought a lot of land to make greenhouses. Now the cost of greenhouses is lower. I have many cucumbers and spinach. They can be sold for a lot of money in winter. Yu Ichio's regretful expression disappeared. He seemed to be a cheerful person. Otherwise, he would not be so generous and fat. Then what do you do after you earn so much money? Xiao Bei did not understand what she could do with a lot of money. She was confused about her family's money. She was not confused about the million strings of coins she spent. She was a little sad and a little sweet. But if it was 100 million strings of coins, she would not spend it. She only knew that money was important, but she did not understand how important it was. Give her 10 million strings of coins, and she felt that she could do everything. Yu Ichio rubbed his stomach and laughed. When I have money, I will open shops in other places and earn more money. Then I will participate in more Chaiyang activities. In addition to a 1-year-old granddaughter, I also have a grandson who is not even a month old, my eldest grandson and my eldest grandson. After I earn more, I will leave it to them. When my granddaughter and grandson are older, they will go to school. The teachers there will treat them well. Even if they are stupid, they will teach them well so that they will not be bullied. When others talk about them, they will get this. Yu Ichio gave him a thumbs up. Just like you, Xiao Bei. Wherever you go, who dares to look down on you? You are a good child, but your identity has nothing to do with you. It was created by your brothers and sisters. Now I will do it for my juniors. Xiao Bei nodded in agreement. She was still very reasonable. She said, Uncle Yu, your money is clean, and you are willing to take it out to help others. You are a good person. To be honest, I don't want to earn clean money. In the beginning, I also wanted to cheat people, but I was afraid of your brother. My family's business is big. If I really want to cheat people, it will not be small. It will be easy to be targeted by your brother. The officials are afraid of you because the 9 of you are righteous. In fact, The officials are afraid of your older brother and sister. The merchants are more afraid of your older brother than the officials. If you find fault with the officials, there is still a place to reason with. If the merchants cross your older brother's bottom line, losing all of their family fortune is a light punishment. Let me tell you, you might not understand, but if your elder brother wants my company to donate all of our vegetables, I must give your elder brother a definite reply within half an hour. I don't dare to delay until noon. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Your family's medical school has a saying among the people. If the king of hell wants people to die at midnight, if I say 5, it will be 5. The merchants also have a saying to your brother. If the judge writes a ghost, there will be no soul in Xiaobao. People who do business hope to be remembered by your brother because they are righteous. There are also people who are afraid of being seen by your brother because they are crooked. Yu Yiqiu continued to display his talkative ability and told Xiaobei the truth. Then what about you? Xiaobei laughed and asked. I dared to come today because I am not afraid of being remembered by your brother. In fact, I hope that your brother will remember me as firmly as possible. Yu Yiqiu patted his trembling chest. Xiaobei also made a few gestures on his body and found that he could not tremble. He shyly said, Okay, I will tell my brother that there is such a person who sells vegetables. His name is Yu Yiqiu. I don't know whether he is good or bad. I only know that he at least acts like he should. Thank you, thank you. Xiaobei, I will definitely act well. Thank you. Yu Yiqiu was at a loss. You are welcome. As long as there are not many rotten vegetables in your vegetables, I will recognize you. Do you know why your pickled vegetables always rot? Xiaobei blinked his eyes and asked. Yu Yiqiu shook his head. I don't know. If I know, it will not rot. In fact, it is very simple. The jar that you use to pickle the pickled vegetables first needs to be boiled with boiling water. The cabbage that you choose cannot be rotten. The salt that you use needs to be boiled with boiling water. Then, add a lid to cool it down. After the cabbage is put in, don't let it come into contact with the air. The stone used to press the jar needs to be fine. Also, it needs to be brushed with boiling water. When you are pickling the pickled vegetables, you need to scoop out the bubbles and foam as early as possible. The room should not be too hot. If you find a bit of a stench, immediately change the jar and add some wine. I am not clear about the technology of making canned food. Next time you come, I will tell you. Okay, it is not easy for you to come here. Stay for dinner tonight. Xiaobei told Yu Yiqiu the secret of pickled vegetables and made his own judgment. He asked Yu Yiqiu to stay for dinner. Yu Yiqiu's eyes widened. He took a deep breath and tried hard to recall what Xiaobei had said as if it was a joke. He believed that Xiaobei would never lie to him. The canning technology could be obtained later, and the pickling method could not be wrong, because Xiaobei did not need to lie to him. Hearing Xiaobei invite him to eat together, he said with some uncertainty, There is no need for dinner, right? I can find a place to eat by myself. Then it's decided. Uncle Yu, you go rest first. Someone come. Take Uncle Yu to a comfortable place. Xiaobei decided. Yu Yiqiu left. The vegetables he brought were also transported to Willow Village. Someone made a rough estimate. Yu Yiqiu brought at least 50,000 jin of vegetables, not to mention the price of the vegetables. Just the transportation cost was not small. There was also that sick old Qin. His stationery was also very timely. Xiaobei had people send electricity to Shanzhou, so that the medical center there would be better for old Chen and waive his fees. Of course, old Chen would not care about the medical fees, but Xiaobei had to show his attitude. Xiaobei and the others were often with their brothers and sisters. Otherwise, they would not know how to do things like this. Even if he was a prince, sometimes he could not know his place. Following that, just as Yu Yiqiu said, all kinds of goods were sent by the merchants of Shanzhou. Various sizes of clothing, meat, firewood, utensils were sent to Old Willow Village by horse carriage or donkey cart. Every merchant took out the invitation card for the Chaoyang operation. The merchants who did not have the invitation card were too embarrassed to come and deliver things. This was because Xiao Bei had sent a message to the merchants of Shan, Zhou, through the radio. The merchants who did not participate in the Chaoyang operation would not receive their goods for the time being. There was limited manpower, so they could not carry out a thorough investigation. The merchants understood. Xiao Bei meant that the merchants who were afraid of spending money and did not take out money to participate in the Chaoyang operation were not qualified to see Xiao Bei this time. Xiao Bei did not trust them. In an instant, the merchants in Shanzhou discovered that a single invitation could actually become a golden signboard. Lil Bei was giving you face by accepting your goods. Because the Zhang and Wang families didn't lack these things, no one forced you to send them. However, Lil Bei would have people record the names of the merchants who sent them. Zhang Xiaobao found a place to fish and began to hang the bait. He still did not know what his sister was doing. If he knew, he would sigh. This era was really good. The merchants did not dare to interfere with the government. They knew their place. Bai Go was as leisurely as usual. He followed the rod, put the bait, shook the float, and then waited for a fish to bite the hook. Zhang Xiaobao accompanied by his side. His face was also indifferent. He knew that he could not show his fear. Grandpa Bai was not here to fish. How many times had he experienced the same scene since he was young? It was not easy to fish with Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai came all the way here. How could it be as simple as catching a few fish? It was time for a battle of wits and courage. Bai Go's luck was not bad. The float moved. He shook the rod, and a 3-inch long grass carp came up. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about whether his float moved or not. He took a deep breath. He knew that the business was coming. He smiled and said, Grandpa Bai's prestige is still the same as before. Good method. Ha! Bai Go picked the fish and put it in the net. He smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, what do you think this fish is? It's coming. Zhang Xiaobao thought. He tried to guess what Grandpa Bai was going to say. He said, grass carp. I'll fry it for you later. Do you want to make soup? What do you think? No hurry. It's just one. Bai Go put the bait again and threw it into the water. Well, I'm not in a hurry. What can I do? Do you think I'm scared? Zhang Xiaobao smiled reservedly. His eyes swept across the water and the sky. The float in front of him suddenly moved. Zhang Xiaobao nimbly lifted the rod. It was still a grass carp. By rough estimation, it was half an inch longer than Bai Go's. It was hard to tell how wide it was. He took it down and put it in the net. He adjusted the fishing line, put the bait again, and threw it into the water. Xiaobao, are you a grass carp too? Bai Go asked knowingly. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if nothing had happened. Yes, maybe there are many grass carps here. It's normal. Bai Go smacked his lips and said in puzzlement, Xiaobao, why do I see that the fish we catch are all small? Is it? I don't think it's small. How big can a grass carp be? It's just a bubble. It's not a big river. Zhang Xiaobao's mind turned quickly. He wanted to avoid the topic. You mean it's not small? Bai Go was surprised. It's over. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this question, he immediately regretted. It was the same word that Grandpa Bai used to describe him. It was impossible to guard against it. Indeed, old people were shrewd. Xiaobao, is it a yes or no? Bai Go asked. Zhang Xiaobao was using his hand to grab a blade of grass beside him. Odd numbers meant yes, even numbers meant no. Yes, no, yes, no. When he grabbed the last leaf, it was yes. He then replied, What Grandpa Bai said makes sense. It's not small at all. Xiaobao, in your opinion, is a grass carp not small? Is it young or old? Bai Go did not see the blade of grass that Zhang Xiaobao had pulled and continued to ask. Ah, Grandpa Bai, I was in a daze just now. What I meant was that the grass carp is still young. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had made a mistake in his judgment. Grass carps were not accurate. He quickly denied. Oh, I understand. Xiao Bao, you have been too busy recently. You are always in a daze. You mean that it's young, right? Am I right? Bai Go followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked again. Zhang Xiaobao touched the blade of grass that was pulled and wanted to cry. There was only one blade of grass beside him, and all the leaves were gone. If he had known earlier, he would have pulled half of it. He nodded and admitted. Grandpa Bai, you are right. It's small. It's really small. When Zhang Xiaobao was replying, he really wanted to change the topic. For example, the futures that the Japanese had created, or the prototype of warrants. He believed that he could definitely fool Grandpa Bai, as if it was a game. But now, that had nothing to do with it. Now he was fishing. Bai Go suddenly showed a pained expression. He frowned and said, Xiao Bao, look, you also admitted that the fish you caught are small. It's not too small. It's edible. I will wrap it with noodles and fry it. It tastes good. Grandpa Bai, have you eaten cumin steamed fish before? Zhang Xiaobao tried his best to change the topic. At this time, Bai Go lifted the rod again. It was still a grass carp, and it was only 2 inches long. He also kept it. As he was baiting, he turned his head and asked, No. Tell me, what kind of fish do you want to make? Do you have any requirements for the size of the fish? No. Zhang Xiaobao answered against his will. Okay, that's good. I am afraid that the big fish will be treated differently from the small fish. Tell me, if the fish were human, according to your cooking method, would it be eaten by both young and old? Bai Go did not intend to change the topic at all. He followed whatever Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was really here to fish and relax. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was facing a formidable enemy. He knew that the only explanation for Grandpa Bai to do this was that the topic was still within Grandpa Bai's control. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was gambling, It's not like that. If the fish is too old, the taste won't be good. Yes. Xiao Bao, when you said that, this old man sighed. The fish is too old to make the dish, you said. It's also troublesome to be old. Sigh. Bai Go sighed again and again. Zhang Xiaobao regretfully pulled out the grass beside him. He followed Bai Go's topic and said, Grandpa Bai, you are still young. Chapter 945. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Bai Go's words. He shook the fishing rod and let it float up and down in the water. He said to Bai Go, Grandpa Bai, do you not want to stay in the academy anymore? Are you unhappy? Yes, I am happy. Bai Go retraced the line and threw the hook into the water. What do you mean by happy? It's too happy. There are other academies in other places, and the head stewards are always busy. Once your academy is settled properly, the stewards don't have to worry about it anymore. Just like your business, the rules are very detailed. Even those who don't know how to manage can manage it well by following the rules. I find time to teach you every day and have a good life. Later on, a bunch of old men came down from the imperial court and wanted to teach. It's good to have an old man in charge of other people's academies, but your Jianjia Academy is better. There are more people in classes, and you can't squeeze in. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Grandpa Bai was the kind of person who couldn't find anything to do. He was so bored that he was annoyed. He then suggested, Grandpa Bai, how about this? I'll arrange for all the old men to go out and let you have time to teach. There are many academies in Tang now, but there are not enough teachers. For example, in Hongnong County, the teachers in the small school don't even have the status of a high scholar. Even after studying for years, they can only memorize the Analects of Confucius. They can only explain a few things and then turn around and teach the children who can't read. Bai Go listened to Zhang Xiaobao quietly and understood. Nowadays, schools for children to teach were all over Tang. Schools were not short of money. Merchants were greedy. But not only were they greedy for money, they were also greedy for benefits. According to Xiao Bao, if there were benefits, they would dare to do it. In the end, the children were happy. In places where there were many merchants, the children's meals, clothes, and utensils were compared. If you were in charge of 5 days of meals and made fat fish head to nourish the children every day, I would eat braised pork every day. Who is better than who? If not for Xiao Bao's strict rules on the children's meals, the children would have become fat pigs by now. The local merchants were rich, and the schools were better than the other. There were not enough teachers, so those with a bit of knowledge dared to sit in the classrooms. According to Xiao Bao, he intends to send the other old men to other academies. This. Bai Go thought about it and denied it. Xiao Bao, that won't do. You don't understand us old geezers. In the past, when we fought in the imperial court, even if we didn't fight to the death, we were close to the point of swords and weapons. If it weren't for you and Cuckoo, we wouldn't have interacted with each other. He hadn't fought enough in the imperial court. What should he do? Now that I'm at your place, you can continue to fight. Even in a game of chess, you have to fight for supremacy. If you arrange for others to leave the academy who would be willing to do so. The main thing is that other academies are not as good as your Jinjia Academy. If you go elsewhere, it will be a fight between academies. Knowing that it was not enough, who would walk the path of certain defeat. Rules can be learned by your father. You can't learn from the confidence behind Cuckoo. The beautiful surroundings can be created as long as you have money. However, you can't create the awe-inspiring and strong character of Jinjia Academy. Many students are proud to be able to enter Jinjia Academy. Now, no one in Jinjia Academy is here to waste time. They all feel that they don't have enough time. In the past, they competed about status and spending. Now, they are competing about ability and knowledge. It's too vulgar to say that they are rich. No one dares to say that they are rich in your academy. Bai Go's words made Zhang Xiaobao feel embarrassed. Although he knew that the academy that his family had set up Grandpa by had a bad reputation, he had to be humble. Of course, he also knew that the reason why a famous school was famous was not only because it occupied a large area and had good teachers, but also because of its foundation. For example, West Point, Cambridge, and other schools that were valued in China in the past and named Shuimuzhan and Tsinghua Academy. It seemed that in the future, his Jinjia Academy would also become Jinjia University. If it continued for 1,000 years, who would dare to refuse to accept it? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao laughed to himself, until Bai Go repeatedly called out, "Xiaobao, a fish has bitten the bait." Zhang Xiaobao finally woke up from his dream. He looked at the water. Indeed, the fish was biting tightly, struggling to move the float up and down. He quickly held the bottom of the fishing rod with one hand and used the other hand to test the strength. A foot-long fish was pulled out of the water. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to throw the fish to the shore, the water splashed everywhere. A black shadow jumped out and went straight to the foot-long fish. Bai Go was shocked. His eyes widened instantly. Before he could see clearly what flew out of the water, his line of sight was blocked by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao half squatted in front of Bai Go with one leg in front and one leg behind. He held a black dagger in his left hand and a gray revolver in his right hand. He held it on his left forearm. He looked at the other guards around him. They were either squatting or lying down. They pointed their guns in all directions. Following the sound of something falling into the water, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and put the gun back into the holster on his leg. He turned around and smiled at Bai Go. "Haha, Grandpa Bai, it was a false alarm. It was a big black fish. Did it scare you?" "You scared me. I didn't see the fish at all," Bai Go said angrily. When he saw that the guards he brought were still confused, his anger burned even more. He lectured them. Look! I was counting on you to protect me. If a team like Xiao Bao fought me, this old man would definitely die with a grievance. It's good, right? In the blink of an eye, you will have to say goodbye to this beautiful world." The butler, Chong Chung, was shocked. He moved closer and whispered, "Master, I have already asked the leader of the guards to take care of them. Usually they are not bad. There are not many teams in the world that can be as good as Jidushi Zhang's guards, right?" All right. When Xiao Bao's team first came out, my guards were slightly better. Later, when they came to Shuzhou, my guards were slightly worse. Now, let's not talk about it. Bai Go waved his hand dispiritedly. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao began to take off his clothes. He took off his clothes until he was only wearing a pair of shorts. He held the dagger in his hand and said to Bai Go, "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. I will go down and catch it. It is about 4 feet long and has become a demon. Don't say that your guards are not changing. They are not changing." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, he drew a beautiful arc in the air and plunged into the water with a splash. Bai Go curled his lips. "My ass. If you don't practice, you will become a demon. You will not change until you die. Prepare the net for me. Do you expect other people's elites to do the work?" The second half of Bai Go's sentence was directed at his guards. He directly regarded them as his assistants. He also understood why the emperor directly asked Xiao Bei and the others to come over, and why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not object. Xiao Bei's 9 children's bodyguards, compared to Xiao Bao's bodyguards, should only be stronger. Bai Go guessed correctly. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not have the 2 fast gunmen that Watanabe Jichiro saw by Xiao Bei's side. They only trained 2 qualified people and gave them to Xiao Bei and the others. When Bai Go's guards pulled the net left and right, planning to help Zhang Xiaobao, the water on the surface of the water began to churn. There was a faint, dark red color in the water. After a while, it stopped churning and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It waved its hand toward the shore. Its elbow was bent as it pushed something toward the shore. When the water became shallow, the figure of the black fish was revealed. Zhang Xiaobao threw it into the water and no longer cared about it. He swung his left arm and walked to the shore, cursing, "Want to bite me? I broke its teeth and hit its face. The skin on its pads is broken. Bah!" Zhang Xiaobao spat out another mouthful of blood. It seemed that his teeth were really broken. Bai Go saw Zhang Xiaobao was injured, so his face sank. "If you don't have the ability, don't go down and show off. How old are you? You are still like a child." "I didn't show off. I just wanted to catch a live one. Otherwise, how could I be hurt by it? Let's not talk about the black fish. Let's see if a small shark dares to eat me. Unfortunately, you can't eat fresh fish. Take it back and I'll make half-fresh sashimi for you." Zhang Xiaobao looked very regretful. In the end, he still stabbed the black fish to death. The person in charge of carrying the fish saw that the black fish's eyes were obviously not pierced by a dagger. There were only 2 deep holes left, and the eyeballs were gone. Zhang Xiaobao probably pierced them with his fingers. There were a few wounds on the black fish's head. Wei Wei moved a little, but it would not come back to life. Bai Go saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not seriously injured, so he pointed to the stool next to him. "Let's send the fish back and chill it. Let's continue fishing. Where were we just now?" The weather was not too cold, and it was almost noon. Zhang Xiaobao did not put on his clothes. He sat down in his pants and replied, "We were talking about the academy. I said that my academy was good." "I didn't ask you about the latter part, the former part," Bai Shu reminded him. "Before that, you said that there were many old men and that they were fighting for classes, so you had no classes." "Before that, that's it. Before that, I asked you if the fish was too old to cook dishes. Is that true?" Bai Go said it out by himself. Zhang Xiaobao tried to recall. It seemed that time had passed too quickly. When Bai Go was about to lose his patience, he finally showed a look of realization and said, "Yes, Grandpa. You have a good memory, Grandpa Bai. That depends on what kind of fish it is. For example, the black fish we caught just now was about 4 feet long. It was definitely not young, and it tasted better. What if people are old? Can they only eat and wait for death?" Bai Go said with a sigh. Oh, Zhang Xiaobao understood that Grandpa Bai was suffering from the after-effects of retirement. In the past, he followed him everywhere. Later, when he went to the north, he could not take the old man with him. After a long time, the old man had nothing to do. People who had been officials for a long time were not like ordinary old people who could take care of their grandchildren. They always wanted to do things that were in line with their official status. Although between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County was good, it was not a place they could stay all year round. "Grandpas all think so?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he clumsily assembled the fishing rod with one hand and tapped it on his face again and again. "Everyone thinks so." Bai Go looked depressed. "It's simple. If you want to find something to do, just send a telegram or get someone to send a signal through the radio. I'll give you an idea. Why do you have to come here, personally, to fish?" Zhang Xiaobao slapped his thigh and complained. Bai Go glared at him. "If you don't come here, do you think this old man can't even walk? Tell me, what's the job? Is there a salary?" "Yes, there's a lot of money. They will take the initiative to give it to you. Our Tang Empire's tourism industry is booming now. There are many places in my house. You can go and take a group of old men there. When you reach a place, you can praise them. For example, the water is good, the mountains are beautiful. If you want to move your arms, write couplets, or compose poems, just the money to polish your pen will be 10 times more than others. Eat, drink, and play. You won't have to pay a single cent. After a while, our tourism industry will open up in Japan. There's also Shinlo. If you're not afraid of storms, you can also go there." Zhang Xiaobao did not need to think too much. His eyes turned, and ideas came out like a gushing spring. Bai Go did not care about his fishing rod. He felt that by the water, the autumn cold was heavy, which was the opposite of what Zhang Xiaobao thought was warm. He took out a flat glass bottle from his arms, shook the wine inside, unscrewed the cap, and drank 2 mouthfuls. He exhaled deeply and said, "I regret it. If I had known, I would have brought Yao with me. I'm too old. I can't play tricks on you young people. Grandpa Bai, you came here and asked me to give you an idea. I gave you an idea. How can you say that I'm playing tricks? You make me so sad." Zhang Xiaobao put the fishing rod on the shelf. When he waved his hand, someone brought him some clean water. He began to wipe his body so that he could change into dry pants later. Bai Go did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's words. "If you're not sad, why do you have so many tricks? You took too long to recall just now. You even tapped your face a few times." "Did I? Oh, the black fish hit me. It hurts, so I tapped it a little to stimulate the blood flow. It's the same as cupping and scraping when you're sick. Ice chips, give me ice chips." My face hurts more when I hear Grandpa Bai's words. Zhang Xiaobao splashed water on himself and asked someone to find ice chips for him. Bai Go gave Zhang Xiaobao a look of disbelief and asked, "Tell me, what's your purpose other than to play?" "Grandpa Bai, you're wise. It's a long story. Make it short." "Well, in fact, not all places in the Tang Empire are suitable for tourism. You always praise me for being smart. I won't let people waste money to invest. Firstly, tourism has requirements for roads. It's not too expensive to build roads, and it's not all cement roads. Rich people can go over and say that they're willing to fork out money and talk to the local people. The people who are free will take the initiative to build roads. You're in charge of the money for the gunpowder and food. The people are willing to build roads in front of their homes. The power of the people, the power of the people is very strong. They will quickly build a road that is cheap and convenient. The imperial court will then fork out money to build the main road, and all the roads will be connected." Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger and explained his original intention of developing tourism. "What's the second reason?" Bai Go felt that he was back in the Yamen and asked. "The second reason is that the Tang Empire has many special products and minerals. When I asked people to draw the map, I had already explored it. With the development of technology, there are more ways to explore. The resources that were not discovered in the past will be valued by the businessmen who invest money after the tourism industry. We'll note it down, but not mine. If we can plunder it, we must plunder it and leave some for our descendants. When technology reaches a certain level, there will be an explosion of resources. The Tang Empire wants to encourage plundering. Zhang Xiaobao was almost done washing. He stood there and waited for the clothes to dry. He raised another finger. Bai Go closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao changed his pants. He opened his eyes and said, "Yes, but what does it have to do with us going on a trip? Help you note down the location of the resources?" "Something like that. When you go on a trip, bring professionals with you. Most importantly, Xiaobei is a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire, but she can't really put down her studies to patrol. My family's business is not omnipotent. When you go on a trip, help me take a look. I don't believe that you can be bribed. You just said that you've been fighting with each other. Whoever gets benefits will speak up for him. He can't afford to lose face, right?" Zhang Xiaobao raised another finger. Bai Go nodded and signaled to Zhang Xiaobao to come closer. Zhang Xiaobao had just put on his clothes and came over with his eyes open. Bai Go grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and pried open all 10 fingers. He said, "Don't wait for me to ask you one by one. Say it yourself. Say it all the way to the 10th finger." "How can there be so many?" Zhang Xiaobao was unhappy. "Also, count the toes." Bai Go did not let go. Chapter 946. Bai Go pestered Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell him all his plans. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, insisted that life was not easy. When he was asked too much, he would answer perfunctorily. For example, the purpose was to let a group of elders find local specialties during their trip and bring them back to him so that he could consider whether he could plant them, especially the precious medicinal herbs. Such a small matter was not worth Zhang Xiaobao's attention. As for whether there were more important matters, of course there were. But Zhang Xiaobao did not want to tell Bai Go everything. Otherwise, when traveling, there would be too many things on his mind and the elders would not have a good time. Only when there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao would ask someone to send a message to the elders and ask them to help. Bai Go saw that he could not get an answer, so he could only give up temporarily and continue fishing. Today he caught a grass carp and consecutively caught a few more grass carps. Finally, his interest was exhausted. He said that the other fish in the water had been eaten by the black fish and went back with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Bai Go back to the yamen. At the same time, he asked someone to pull the net and catch a lot of fish. All kinds of freshwater fish added up to 300 catties. They brought it back as an extra dish for the guards at noon. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was not the only one who ate fish. Hong Nong also specially formed a team to catch fish. When the water rushed, many fish directly flowed into the fields. When the water receded, it would be even more difficult for them to come out again. In places where the water was deep, they directly used nets. In places where the water was shallow, they rolled up their trousers and used hooks to fish. In other places, before the food Zhang Xiaobao gathered arrived, they boiled the fish into soup and let the laborers eat it with steamed buns or rice. Bai Go came in a hurry and received an answer. However, he could not rush back immediately. He found a job in the yamen as an accountant and used his remaining energy. During the day, he took an hour or so to walk around the streets where the water receded and see the bustling scene at the construction site. Every time he saw a commoner who worked hard, he would first sigh with emotion. Their families had been destroyed, and they had lost their relatives. Not a single one of them had ever complained. They were all working hard. The more this was the case, the more Bai Go gritted his teeth as he looked at Yan Zheng, who was standing outside the south gate. He wished that he could use his knife to slice off Yan Zheng's flesh and cook it. However, he knew that it would only benefit Yan Zheng. Xiaobei is really smart. She's a good child. Another day, Bai Go arrived at the south gate. He looked at Yan Zheng, who was firmly tied up and exposed to the elements. Yan Zheng's hair was messy, his skin was cracked, his eyes were lifeless, and his mouth was puckered. He felt very relieved. The reason he praised Xiaobei was because when Xiaobei first saw Yan Zheng, he had his teeth knocked out and said that he would not let him die a quick death. If Xiaobei hadn't been sensible at that time, it would have been too easy for him to kill Yan Zheng with one sentence. Yan Zheng was behind the south gate and had never seen Bai Go up close. At this time he saw that there was another person beside him who was still standing there. He thought that it was another person who had come to scold him. He struggled to turn his head to take a look. Perhaps he could gain some sympathy and leave a way out for his family. He saw an old man with a head full of white hair and a frosty beard. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He knew that he was not an ordinary person. He said in a hoarse voice that was almost inaudible, "One person's crime, one person's punishment. His family does not know." Bai Go saw that the other party did not even know who he was and sighed. "Yanjeng, do you still remember me?" "You are?" Yanjeng opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him. He suddenly realized, You are the Minister of Revenue, Crown Prince Jianshi Bai Go Bai Longzhe. You are responsible for your own actions. I am the former Minister of Revenue. I was also the Hunan magistrate. When I was the Hunan magistrate, I did not encounter anything like Hong Nong. I admit that I am not a good person, but I am not as cruel as you. Don't tell me about your crimes. I don't care. Bai Go had planned to scold him, but suddenly he was not in the mood. But protect my children? In the next life. Don't mention the next life to me. I only ask about this life. I am a farmer. I can't protect anyone, let alone your children. If it were anyone else, I would not dare to protect them. His Majesty personally appointed Zhang Xiaobei and the other 9 people here. Who dares to interfere? His Majesty's edict has been sent to Japan. His Majesty's edict will come out soon. If Japan dares to not let your family come back, Wang Wan dares to gather the elites of the Tang Empire and attack Japan with the help of the gunboats. She does not care about the blood staining the mountains and rivers. However, maybe Zhang Xiaobao will be soft-hearted and can be flexible. But you have to live like you are now. Otherwise, when you die, Zhang Xiaobao will make your family suffer for you. Eat and sleep as you should. Don't let others force you. Bai Go threatened Yanjeng and his family. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back. A glimmer of hope appeared in Yanjeng's dim eyes. He shouted, I want to eat porridge, I want to live. Bai Go really did not know. When they were on the train, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed the countermeasures. They would pretend to drown Yanjeng's family, but in fact, they would take them far away from the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao really did not want to kill Yanjeng's daughter, but he was afraid that if he did not destroy the whole family, it would not be a deterrent. Bai Go was afraid that Yanjeng's mind could not keep up and he would die. In that case, he would not be able to show others. He needed him to live so that every official who worked in the local government could see him. In the Yamen, Zhang Xiaobao had just sorted out the files. This time, the officials of Hunan province were involved in the case. There were a total of 613 people, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the bottom. Their crimes were different, and they could be sentenced to life or death. However, all of them had to be sent to Chang, and some were already on the way, while some nearby were temporarily locked up. A large number of people will be sent down. No matter how light their crimes are, after Li Longji's edict, he can't continue to be an official. I plan to put the people who pass the entrance exam of Jinjia Academy in important positions. How should I tell Li Longji? Zhang Xiaobao put the list on the table and was worried. Wang Wan touched the list with her hand and shook her head. More than 600 people. It's shocking. It's really shocking. Okay, don't say that it's shocking. Hunan province is not Hunan province. There are other places such as Shandong. There are only 600 people. In the whole Hunan province, there are no less than 10,000 officials. I'm very relieved. It's not a big proportion. So I still dare to arrest them. What I'm most afraid of is that there is not a good official, which makes me worry about whom to arrest. Of course, if we meet an international swindler, we must arrest him. He is rich, but he doesn't have the foundation of the higher-ups. I'm not afraid of him because the higher-ups can clear his name. But this time I won't arrest the Japanese. If I do, It will make me look too incompetent. Do I need to arrest them to deal with them? I can cooperate with you to attack Japan because I don't like it, but I will never admit that I don't have the ability to directly attack a small figure who can't be found wrong. In the Great Tang, we must destroy a country when we attack instead of fighting with words. Zhang Xiaobao's face was full of disdain. He shook his head like a teacher. Go and cook. Yesterday, Xiaobei asked people to send a lot of willow mushrooms from Old Willow Village. I want to eat willow mushrooms, stewed with chicken. When Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao was going to talk about something else, she quickly asked him to cook. When Zhang Xiaobao walked to the back kitchen, she said, "If the country is not good, who do you blame? Every man has a responsibility. If the country is righteous, it will not change. If the country is not righteous, it will not change until death. I'm just saying, I didn't change. Don't you know how I spent the money I swindled? Some officials are not as good as me. They changed first. Willow mushrooms, stewed with chicken? Even Xiaobei can't say such a stupid thing. If willow mushrooms stewed chicken, what about hazel mushrooms and pine mushrooms? These are mushrooms that grow on real willow trees. The children of Old Willow Village gave them to Xiaobei. On average, several willow trees can produce one mushroom, and I stewed it? Wait, I'll make malatang today. People say that there are 3,000 willow branches. Willow mushrooms should be boiled to eat. Stewed dishes should be eaten with the soup. Boiled dishes should be eaten fresh. Boiled dishes should be eaten fresh, and eaten with willow mushrooms should be eaten fresh and tender. If you don't believe me, you can boil the pine mushrooms, which are red mushrooms, to see how they taste and taste. How is this the Tang dynasty? I'm a man full of talent, but I'm actually ordered around as a cook. The human heart is not what it used to be. It's really not what it used to be. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and pushed the door open, leaving Wang Wan sitting there and laughing. After laughing, she looked at the back of the kitchen and murmured sweetly, "I'm bullying you. Full of talent. I think you're full of evil tricks. Not to mention the Tang dynasty. Even if you run to the primitive society, you'll still have to cook for me. I'm depending on you." Since they said they were going to eat malatang for lunch, they definitely had to eat it. However, Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid enough to make all the skewers himself. He found a few helpers to make the skewers, and he made the malatang soup himself. All kinds of things that could be used as traditional Chinese medicine were fried as seasonings. He also asked someone to extract pepper oil. He didn't use oil to fry pepper, but squeezed out pepper oil like how he squeezed bean oil. After that, he used lamb bones to make soup. When the soup was done, he used chicken to make soup. Then, he used another pot to make crucian carp soup. Finally, he mixed them together and used them to make malatang soup. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to make soup with water and seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao was busy preparing the ingredients for the malatang soup. Just then, Bai Shu came back. As soon as he entered the door, he took a deep breath and praised, "It smells good. The crucian carp that I caught with great difficulty yesterday is not cooked, right? I plan to raise it in a wooden basin and eat it." "Grandpa Bai, the crucian carp you mentioned was made into soup by Xiaobao." Wang Wan immediately complained. Bai Shu looked at the soup and shook his head. "No, the crucian carp is milky white. Don't bully this old man because I don't understand. Your soup doesn't count the color of the seasonings and chili oil. It should be clear soup." Zhang Xiaobao came in with a plate of mushrooms. He pursed his lips and said, "Grandpa Bai, have you ever seen anyone who doesn't have clear soup? If you don't believe me, don't eat it first. I will continue to make the soup into clear soup for you." "I believe you, I believe you. This old man is hungry and can't afford it. Even if you say you're going to change the lake you and Kaiwan bought in Anxi from a saltwater lake to a freshwater lake, this old man will believe you." Bai Shu didn't care how Xiaobao made it. As long as there was something to eat, he believed that Xiaobao would make it delicious even if it was a simple scrambled egg with garlic sprouts. A small plate was placed in front of Bai Shu, who had just freshened up. There were tahini sauce, shrimp sauce, oyster sauce, a little bit of yellow wine and fermented bean curd, as well as chopped green onions and minced garlic. There were also rows of small bowls with various things in them, such as ginger juice for seafood, coriander and pepper paste for mutton, wasabi and soy sauce for sashimi, and so on. Wang Wan chose the seasonings herself. Xiao Bao's plate was simple. There was only garlic sauce. Although hundreds of seasonings were made by him, he didn't like to eat them. He put some soy sauce and garlic because there was mutton liver in the mutton soup. Otherwise, he wouldn't put anything. If it was bland, he would put some salt. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Wan had a heavy appetite and liked to eat things with strong flavors, he would have made a seafood hot pot with clear soup. He would only eat that fresh and not even salt, or eat it raw after killing the bacteria and parasites. Bai Shu was enjoying himself. He didn't care how little Xiao Bao put in the seasonings. He knew that Xiao Bao's mastery of seasonings was unparalleled. It was the same for cooking. He didn't put in things if he could. He emphasized that the big things were invisible and the big things were silent. Who? Wine, put more ice fish. Spicy, Xiao Bao. There are only 5 days left until the fall imperial examination. You should be back in the capital, right? Bai Shu put sesame oil and chili oil in the plate and kept breathing. Beside him, someone also had to serve him wine with ice at any time. Xiao Bao was very helpless with Bai Shu's behavior. He said, "I'll be back tomorrow." Then he got up and went to make cucumber skin and stir-fried bamboo shoots for Bai Shu. He was really afraid that Bai Shu would have problems with the spiciness. All kinds of materials had been sent to Hong Nong. Xiao Bao didn't have time to follow them, so the inner courtyard took over. The people of the Sinangxi temple came early and signed a contract with the local people who had land. After the new seeds were planted, no matter how much they were produced, they couldn't be eaten by the people. Secondly, they couldn't be sold by the people. They had to be handed over to the people of the Sinangxi temple. If the yield was high, they would spread it elsewhere next year. If the yield was low, they would bring it back for research. The people only had to serve and get paid. The Sinangxi temple had money. The people in charge of building the railway had already planned the place. Wherever the railway passed, no farming, no building, and no deliberate destruction or digging. There was also a large area where the market would be built in the future. They circled a large area for farming temporarily. If necessary, they could dig it up at any time. In Old Willow Village, Xiao Bei and the others waited for the person in charge of taking care of the children. They packed their bags and brought many dolls to be sold in the capital. They said goodbye to the other children with tears in their eyes. Xiao Bei made an agreement with the other party. When the weather warmed up next year, either the 9 of them would come or get the children to play in the place where she lived. In the future, every time someone came to pick up the dolls and send them elsewhere to be sold, they would bring all kinds of seafood. Early the next morning, Xiao Bei's team rushed to the train station and met up with her brother's team. They boarded the train and headed for the capital amidst the rumbling sound. "Brother, didn't you see that guy called Shuichiro Watanabe? He's a fool and wants to treat others as fools. He wants to bribe us with 300,000 strings of cash every year. Tell me, what can I do?" Xiao Bei sat opposite her brother and rolled a boiled egg on the table in the middle, showing off her cleverness to her brother. "You can't do it. Our family's Xiao Bei isn't stupid. Eat it quickly. You promised to eat a boiled egg a day. I heard that you didn't do it thoroughly when you were in Old Willow Village." Xiao Bao pointed at the egg in his sister's hand and wanted to take it and peel it. Xiao Bei hurriedly stretched out her hands to protect it. Wait a moment. Let me adjust my mood and eat it with spicy sauce, okay? Brother, who told you that I didn't eat the egg? I said it was a joint report and a fingerprint. Do you want to take a look? Do you need to adjust your mood to eat a boiled egg? Throw it outside the train. I'll make you steamed egg cream. Xiao Bao was about to get up and go to the dining car of the train. No, I don't like to eat the yolk of boiled eggs. I like to eat salted eggs. I'll drink some water and eat it. I can't throw it away. I won't look at the joint name anymore. Actually, I know who it is. Whoever cares about me is the one who told you first. Brother, can you think of a way to make the yolk of boiled eggs better? You're so good. Xiao Bei couldn't bear to throw away an egg. She knew that there were people who couldn't eat eggs, so she turned around and gave her brother a difficult problem. She felt that it was very difficult. Unexpectedly, her brother Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much and immediately nodded. Yes, it's very simple. Cut the boiled egg and take out the yolk first. Stuff the concave area between the two egg whites with meat stuffing and cover the yolk. Put the yolk where the egg whites are fried until they're golden brown. Steam the stuffing and pour the juice over them after they're cooked. Both the yolk and the yolk will be delicious. Do this in the future and make all 9 of you together. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly as she listened. Her eyes were full of worship. For the sake of eating yolk, they could do so much. Wang Wan took Xiao Bei's egg and peeled it. She said to Xiao Bei, "Look at how much your brother spoils you." "Xiao Bei, I heard that you almost compromised with that Shuichiro Watanabe." Xiao Bei took the peeled egg and dipped it in the chili sauce that was brought over. She took a bite and swallowed it. She said, "I thought he was going to take out 100 million strings of cash, not 100 million won. I was so happy at first. But who knew that a poor thing like him couldn't take it out? It made me angry. In the future, if there's a situation like this where someone really gives you 100 million strings of cash, we don't want it," Zhang Xiaobao said. Xiao Bei didn't understand. Why? He gave me 100 million strings of cash to atone for his crime. It'd be a waste not to take it. Xiao Bei, let Big Sister ask you. Did he take out money to bribe the people of the Tang Empire because he harmed them? Wang Wan asked. Xiao Bei nodded. That's why we can't take that money. Look at your brother. He's never used the premise of harming the people of the Tang Empire to earn money. Wang Wan continued to teach. What's the connection? Xiao Bei clearly didn't understand. There's a connection. Xiao Bei, Xiao Hai, all of you remember this. Your brother has countless unconventional methods to earn money, but he hasn't used any of them in the Tang Empire. If he's really using methods that harm the interests of the Tang Empire to earn money, your brother doesn't need to borrow the hands of others. Their little tricks are not worth mentioning in front of your brother. Wang Wan smiled smugly and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao as she spoke to the 9 children. Really? So the Japanese aren't powerful? Xiao Bei looked at her brother as if she had found a new toy. Japanese? Your brother doesn't even need to do anything about the Japanese's little tricks. I'll deal with them. It's just a small trick. But I've never seen futures and warrants before. Moreover, the Japaneses are full of loopholes. Xiao Bei, do you still remember the world in the story I told you? Wang Wan looked down on the Japanese and asked Xiao Bei. I remember. They're so powerful. The people from that world have huge iron birds in the sky that can even throw things to the moon. If a few people from that world come to our great Tang, will you and Big Brother be able to deal with them? Xiao Bei blinked her eyes. Her mind was filled with the pictures that Wang Wan had described to her. She was very worried. Wang Wan curled her lips and said disdainfully, "There are indeed powerful people there, but even they tremble when they know that their opponent is your brother. Among that group of people, your brother may not be the first, but no one dares to treat him as the second. Over there, if your brother were to go bankrupt, countless of his enemies would follow him and lose everything. So, in the future, if someone uses the premise of harming the interests of the Tang Empire to bribe you, we won't accept any amount of money. Our family's money needs to be earned steadily. When the land produces more, there are more livestock and poultry, and there are more things we plunder from the outside. Our family's money will naturally increase." Xiao Bei's blood boiled when she heard this. "Sister, so my brother is so powerful, but how did you know? We haven't competed." "Ha! You and my brother don't come from that world, do you?" Xiao Bei told the truth. "You guessed right. Your brother and I come from that world to protect you guys. If we don't come, who will pamper you, right?" Wang Wan followed Xiao Bei's words. Yes, yes. Then you can go to a more powerful world. Remember to take me with you. I want to compete with them. I want to stand on the sword and fly to the world where the stars are. At that time, I will have the universe suppressing wheel in my left hand, the star 8 trigrams banner in my right hand, and my feet. Xiaobei entered her own fantasy and told her brother and sister about the dream she had created. The full moon shone in the sky. As soon as the train arrived at the station, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately led their younger siblings into the palace. The palace gate, which should have been closed, was left open. Li Longji was still awake and waiting in Xingqing Palace. He wanted to get the latest news and the most accurate details from Zhang Xiaobao and the rest. After all, the news that came previously couldn't be too specific. Xiaobei represented the 9 children and was the first to speak. She told Li Longji how she received the order to rush to Hongnong immediately, how she swam across the water and saw a child from the school. Then she told him how Yan Zheng tried to cheat her and how she taught him a lesson. She even promoted the dolls from Old Willow Village to Li Longji. Finally, she mentioned that she had lent him 3 million strings of cash. Li Longji listened to Xiaobei's introduction and was furious. He said a few harsh words directed at the officials and praised Xiaobei and the rest. However, he seemed to have forgotten about the 3 million strings of cash that Xiaobei had mentioned. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to explain the reconstruction situation to Li Longji, Xiaobei stuck close to Xiaoyuan and muttered, "It's obvious that he doesn't want to return the money to us. Let's bring a few more dolls tomorrow and exchange them with the concubines in the palace. Even the worst of their things cost more than dolls. I knew he wouldn't give it to us. He'll probably stay at home and study tomorrow. Don't think about coming out. How much money can we get by exchanging dolls? When we were on the train, didn't brother say that he wanted to build an amusement park under our management? That's the most profitable. After the Japanese compensate us, perhaps brother will give us the money." Xiaoyuan had an expression that said, "I understand." Xiaobei hesitated and said, "Brother, if you really give us the money, let's not take it. When I said that I would take the money, I didn't expect anyone to return it. You guys support me, right?" "Yes, we support you. But if the Japanese compensate us, why don't we take it? We have money. The next time no one pays us back, we'll take it out. Otherwise, if we encounter an emergency again, we won't have any money to use." Xiaoyuan expressed her opinion. "All right, if they really compensate us, we'll take it. Tonight, we'll go back and sleep. After we've slept enough, we'll discuss the matter of the amusement park tomorrow. I plan to take out our small house and rent it out." Xiaobei also began to plan to work hard to earn money. "That's agarwood. We can build it according to our house, using other wood. As for the decorations inside, we can replace them with cheap things." Xiaoyuan was obviously reluctant to rent the house to other children. "That's true. We'll think of other ways." Xiaobei lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaobao was still talking to Li Longji. He didn't mention too much about the captured officials. He didn't need to care about them when they were sent to the capital. He needed Li Longji to cooperate and put pressure on the Japanese to send 200,000 railway workers to the Great Tang as soon as possible. He also needed to improve the tariff system so that they could engage in unequal economic trade and plunder more. Li Longji listened attentively and had people take note of it one by one. Now, under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao, he had become more pragmatic. He wasn't good at boasting about his reputation. He was willing to build up his reputation. The so-called building up his reputation was what Zhang Xiaobao told him. If he had money, he could build as tall as he wanted and as grand as possible. When he had nothing to do, he could travel and experience the magnificence of the rivers and mountains. He could go to Hainan and experience the winter and summer scenery. He could also play sea fishing and personally go to Lake Tai to fish for crabs. He could also look at the tides in Qiantang and go to the grasslands to admire the clear skies. This was his reputation. Compared to giving a lot of money to his subordinates and having them call him a fool behind his back, it was better to spend the money himself. Li Longji was fooled just like that. If someone were to ask him who was the best person in Great Tang, he would definitely say himself. The next person would be Zhang Xiaobao. The other officials were all afraid of him spending money. They had to persuade him to build a garden or go out for a stroll. How could they be compared to Zhang Xiaobao? Not only did he not persuade him, he even encouraged him and thought of ways to get money. Even if the imperial court couldn't fork out the money, he was willing to fork out the money himself. Thus, in order to go against that powerful country in the future, in order to be able to travel and build beautiful houses, Li Longji placed more and more importance on technology and money. Oh, he was placing more and more importance on the development of technology and economy. As for the construction of spiritual civilization, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about it. Great Tang had very strict requirements in this regard. If a person did something immoral and was criticized by others, their face would turn red. The emperor also knew that if an official didn't do a good job and the people in the area suffered, he would have to issue an edict of guilt. Li Longji hadn't learned the ability to be righteous and not admit his wrongdoings. In Zhang Xiaobao's heart, he was a good emperor. Xiaobao. While Li Longji was imagining how fragrant the pie Zhang Xiaobao painted for him was, he asked, "Is it because once the railway is built, it will take less time to go from the capital to the north of Hebei province, and there won't be too many guards?" "Your Majesty, you can't just think about going to the north of Hebei province. There aren't many good sceneries there. You can see the ice shallows, the fish breaking through the ice, the snow and dew, the tigers roaring, the mountains quiet, and the horses galloping." Zhang Xiaobao belittled the northeast. Wang Wan immediately played along. Xiaobao is right. Moreover, the north of Hebei province isn't very beautiful. It's nothing more than the scenery of the northern country. Thousands of miles are covered in ice, and thousands of miles are fluttering in snow. The mountains and rivers there aren't very beautiful, although it has attracted countless heroes. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. How long will it take to go there, after the railway is built? Li Longji was tempted by the two people's words. Let me estimate. According to the current power of the steam engine, it will take about 10 days to go from Chang and to Jili province. There is a place in Jili province where the sand is fine and the distance to the shallow water is very long. There are white seagulls as light as clouds and silver fish as hanging quilts under them. The reef is not beyond the horizon and pearls are in the clam everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao said casually and then said to Wang Wan, "You've seen too much of it, right?" Wang Wan nodded. Not far, not far. It's only 10 days. Plus the sightseeing, 1 month is enough. We can go there next time. At this moment, Li Longji wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly there to have a look. Zhang Xiaobao struck while the iron was hot. Your Majesty, the Tang Empire is yours. Isn't it easy for you to go there? You're the emperor. It's normal for the emperor to look at his own empire. 10 days is too slow to travel to Jili province. The new steam engine is coming out soon. When the time comes, even if you go to Luzhou, as long as the railway is built, I guarantee that you'll reach there in 5 days. That's right, Your Majesty. When you reach Luzhou, you'll be able to see the real blue sea and silver sand. You'll be able to see the coconut grove at night, the sea and the sky merging into one, and the fishing boats singing at night. Wang Wan chimed in. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were tempting him, but he also knew that they were not lying. The place they were talking about was indeed beautiful. That's right. I'm the Emperor of Tang. Why can't I go there and have a look? It was just money. The imperial court's treasury was getting more and more money. Even if the officials objected, Xiaobao's family was rich. Spending some of his money would not make him poor. Especially with the radio station, where could he not govern? With that thought in mind, Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, if the imperial court can't pay for the railway, will your family—" Li Longji did not finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Xiaobei pouted at the side. "Xiao Yuan, how can you do that? Uncle Emperor didn't mention our money, and he wants our family to pay for it. Fortunately, I can make money. What if I can't? Xiao Yuan smacked his lips. If brother can't make money, we'll have to live a hard life. We won't have so many guards when we go out. The inner court can't change shifts every few hours. We'll have to work from morning to night. It's terrifying just thinking about it. Perhaps Xiao Bei was thinking about the consequences of not having money. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He said fearfully, "Fortunately, life now is not a dream." Zhang Xiaobao could not hear his younger brother and sister's words. After Li Longji finished speaking, he replied, "Your Majesty, if you need my family to pay for it, my family will definitely do so. However, my family and the National Treasury do not need to spend money. It's very simple to raise the cost of the railway. Money is not a problem." Li Longji nodded. "We like to hear Xiao Bao speak." The servants around them agreed. Who wouldn't like to hear Zhang Xiaobao say that money is not a problem? "Then go and get it done as soon as possible," Li Longji urged. "Your Majesty, the matter of money is easy to solve. The Great Tang Bank has a lot of money. If you don't want the money, I'll help you with the operation. The annual profits won't be any less than the National Treasury. Furthermore, when the deposit, withdrawal, and loan reserves reach a certain ratio, there's a lot of money that can be withdrawn at any time. In fact, the railway can be directly issued with bonds. Once the railway is built, the trains can be operated. Whether it's transporting people or goods, as long as there's not too much personal profit involved, and there's not too much that's harmful to the public's interests, the railway can be quickly recovered." So, Wang Wan continued, "So, Your Majesty, in the future, when you look for Xiao Bao, don't worry about money. Xiao Bao is afraid of many things, but he's not afraid of a lack of money. Xiao Bao's meaning is that if the railway is built, people will die. Parents will lose their children, wives will lose their husbands, and children will lose their fathers. For a family, this is too heavy a burden. The reason why I fight so viciously is because I want to intimidate others, so that in the future I won't fight so many battles. Not fighting doesn't mean that I'm afraid. I just don't want to do it. If you force me to do it, Great Tang's men don't lack hot-bloodedness. If Great Tang soldiers arrive at a city and surrender, they will be provided with food, clothing, medical care, and education. If Great Tang soldiers arrive at a city and don't surrender, the city will be destroyed and slaughtered." Wang Wan's first words made Li Longji feel very gratified, but the second half was a bit frightening. Li Longji knew that Wang Wan valued the lives of her soldiers. She gave them a lot of compensation, so much so that some people were willing to take the initiative to die in battle. And Zhang Xiaobao was ruthless, not caring about internal matters. Thus he said, "With Cuckoo here, I'm worried about Great Tang. Didn't you say that 200,000 people would come from Japan to build the railway? Not enough? How about this? There are still the strong Kunlun slaves. I'll think of a way to get people from other places to help build the railway. My Great Tangs, people can just watch from the side. How about it?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about how history evaluated Li Longji. He only knew that the Li Longji in front of him made him feel very comfortable. He was the emperor, so he had to act like one. What kind of emperor was an emperor if he didn't love the people? "With Your Majesty's words, this subject will forge steel. Even if I have to use part of Great Tang's reserves, if Your Majesty can mobilize 1 million non-Tang Tang craftsmen for this subject will make a military pledge. Within a year, this subject will build 30,000 li of railway. This subject isn't worried about money, but this subject is afraid that there won't be enough manpower." Zhang Xiaobao said fiercely, 1 million workers to build 30,000 li of railway? On average, 100 people would need to build 3 li of railway a year. 3 li, not 3 kilometers, was less than 1,500 meters, or 1,400 meters. 100 people couldn't build 4 meters in a day. Li Longji did not want Zhang Xiaobao to make a military pledge. He said, "There's no need for that. Just do your best." How far can you go with 30,000 li of railway? From the capital to Jili province, and from the capital to Luzhou, we can still build other places. Zhang Xiaobao did some calculations and felt that there was still some left. Can we go to Tubo? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattledrum. That place doesn't have the technology to build railways. If you want to go, it's better to take a boat. Wang Wan nodded as well. Tubo won't do. Moreover, it's impossible to cross the Yellow River and the Yangtze River by bridge. We'll have to change to a boat. Chapter 947. When Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao was adamant about not being able to build a railway to Tibet, Wang Wan chimed in as well. She seemed very disappointed. In truth, he wanted to build a railway with Chang, and as the center, and extend to the entire Great Tang. At that time, he would be able to transport goods during normal times and soldiers during wartime. He would also be able to roam around everywhere. The main reason was that it was convenient. He believed that with the development of technology, trains would be able to run faster. Then, every trip he made would be like a trip to the hibiscus garden. If there were enemies at the borders, he would be able to deploy his troops from Chang and to Lingnan. The fastest time he could take would be 10 or even 8 days. When he thought about this, Li Longji could not help but think about the problem of another country that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's master, who was in hiding, had mentioned. Xiaobao. It's rumored that there's a very powerful country. Apart from being able to fire cannonballs from Luzhou to the capital, how fast is that country's troops? Can they reach Luzhou in 5 days? 5 days? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in shock. Wang Wan replied to Zhang Xiaobao with a Li Longji is already daring enough expression and helped Zhang Xiaobao to answer. Your Majesty, it said that they can reach Luzhou in 1 day, including when they receive the news, order the troops to be deployed, prepare the weapons and supplies, arrive at the location, set up the defensive line, and complete the first wave of suppressive attacks. Don't tell me they can fly. Li Longji suddenly felt his joy fade away, and a sense of pressure washed over him. Fly? Why would they need a day to fly? I only have a rough guess. Wang Wan did not dare to tell Li Longji how fast her and Xiaobao's troops were. A day? A day was enough for a bomber to bomb a country on the other side of the world twice. Li Longji panted heavily and gradually relaxed. He thought about it. What else can I do? Fear alone would not solve the problem. Speeding up development was the most important thing. When the time came and the military could not keep up, he could at least submit to them. Xiaobei whispered to little Yuan, "Is there really a powerful country?" Perhaps. Xiao Yuan didn't dare to be sure. He then said something very philosophical. When we use a small stick to push aside a small stone to look at the ants hiding behind it, perhaps someone is thinking of pushing aside the earth to observe the sun that is like a firefly in their eyes. What about the moon? Xiao Bei began to worry, seeing that Li Longji had nothing else to do for the time being. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, it's already late. Your Majesty should rest early. The technical department is currently researching something that's even more useful than the steam engine. They're also thinking of a way to refine petroleum. When that time comes, our military's combat strength will be further improved." Ah, good. Tomorrow morning, I will order the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice to interrogate criminals. It's time for the fall quarter examinations. You and Cuckoo should rest well for the next few days. Li Longji was so agitated that he was no longer sleepy. He could not think of anything to say, so he waved his hand and ordered someone to send Zhang Xiaobao and the rest out of the palace. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He even made a few snacks such as stir-fried squid, grilled mutton, and other snacks that could be eaten as teeth-grinding snacks. He brought his younger siblings to eat supper, washed up, and then went to bed. There were still 3 days before the fall quarter examinations. The news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returning to the capital spread like wildfire. Some of the candidates who participated in the fall quarter examinations were happy, while others were disappointed. Those who were happy wanted to show off their talents. Even if the top scorer had already been decided, they could still fight for second place. Because of Zhang Xiaobao's participation, the second place in the fall quarter examinations might become the top scorer in the hearts of others. Those who were disappointed were easy to understand. They did not intend to pass the examinations this time. They just wanted to familiarize themselves with the atmosphere of the examinations. Free food and lodging for a month did not seem to be enough. Chong and was expensive. There were even some candidates who took advantage of the time to go sightseeing. They belonged to the category of people who were well off and did not care about saving money for free food and lodging. On the afternoon of the third day, near the evening, they organized academies near Chang and sent their students to the capital. Just as the evening lights were about to be lit, a large ship sailed from the west on the waterway south of Chang. The flag on the ship fluttered in the wind, welcoming the afterglow of the setting sun. The words Zhenjia could be seen on the flag. Immediately, the noise at the docks disappeared. The students did not make a sound because they wanted to see how the people from the Zhenjia Academy looked like. Usually, the teacher often talked about the Zhenjia Academy. It made people feel unsatisfied and wanted to compete. Sanshui County had a waterway that led directly to the capital. Seeing that the Zhenjia Academy did not take the shortcut instead of the main road, they did not know what to do. The workers at the docks were silent because this was the first time they saw a large ship on the water. They had seen many bigger ships in the past. However, no matter how many ships they had seen, they could not compare to the ship in front of them. The ships they had seen in the past were either for trade or goods. There were countless cables on them, and most of them were worn out. There were officials and rich people on them, and they were as bright as spring. There were also soldiers in formation, and they were as black as iron. The ship that was approaching the shore gave people a special feeling, but they could not tell the specific difference at the moment. The color dyed the fruits of autumn, like leaves and branches. When the wind blows, the glow is warm. It is soft but not soft. It is hard but not dissatisfied. It is end but not strong. It is clustered but not tight. Before the dance, the heart is moved. It is surging without waves. In a trance, the sky echoes far away. It gives people the feeling like a student was helping the workers at the docks analyze the differences between the incoming ships. Towards the end, he didn't know how to describe it. Beside him, there was a child holding a yellow bristle grass in his hand. He jumped over and continued the student's words. Like the Zhenjia Academy, the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Yes, that's right. How is the layout of the attic on the ship arranged? How are the colors applied? It actually gives people the feeling of spring and autumn, as if it has lived through the 4 seasons and has never forgotten the cold and warmth. This is the Zhenjia Academy. The student shook his head and sighed. He was not facing the sharpness, but the depth. The ship and the water were in harmony. It was both distant and near. The ship of the Zhenjia Academy slowly approached the shore in silence and anticipation. It was only when someone on the ship called that the workers at the docks woke them up. They were busy throwing ropes and helping. When the ship came to a stop, a staircase came down and people began to walk from the ship to the shore. The students of Zhenjia Academy lined up in 2 rows and walked down steadily step by step. Their eyes were clear and unbiased. They were neither arrogant nor pretentious. Just like the ship they had just seen, they were calm and unperturbed. The people on the shore stared at them. They saw that the people from Zhenjia Academy were wearing brown shoes and bright gray robes. When they walked, they could see that they were wearing light black pants. Their hair was tied up loosely with a silk scarf on their heads. On their chests, there was a light green word, Zhenjia. When all the students of the Zhenjia Academy got off the ship, they split into groups and boarded the carriages that came to pick them up. So this is the famous Zhenjia Academy. A student stared at the people of the Zhenjia Academy without blinking. When the carriages moved toward the city gate and gradually became small dots, he said enviously, "Yes, Another student said, while we were worrying about whether we could pass the exam, they already knew how to be an official. It has been 7 years. Not a single person from the Jinjia Academy who came to take the exam failed, and I have never heard of anyone resigning. The only one who left his position was the county magistrate who commanded the people to save themselves on the banks of the Wei River during the heavy snow 5 years ago. He died from overwork. After that, the Jinjia Academy immediately added a class to recover a lot of energy through a short period of deep sleep. The Jinjia Academy is called the Jinjia Academy for a person. The Tao is vast, but it is in the center of the water. The arrival of the students of the Jinjia Academy made some of the students who wanted to take advantage of the fall quarter examinations lose confidence. The students who had not seen it with their own eyes at the docks heard that more than 100 people from the Jinjia Academy had come this time. With them here, the requirements for admission would definitely be raised. They were under great pressure. The scholars of the Jinjia Academy had no time to care about what others thought. After they were arranged to stay in a courtyard with 4 entrances behind the savants' restaurant, they bathed, ate, and rested for a while. Then they received the information sent by Zhang Xiaobao. The content of the information was about the current situation in Hunan province. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listed some ideas and asked them to look at them and improve or change them. The scholars looked at the information very seriously. To them, compared to the matters arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the fall quarter examinations were not that important. This was because the two of them needed people who could succeed when faced with adversity, not people who only had good results, but would say that they had not adapted to the situation when it came to concrete matters. Only when the sun was about to rise and those who had memorized the contents of the materials and had their own ideas fell asleep one by one. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao brought a few chefs over to personally cook for the students. There were a total of 120 scholars in this year's fall quarter examinations. A portion of them were lacking in various aspects, so they continued to struggle and study in preparation for next year's spring quarter examinations. Because the great Tang had developed too quickly in recent years, many officials could not keep up with the pace. Thus, Li Longji was not satisfied. After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and 10 some other important officials, they decided to change a batch of officials. As a result, there would be imperial examinations every year. Some of them even had the ability to do things, but they did not understand the various scriptures well enough. Thus, they were given a chance to become an official. As for the previous officials, they would have to relearn something like the party school. The shortest would be half a year, and the longest would be 3 years. They would be paid, and the land that was given to them would not be taken back. Those who had completed their studies would be rearranged. Those who still could not complete their studies would be given a pension and allowed to retire. Thus, those who had the ability and the will to fight were not afraid of not having a chance. Zhang Xiaobao did not care too much about the details. The reason why he asked for a chef to come was because he did not want to let the 120 scholars eat from the same big pot. Otherwise, he would just take a spade and choose a big pot to cook for 120 people. It was very easy to cook 1 dish per pot. In the past, when he was in the labor camp to learn new skills, he had done this many times. I don't have money. The food in there is really not good. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, who had come over to watch him while he was cooking. Why is it not good? Wang Wan did not understand clearly enough. Let's talk about the food first. It makes people speechless. Zhang Xiaobao weighed the dish with a spoon and then put the chopped green onions into the oil. Eat cornbread. Wang Wan was puzzled. You wish. How expensive is the corn flour? How big is the price of 2 cornbread per person? It makes people look like they are being abused. What we eat is the sponge cake. The sponge cake is big, and we use the worst flour. As long as it is fermented well, we won't be able to tell anything from the appearance. When we are cooking, we use whatever is cheap. If there is an early morning market nearby, it will save money. We can pick up some vegetable leaves and get some coarse salt. Have you seen the frozen chicken rack? The cost is 80 cents to 1 renminbi per chicken. Many people buy them because they're not a good breed of dog. Put 2 in a pot and fry the vegetables until they are done. Finally, scoop a spoon of gutter oil and pour it into the pot to stir. Well, this is called the oil slick. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he put the spoon out of the pot. Wei Wei followed the spoon. The charcoal fire below was strong enough. With a whoosh, the whole pot was on fire. Wang Wan felt distressed and said, "You only eat that." "I won't eat it. I've tasted it twice, and I won't eat it in the future. Only poor people eat it. I'll give some of the money I stole to discipline them, and they'll be treated well. What's the point of being a leader? I'll respect whoever can teach me some skills, and I'll beat those who can't. If you are so good, why are you still cooking? I am still moving bricks. My body needs exercise." The vegetables in Zhang Xiaobao's hands were done. He washed the pot, put in the oil again, and prepared to cook. Listening to you, it is quite interesting. Wang Wan's knowledge of that place came more from the publicity. She had not experienced it personally. It is a pity that you don't have a chance to try it. Over there, the rich are the masters and the poor can't fight. Even if you want to be a grandson, you have to line up. You also have to give half of your cake to those who can fight but have no money. In that place, you are not afraid of tiring work, but you are afraid of no work. No matter how tiring the work is, you can eat your fill. You are either beaten or beaten. Zhang Xiaobao cooked the new dishes and told Wang Wan as if he was telling a funny story. The cooks worked hard. In less than half an hour, the dishes were ready. 8 hot dishes, 1 soup, and 4 cold plates were served to the table where the students ate. The students were already in their seats, but they were standing next to their seats. Zhang Xiaobao cooked personally, so they did not dare to sit and wait. Zhang Xiaobao carried a dish and put it on the table closest to him. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, sit down. Everyone can have at most 3 cups of wine. White wine is not allowed. First, allow my wife to speak to everyone. Please." The students felt much more relaxed. They looked at Wang Wan and did not dare to look at her for too long. Wang Wan was dressed up today, so she was too bright and dazzling. What is there to say? During the exam, write well. After you finish the exam, you're not allowed to sleep in there. Chiu Han, if it is cold, I will ask someone to send you some charcoal. Don't expect me to give you any notes. Those who are sick from the cold will be thrown to the medical school and let the students there practice. Okay, it is Xiaobao's turn to speak. Wang Wan said casually and let Zhang Xiaobao take over. The students looked at Zhang Xiaobao again and waited for him to speak. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a cup of wine, coughed, and said, "This it is a long story. Eat well, drink well, cheers." The students were stunned and raised their cups. Chapter 948. The fall quarter examination was just around the corner. The atmosphere in the capital suddenly became tense. It seemed that even the air was different from before. It was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. There were obviously more people patrolling the streets. The shouting in the restaurants and inns began to become urgent. The people who sold the so-called subjects were hiding like mice. Teams of boats from Sanshui County transported grain and meat to the capital. The merchants were happy but helpless. If it was last year, they could sell more. However, this year, Zhang Xiaobao said that if anyone dared to raise the price by more than 10%, they should not blame him for being impolite. Whether the rumors were true or false was unknown. In the spirit of believing that it was true rather than not, the merchants of Chang and secretly cried while controlling the price. With the rising and falling of the cost of goods, they timely adjusted the increase of profits from selling goods or renting houses to maintain between 5% and 10%. I didn't say that. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the news, he felt wronged when facing the merchants of Chang, and who carefully controlled the increase of profits. Just take it that you said it. Wang Wan had just returned from her mother-in-law and mother's place. She had a lot of wool in her hands. She was assigned the task of knitting scarves for her 3 younger siblings. She asked Zhang Xiaobao to help hold the thread so that she could spin it into a ball. Zhang Xiaobao raised his 2 arms and cooperated with Wang Wan's small movements back and forth. The wool brushed down. He said, "Why should I say that the price increase is temporary? How much can it increase? The profit overflow of 30% has reached the limit. The consumption demand is obvious. The students' food and accommodation are all provided by us. I also brought things from Sanshui County. Do I need to stand up and threaten them personally? I'm not that despicable." "Then you go and clarify it in the newspaper." Wang Wan gave an idea. "If I clarify it, people will misunderstand it as encouragement. They dare to increase the profit by more than 100%. No, I have to find the person who spread the news. If it's a merchant, I'll let him close down. If it's an official, I'll let Xiao Bei and the others go to his house for a heart-to-heart talk." Wang Wan quickly finished 1 round and changed again. She smiled and asked, "Is there a need to ban people from trading? Someone clearly wants to roast me on a fire. Just think about it. A single word from me, Zhang Xiaobao, is more effective than a decree from the imperial court. What do I need the imperial court for? I had nothing to do but talk to him, and everything was resolved. The problem was that the focus of talking didn't seem to be on me, but on Li Longji. With 1 word, I can decide the fate of the people in Chang. With another word, can I aspire for the throne? In a while, accompany me to the palace and find Li Longji to investigate. Once I find the culprit, I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Zhang Xiaobao said angrily and passed the message to Xiao Bei. Seeing that there was work to do, Xiao Bei was eager to give it a try. Today, Li Longji didn't hold a court meeting. The money from the harvest was in place. The money collected by the government was deposited in the local Tang bank. A portion of the grain was in circulation and a portion was collected. The tax revenue was more than 135 million strings of coins, which was nearly 30 million more than last year. With money, when Li Longji was in a good mood, he went to the royal zoo that he had originally built and devoted himself to scientific research. He used the corn that he tried to grow on his own land to feed the 2 large dogs sent from the distant Tubo. He wanted to change the eating habits of the 2 dogs. Other dogs could eat porridge, but he didn't believe that the 2 dogs in front of him couldn't. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came looking for him, they couldn't help but praise the 2 dogs in their hearts. They were too beautiful, too mighty. They didn't need to stand up. Just by standing on all 4s, they could reach the height of a person's waist. They had long hair all over their bodies, big heads, noses, and eyes. If they had to find an animal to compare them to, they were more similar to African lions. Are you trying to make them believe in Buddhism? Become vegetarians? These 2 mongrels are quite pitiful, Zhang Xiaobao said sympathetically as he drew an inverted cross in front of himself. Wang Wan nodded. Mongrels should have a more specific name. What do you think of calling them Tibetan Mastiffs? Let's call them Tang Mastiffs. I think someone fed them meat before Li Longji came this morning. Otherwise, they would have been howling by now. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 2 Tibetan Mastiffs, glaring at Li Longji. He tried his best not to laugh out loud. In his opinion, the 2 Tibetan Mastiffs were ordinary. They could not compare to the black dog Wang Wan saved in Luzhou and its children. Li Longji tossed out 10 handfuls of corn. When he saw that the Mastiffs didn't eat them, he clapped his hands in disappointment. When he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he said with a smile, "As expected, these mongrels are different from ordinary dogs. Actually, we can make them vegetarians. It'll just take some effort," Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji waved his hand. "Forget it. A vegetarian mongrel is not a mongrel. Why aren't the 2 of you studying at home? Do you want to see the new animals as well? Your Majesty, there's a rumor recently that I don't allow the prices in Chang and to fluctuate too much. However, I didn't say that." Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged. "We know. We were the ones who said it. Li Longji admitted without hesitation. HM? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time. They had found the culprit. Unfortunately, they couldn't seal the palace gates. Even if Xiaobei came, it wouldn't have much effect. Xiaobao, you too worry too much. I'm afraid that the prices in Chang'an are too high. That's why I came up with this idea. It's working. Li Longji looked very proud. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. Wei Wei turned to look at her godfather, Gao Lisher. Her meaning was very clear. Do you think I can let the prices reach an uncontrollable level and not do anything? Gao Lisher glanced at Li Longji. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. Gao Lisher then said, Xiaobao, recently a Japanese envoy came to the court. He went to all the princes and said that Zhang Xiaobao can decide the affairs of the Tang Empire with one word. The people only know of Xiaobao's name and don't know of the emperor's reputation. Thus, His Majesty decided to help them and let your reputation rise again. When the time comes, all the people who should show up will show up and be dealt with in one fell swoop. Your achievements are indeed remarkable. Many people have jumped out. Xiaobao, your prestige is still there. Look at the price control, it is really amazing. You said that the price increase can't be more than 10%. The merchants can steadily set the price increase between 5% and 10%. It saves them a lot of trouble. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He silently accepted the fact that he was used as a tool. However, he was still a little dissatisfied. Your Majesty, why don't you say it in your own name? Are you afraid that you're not as good as me? TSK, I'm not as good as you? I'm afraid that Xiaobei and the others don't have time to study. Once I say it, I'm afraid that the officials below will use it for personal gain. Xiaobei will jump up and down to catch people again. I don't want Xiaobei and the others to kidnap a group of 8th to 9th rank officials to Hanyuan Palace for a stroll during the court meeting. Li Longji's expression was lively as he curled his lips. He looked like he was doing it for the good of his younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. It was true. His words were the power of the people. Li Longji's words were called policy. With policy, there would be countermeasures. The better the policy, the better the countermeasure. Xiaobei had just had her fun, and her heart hadn't calmed down. Once she saw that there was a problem, of course she had to interfere. She didn't have other channels to deal with the officials and could only drag them to Hanyuan Palace. Was Hanyuan Palace a place to deal with small officials? No wonder the officials that Xiaobei had caught were dealt with so viciously by Li Longji. He couldn't blame Xiaobei and could only vent his anger on the officials that were caught. Even if it was a small matter, he had to deal with the bigger ones. Otherwise, he would be letting down the name of Hanyuan Palace. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaobao planned to go back and teach his younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to leave, but Li Longji stopped him. Xiaobao, let's have lunch together. Recently, the people at the zoo said that there are too many animals. It's just for viewing. There's no need to eat a large group. It's too expensive. Let's eat a few first. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head to look at the sky and pondered. After a while, he didn't reply to Li Longji. He pulled Wang Wan and whispered together. After he finished whispering, he returned to his senses and said to Li Longji, "If there's no one else at noon, just pick a large one and kill it to eat. The others are still useful." What are they useful for? Winter is coming. It's not easy to feed animals that eat grass. If we really feed them fresh grass, the price of grass will be more expensive than meat. I also want to ensure profit. The zoo's money belongs to me. I plan to build a garden at the beginning of spring next year. Li Longji placed more importance on his own private money. The main thing was that no officials would object if he took it out to spend. He really wanted to know how Zhang Xiaobao would find a new way to spend his private money while guaranteeing the current profits. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan motioned for him to speak. So he said, "Your Majesty, actually, the zoo doesn't have to pay to raise the animals." "Then who will pay?" Li Longji pointed to a pavilion not far away and asked Zhang Xiao Bao to go over and slowly explain. The zoo wasn't open today. There was a stove in the pavilion, so it wasn't cold at all. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat next to each other and began to introduce the zoo to Li Longji. Your Majesty, in the past we collected entrance fees and sold some animal and bird parts, such as hair and feathers, etc. When there were too many animals, we would kill one and freeze it. We would then divide it into portions and sell it to people who wanted to eat it. Together with the vendors' fees, it was quite easy to support the zoo. Now the scale is getting bigger and bigger. If we kill too many animals, it won't sell well. I just discussed with Cuckoo. Cuckoo's idea is to have someone else pay to raise the animals. There are two ways. One is to name it. For example, a panda. Find a beautiful one that doesn't have a name. Between the clouds and the water will pay for it. If it's called Haha, then it's called Haha. If it's called Haha, then it's called Haha. If Xiaobei pays for it, then it's called Hihi. It's an advertisement. Li Longji thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, the second way. The second way is to prepare it for someone who really likes animals. Sell the animal to him alive for a sum of money first. It belongs to him. He should also solve the problem of food and shelter. However, he can't casually take it home to raise it. He has to keep it in the zoo. He can pay for his animals to build a house and put the animals in it. He can stipulate that he has the right to let the breeder take the animals out a few times a month and let them follow him to a safe place to play. He needs to pay the breeder a sum of money, which is to say the zoo. Thus, his identity will be revealed. When he has nothing to do, he will take 2 camels out to go shopping, which will immediately attract a lot of attention. Zhang Xiaobao then talked about the second way he and Wang Wan came up with. Li Longji and Gao Lisher thought for a moment. The first way was okay. The money spent on advertising was not wasted. As for the second way, Xiaobao, the second way seems unreasonable. If he buys it, why can't he take it home? If he keeps it in the zoo for people to see, shouldn't he also collect some money? I can't bully people, right? Li Longji thought it was unreasonable. There was another sentence he didn't say. That is, if I really lack money, why should I ask random people for money? If I let you, Zhang Xiaobao, take it, will you dare to not take it? It's better to target you than to bully others. At this time, Wang Wan said, Your Majesty, it's different. He doesn't know how to raise animals. If he raises them himself, they will die. If he wants to raise them himself, he won't sell them. When Xiaobao and I were in the countryside, we saw cattle rearing. Some rich people bought cows, but they always died. I don't know if it was because the feng shui was bad or they couldn't find a good breeder. When they finally survived, the cows became thin and couldn't work anymore. They found someone who was good at raising cattle. When they couldn't bring this person back to their home, they placed the cattle in this person's home to raise. 10 or so cattle were enough to plow a large piece of land. Jean Gouet, not only were they responsible for the feed, but they also had to build a cowshed in that person's home. What if the cows die? Gao Lisher asked. It depends on what was said before. If it's compensation, then it's compensation. But if it's compensation, the person who raised the cows also has to pay more. Let's try and see who's willing to buy. Li Longji was tempted. If he could sell half of them, it would be another large sum of money. Afraid that others wouldn't be willing to buy, Li Longji waved at a palace maid and called her over. He asked, You heard what I said just now. I ask you, if I sell you animals in my zoo, are you willing to buy them? The palace maid seemed a little nervous. She shook her head and nodded. Your Majesty, this servant can't sell. This servant has to serve Your Majesty. If Your Majesty really wants to sell, this servant wants to order a tiger on behalf of second uncle's family. Your second uncle? Gao Lisher asked in puzzlement. He's a 6th rank military officer. When he has nothing to do, he likes to go hunting. When there's something to do, this servant will follow second uncle's family to take a look. Second uncle likes to come to the zoo and likes tigers. The palace maid told him about her mistake and looked at Gao Lisher nervously. Oh, Li Longji nodded. He didn't care if the palace maid sneaked out of the palace. It wasn't a strange thing. Everyone knew it. He couldn't pursue it at the moment. Otherwise, who would dare to tell the truth to him? Ignoring the palace maid's mistake, Li Longji said to the palace maid, "Find someone to send a message to your second uncle. Tell him that the zoo will take out animals from today. If he wants to buy them, let him go to the zoo to discuss with the manager." The palace maid nodded again and carefully returned to her previous position with a nervous and excited look on her face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that a tiger had been sold. When the palace maid's second uncle got the news, even if he didn't want to buy it, he had to pay for it. Moreover, he had to rush to the zoo to buy the first animal, the tiger he wanted, before everyone else. As for how much it was worth, there was no way to say. It was said to be worth 500 strings of coins. The cost of transportation and catching the tiger was almost the same, or even less than 500 strings of coins. If it was said to be worth 50,000 strings of coins, it wasn't expensive. He could tell others that the emperor first thought of him and then sold him a tiger. It wouldn't be a problem for others to raise his rank to the 4th rank for the sake of the tiger's face. Li Longji's first business was done, and he was very happy. He glanced at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher understood that he wanted him to take care of the palace maid just now. There wasn't much reason. He was just in a good mood. "Xiaobao, I heard that Zhang Xiaobao and the others are going to build an amusement park in Hongnong. Can you spare a place to raise animals?" Li Longji began to promote to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao bowed forward. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao has the same intention. He is willing to build a beautiful place in Hongnong and let Your Majesty transport the extra animals there. Half of the profits will be used to pay for the construction of the site, and the other half will be given to the zoo in the capital." Li Longji felt that it was a bit of a loss. Half was too little. He discussed, "How will the labor costs be settled?" "It's better to let Zhang Xiaobao talk to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care about money. He can take out 3 million strings of coins just like that. How can he be calculative with Your Majesty over such a small amount?" Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Li Longji paused and said, "Half is fine. There's no need to trouble Zhang Xiaobao. The weather is getting cold. It's not easy to come to the palace." Li Longji reluctantly agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's agreement. He had to agree because Zhang Xiaobao mentioned 3 million strings of coins. If he really let Zhang Xiaobao come personally, he might not even get 30% of the profits. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely keep talking about 3 million strings of coins. After discussing the matter, Zhang Xiaobao really did eat at the zoo at noon. He killed a bear and brought the bear paw back for Li Longji to eat. Otherwise, he would leave it for his brother and sister to have a change of taste. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to Savant's restaurant and continued to feel the tense atmosphere. Tomorrow's imperial examination was set to be held in Hibiscus Garden. Someone had already set up the examination hall. At this time, ordinary people were not allowed to enter. The examinees were nervous, insomniac, and excited. They all had different expressions. Zhang Xiaobao, who had always appeared relaxed, became nervous at noon. It wasn't because of the imperial examination, but because someone reported that 2 of Shuiyun's and Hong Wan's children had hatched. Shuiyun's children were eagles, not chicks. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both became nervous. This was because eagles would usually do one thing after hatching, which was to push down their siblings who hadn't hatched yet. 11 eggs represented 11 eagles. If one fell, there would be one less. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even bother to eat. Together with Wang Wan, he brought his younger siblings and a large group of people to the artificial salt lake. Looking up with a pair of binoculars, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and asked the person next to him, "Is everything ready?" "Yes." Next to Shuiyun's and Hong Wan's nests, There's a big circle 1 centimeter lower. Just use soft grass to cover it. If the eggs are pushed out of the nests, they won't fall to the ground or into the lake. The steward who was asked said with certainty. What's Shui Yun's and Hong Wan's reaction? Wang Wan asked. Hong Wan hasn't come down. Shui Yun came down the day before yesterday and broke open the guard's house. He dragged out the quilt from inside, tore open the cloth, took out a lot of cotton and brought it up. Today an eagle hatched, so Shui Yun came down and called out a few times. Zhang Ying climbed up with a bunch of raised insects and hasn't come down yet. Shui Yun is also here. He's probably discussing with Zhang Ying how to raise the children. Little Gongzi, don't worry. We will definitely guard this place and not leave any loopholes. The steward guaranteed. Shui Yun was a high-ranking official and had made great contributions in the Tubo battlefield in the northern part of Hebei province. He and Hong Wan's children were probably not ordinary people. While waiting, several eagle cries sounded from the sky and a big white eagle fell down. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly took a leather arm glove from the side. Just as he put on his arm, the big white bird suddenly slowed down and landed on Zhang Xiaobao's arm. I knew it. The two of us are still the best. Zhang Xiaobao touched Shui Yun's neck on his right arm with his left hand and said happily. Shui Yun also seemed to be very happy. This was a comrade in arms who had fought side by side. If it could speak, it might even praise Zhang Xiaobao's 2 sharp spears when Zhang Xiaobao flew into the sky to deal with a group of eagles. Brother, I want to touch Shui Yun. It's so beautiful. Xiao Bei wasn't afraid at all and looked up from Zhang Xiaobao's leg. Zhang Xiaobao squatted down and first touched Shui Yun. This was Xiao Bei, that was Xiao Yuan and the others. Xiao Bei boldly reached out to touch Shui Yun. Shui Yun really didn't move and allowed Xiao Bei to touch its feathers. Xiao Bei was so happy that it giggled. Is the house warm? Zhang Xiaobao asked Shui Yun as if he was talking to a human. Shui Yun called out, Oh, it's warm. Where's the food? We're feeding the insects now. When they grow bigger, we'll have to feed them meat. I'll get someone to get some live lambs. You can choose for yourself. When the children can fly, you'll have to bring them to hunt for food. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Shui Yun. Shui Yun nodded, which was strange. It wasn't clear if Shui Yun understood or if it was just a habit. Zhang Xiaobao also slowly climbed down from above and let Shui Yun rub its head against his face. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, Hong Wan has already fed the 2 hatchlings and is sleeping. I think 5 or 6 more hatchlings can come out today. By tomorrow, all of them will probably come out. It won't be too far away. When all of them come out, I won't have to worry. I'm thinking that before it snows, they can start to practice flying. The lake and the ground have to be prepared. The baby eagles can fly very far with a flap of their wings. Don't get hurt. It will be arranged. Xiao Bei and the others will each have 1. The remaining 2 will be raised first. I think Her Majesty will ask. Zhang Xiaobao had already begun to plan how to divide them. Eagles grew faster than humans. When they grew up, they might be able to carry Xiao Bei and the others into the sky. He just didn't know if Shui Yun could still carry him. A little further away from the shelf, as the news of the birth of Shui Yun and Hong Wan's children spread, many people gathered. Some came to watch the fun, while others wondered if they could buy one. There were many rich people who thought that as long as they had money, there was nothing that couldn't be bought. There were even people who asked Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao in the inner courtyard outside if they would sell 1 or 2. The people in the inner courtyard were too lazy to answer. When they were annoyed, they replied, Shui Yun is an official. Why don't you try to buy an official's child and raise it? The people who asked didn't dare to speak again. If they did, they would be arrested. Brother, is there a red one? I want a big red eagle. Xiao Bei heard that she could get one and began to make her request. I don't know. I'll have to wait until the feathers are molted and the shape is fixed. There's a red one for you. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head, stood up and continued to look up. Seeing that there were no big problems, he ordered, give the order. No unrelated people are allowed to come close. Enforce martial law within 1,000 meters. Other than Her Majesty, all other princes and princesses are to be stopped, especially during my exam. If anyone dares to come over and cause trouble, shoot them on the spot. If they die, it's on me. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, the sound of orderly running came from the road leading to this place. Most people turned their heads to look and saw a group of strong men running over. They were all carrying guns. The eunuch at the front was Luo Bin, who often interacted with Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the group's attire, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. They were the Jinwu guards, Li Longji's personal guards. With a rough look, there were 200 people. Luo Bin ran to the front and panted twice. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Lord Zhang, Her Majesty heard that Shui Yun and Hong Wan's child was born. She ordered this little one to bring 200 Jinwu guards to protect them. Whoever dares to wantonly harm the son of an official will be severely punished. Enforce martial law within a radius of 3 li. No one is allowed to pass or approach." Luo Bin's voice was very loud, no quieter than Zhang Xiaobao's. When the surrounding people heard this, they thought, "Great, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted to enforce martial law within 1,000 meters." The emperor actually directly cordoned off an area of 3 li and even sent out the Jinwu guards. If Shui Yun was a human, she would be satisfied with her life. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. "Good, let me thank Her Majesty for her grace. Lord Zhang, this little one can't go back. This little one wants to stay here. Her Majesty said that if Shui Yun's child's life is in danger because of other people's disturbance, she will chop off this little one's head. Therefore, Lord Zhang, this little one also needs to use your family's guards. If anyone dares to barge in, this little one will first beat them to death for the sake of my head." Luo Bin put his hand on his neck and gestured as if he was afraid of death. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his hand to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took out a few banknotes from her bag and handed them to Luo Bin. She said, "Then I'll trouble you." Luo Bin happily took the money. He didn't look at the exact amount, thinking that it couldn't be bad. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "Lord Zhang, Her Majesty said that you should keep 2. If you want to give the rest away, you can distribute it." "Your Majesty." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and walked back with his people. He secretly cursed Li Longji. No wonder he sent the Jinwu guards. He actually only asked for 2, and even said that the rest would be distributed. He didn't believe that Li Longji couldn't guess that the rest just happened to be 1 for each of Xiaobei and the others. 2 wasn't too much or too little. Shui Yun and Hong Wan's children were all gone. "Wife, do you think this counts as our dear Her Majesty's kindness to Shui Yin?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were no outsiders around and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very helpless. Forget it. It's mainly because Shui Yun's ability is too dazzling. Who doesn't want to get one? For the next nest, there will be a prince or something to greet us. I don't know if Shui Yun is convinced or sad to be valued so much. It should be. I've never heard that the little eagles have to live with their parents when they grow up and have their own families. Let's go. No matter how big they get, we still want a nest of children. We can't let Shui Yun outshine us. You can go give birth with the pigs. Shui Yun's storm could be said to have just started. The princes, and their sons were in a powerless situation. They couldn't compete with the emperor and could only continue to look forward to the next nest. The civil officials felt that the emperor's care for Shui Yun was excessive and discussed spiritedly. The military officials, on the other hand, were gratified. In their eyes, Shui Yun was a similar species. Back then, it was able to fly thousands of li to deliver news, which was incomparable to an urgent report from 800 li away. The emperor's care for it was a meritorious service that must be rewarded. The military officials knew that without Shui Yun, Wang Wan wouldn't have been able to achieve such impressive results. Shui Yun not only cooperated with small groups to launch sneak attacks, but also observed the enemy situation and was responsible for air control. People said, Guan Shan's endless blade glints coldly, throwing away heads to fight for their lives on the battlefield. In Lingtian, who dares to flap their wings, guarding 1,000 li alone, an eagle soars. Therefore, the military officials regarded Shui Yun as a hero. At the very least, there was no one in the heavens who could match up to her. Could it be that such a hero needed someone to disturb her when she gave birth to a child? Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that the civil and military officials of the imperial court were divided into two factions. They were fighting a war of words in front of Li Longji. The civil officials spoke in a genteel manner, quoting classics and classics. The military officials were more heroic, cursing as soon as they opened their mouths. They rolled up their sleeves, and their spittle flew everywhere. If it wasn't for Li Longji, they probably would have gone all out to fight. They wanted Shui Yin to see that they were also no match for the civil officials on the ground. After returning to Savant's pavilion, Zhang Xiaobao and the others ate first. Their hearts settled back into their stomachs, and their appetite gradually increased. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan worked together to gnaw off more than half of the lamb leg. They rubbed their stomachs and said that it was for Shui Yun's child to try what kind of lamb tasted good. In the next few days, they planned to try a few more breeds of lamb. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in front of a tea set and drank tea. Zhang Xiaobao drank 6 teacups in a row, and his mouth became even more astringent. He asked Wang Wan, "What questions do you think will be tested tomorrow?" "How would I know? I didn't ask, so it doesn't matter. Are you worried that you won't be able to pass?" Wang Wan continued to pour tea for Zhang Xiaobao, not worried at all. "I'm not afraid. I have nothing better to do. Everyone else is guessing the questions, so I'll do the same. You have to prepare. After the civil examination, it will be the military examination. If you have 2 days of rest, you can call all the commanders at home over and come up with a good plan. It's difficult for cold soldiers to fight hot weapons." Zhang Xiaobao had been arrogant when he had accompanied Wang Wan to shout at the generals. But in his heart, he really did not have any confidence. There were 2 sets of rules for cold weapons and hot weapons. You couldn't say that if you slashed out with a knife, you could instantly appear 3 miles away and cut off the enemy general's head as easily as taking something out of your pocket. Wang Wan raised her teacup and stopped it in front of her chest. She said, "It's also impossible for everyone to have a submachine gun for hot weapons. The weapons we make are purely handmade. Only our own troops and Li Longji's personal guards have 1 each. There are also very few handguns. The rifling for handguns is harder to make than for rifles. Most of them are rifles. Rifles are powerful at a distance, but in close combat, can bayonets compete with cold weapons? It's also impossible for me to foolishly arrange my troops in an open field and wait for the enemy to fire their guns and cannons. Using cold weapons does not mean that I've taken out the enemy's troops. I can't use their guns. It's just that when determining the losses, the people who use cold weapons are not familiar with them, so the enemy's losses are small. This time, I'll let those arrogant generals who think that they have guns and cannons understand that guns and cannons are not omnipotent. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will suffer a great loss." Zhang Xiaobao also understood that, in theory, there was no such thing as an invincible soldier. However, he felt that it would be very troublesome for him to deal with it. He drank another cup of tea and indicated to Wang Wan that he was full. He said, "I've got the information on all the generals. After the literary exam, I'll make a list and evaluate everyone. Okay, I'll leave the logistics to you. I may have to frequently move long distances to find opportunities. You can't make any mistakes about how to distribute the logistics and how to hide them." Wang Wan placed a lot of importance on this sand table exercise. She had to win. Zhang Xiaobao also said seriously, "Don't worry, I like to do this. I'll let the logistics cooperate very well. Give me the map, I'll study it again." Zhang Xiaobao said as he went to get the map. You're not guessing the exam questions anymore. Wang Wan asked with a smile. What's there to guess? I'm the top scorer. If they don't give me the top scorer, I won't be an official anymore. I'll leave behind a huge mess. Let's see who can clean it up. Whoever is the top scorer will take over. Just the great Tang Bank alone is enough to tire him to death. Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and went to the study to look for the map. Wang Wan sat there and kept laughing. The next day, the day of the imperial examination, finally arrived. Some impatient examinees hurriedly finished their lunch and headed to the hibiscus garden. They just had to wear their clothes. When the time came, there would be soldiers searching their bodies. As for lunch, the imperial court would be responsible for the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. To be more precise, the restaurants that sold food and the shops that sold the 4 treasures of the study were responsible for it. The bowls and plates that held the food would have the imprint of the restaurant. The same went for the 4 treasures of the study. If it was in the past, the imperial court wouldn't give them anything. Now that Li Longji knew how to do business, some of the examinees would become officials. Whoever could provide them with things, even if they wouldn't be taken care of in the future, they would at least have a good memory. Therefore, there were many restaurants that were willing to provide food and stationery. Therefore, Li Longji charged them. Yes, you had to provide food and stationery, and you still had to pay. If you didn't pay, then your things wouldn't be used. The examinees all left with solemn expressions. Only Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the examinees of Jinjia Academy were not in a hurry. The people of the academy would follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the time passed, they would still be able to enter. After Zhang Xiaobao finished his meal, he sat there and drank some tea to help with digestion. Only then did he lead the group to Hibiscus Garden. When they arrived outside Hibiscus Garden, the soldiers were waiting in formation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went straight in. The students of the academy had to stop and be checked. Regarding this, the other examinees who came around the same time did not feel that this was inappropriate. Who would dare to search Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? No one would believe that the 2 of them would cheat. If they wanted to cheat, they would have already memorized the answers to the questions. After entering the examination hall, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found their seats according to their numbers. The 2 of them were next to each other, and there was only a wooden wall between them. There was a soldier with a gun standing outside every single room. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were different outside. There were at least 20 people outside. In name, they were invigilators, but in fact, they were there to protect them. Wang Wan was also taking the imperial examination. She planned to give Zhang Xiaobao some pressure. It wouldn't be good to be compared to her wife, right? As the door outside closed, it was time for the examination. The official in charge of the examination first nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then he praised Li Longji and emphasized the discipline of the examination hall. Only then did he walk in front of Zhang Xiaobao and ask, "Lord Zhang, is it ready?" Zhang Xiaobao glared at the examiner, which meant, "Are you stupid? You asked me." The examiner understood and immediately announced the start of the examination. When the examination papers were opened, they were not read aloud like before. Instead, they were given out. If they did not have enough paper, they could ask the examiner for more. Zhang Xiaobao opened the paper. The first question was about sutra. The Jinsha examination was about sutra. It was actually a fill-in-the-blank question. The so-called sutra was full of blanks, and the blanks were linked together. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and saw that it said, "I, Wang Ku, was born with the mandate of heaven to comfort Feng Xia." As for the rest of the paper, it was full of blanks. I thought it would be difficult. It's just Shangshu. If I knew it would be like this, I would have let Xiao Yuan do it. He can also get a good result. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart and filled in the blanks at the back. After he finished, he continued to look at the next one. It was an essay, which was a question. The examiner had to write a poem and an essay according to the meaning of the question. Zhang Xiaobao went over first. Writing poems and essays was a waste of time, so he finished the simple ones first. After that, it was the current affairs policy, also known as policy theory. The examiner was given a question and then discussed it. However, there were 5 questions. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the questions. They were really related to him. There were questions about Hunan province, foreign wars, domestic economic construction, railway construction, and river layout. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the questions, pondered for a while, and knocked on the wooden board next door. "What are you doing? Are you cheating?" Wang Wan asked softly. The soldiers outside were deaf and didn't see or hear. However, the person next door to Wang Wan heard it and felt indignant. "If you want a copy, just ask for the questions directly. Why are you asking each other at this time?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about these things and said, "Don't answer the current affairs policy. If you don't write the real thing, that's lying to the emperor. If you write the real thing and the examiner sees it, aren't you afraid that the secret will be revealed?" "Oh, that's right," Wang Wan responded and asked, "If you don't answer, your score will be low. Who dares to say that my current affairs policy is bad? Whoever wants to know, come and ask me. I will tell him. I will tell him all the secrets and lay out. I will scare him to death." Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. "All right, I won't answer either," Wang Wan responded. At this time, the indignation in the hearts of the examinees who heard it disappeared and was replaced by understanding and admiration. Look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It wasn't that they didn't know how to write, it was that they didn't dare to. The current affairs policy that they were answering was to see if their ideas were compatible or not. The closer they were to the emperor, the higher the evaluation they would get. They were giving advice to the emperor. If they had any ideas, they would directly tell the emperor. How could they write it for many people to see? Zhang Xiaobao relaxed. There were a total of 3 major questions. Now there was only a poem and an essay left. He picked up the brush and was about to write, but he wanted to know what Wang Wan was thinking. So he knocked on the wooden board again. "Are you going to write a 7-word or 5-word essay? Poem or quatrains? Don't disturb the others. I won't write a poem or quatrains. I will write a song." Wang Wan was annoyed. Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaobao looked around. Other than the soldiers in front of him, the other 3 sides were all walls. He muttered softly, "All right, I will also write a song." He looked at the questions. He had to write according to the questions. If he really did not answer the questions, it would be too ugly. Li Longji would definitely laugh himself to death. They had been competing since they were young. After so many years, he had always had the upper hand. No matter what, he would not let Li Longji laugh at him. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all that the examiner wouldn't dare to pass his paper to Li Longji. If he really failed on the first try, Li Longji would probably find an excuse to throw the examiner into jail and reinstitute another winter imperial examination. In other words, it would be another winter imperial examination. Anything could happen in this magical world. Wasn't it normal to have another examination in winter? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the paper and saw that it said, "If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak. I am good at nurturing. I am noble." With one look, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He put his mouth on the wooden board. "Wife, did you see?" "Fuck, who came up with this question?" "The Analects of Confucius, Laozi, and Mencius. Is there a need to compete with 3 people in one sentence? If you let others hear it, won't you be teaching others? Stop talking. If you continue, I will get someone to throw you out. You can wait to participate in next year's examination." Wang Wan really did not know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. It was an examination. Couldn't he be more serious? Who heard it? Who dares to throw me out? Zhang Xiaobao was really bored. He thought that the examination would be very difficult. In the end, it was just a fill-in-the-blanks question, 5 discussion questions, a poem, and a prose question. What was this? The soldier who was in charge of invigilating Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to be deaf and blind. The quarrel between immortals had nothing to do with mortals. Honey, don't write too fast. Slow down. I'm regretting it now. I'll let Xiao Bei and the others participate. Other than their handwriting being a little lacking, they should be able to enter the top 100 in other aspects. Honey, is your poem oblique or plain? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ramble. Che Yin, Xiao Bei can't memorize so many books. Don't tell me you want Xiao Yuan to help you cheat? Even if he knew the answers to the questions, so what if he passed the exam? You said yourself that you want them to learn and grow through playing. If it weren't for you insisting on fame, why would we come here? Wang Wan also felt that the questions were too simple. This was the country's selection of talents. If one was selected, they would immediately become an official. In the end, the difficulty was even lower than the college entrance examination. It really made her speechless. All right, I'll go right. You're reciting rhymes, right? I'm Pinyin. You can't possibly say that I cheated by copying you, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned around, but he didn't write. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Similarly, Wang Wan didn't write either. It wasn't that she didn't know how to, but that she suddenly lost interest. The imperial examination was too easy. It was no wonder that Jianjia Academy would definitely accept anyone who participated. It wasn't because of its reputation, but because of the different education methods. Just like that, the two of them were separated by the wooden board and spent 3.5 hours, which was also 3 hours. It started at 7:00 in the morning, which was 7 o'clock. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished the fill-in-the-blanks questions and then talked nonsense. It was now past 10:00, almost 10:30. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while. He raised his hand and was about to continue knocking on the wooden board when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the gap on the wooden board. He observed the gap and actually found something interesting. With a whoosh, the wooden board between the two of them was opened by Zhang Xiaobao, giving Wang Wan a fright. Sure. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger in front of his mouth. We can open it. It seems that Li the Emperor was afraid that we would be lonely, so he deliberately arranged for someone to do it. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and began to look at the wooden board carefully. She nodded. The workmanship is very delicate. It's okay, Zhang Xiaobao echoed. How did you find out? Wang Wan was puzzled. You look down on me, don't you? What did I do before? Where did I hide the money that I couldn't find? Passbooks, real estate certificates, notebooks, bearer bank cards that always have 6 zeros as the password. If I don't find them, who am I going to threaten? What am I going to spend? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have 24 full-view surveillance cameras in your community, for doors, and 3 groups of mobile security guards? If I'm a little less capable, I'm not qualified to be your husband, right? Zhang Xiaobao touched the wooden board and said to Wang Wan with an expression that said, "It would be weird if I didn't see through it." Wang Wan chuckled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with watery eyes. She was indeed very satisfied to have a husband like Zhang Xiaobao. If she hadn't come with Zhang Xiaobao, and if Zhang Xiaobao was terminally ill at that time, she felt that she could get a sum of money that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to hand over by understanding him. After locking Zhang Xiaobao in prison, she could get him out through other means and be with him. I know, you were a thief in the beginning. The officials who were robbed didn't dare to report it, so you specifically picked the big fish to rob. You even dared to steal from the provincial political secretary's house. In the end, he mobilized people to arrest you. It was said that the case handling officer who had never failed before saw you flying from building to building, so he could only announce that the arrest failed. Later, that secretary went to the CPPCC. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao to prove his innocence. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. It's useless to live in the provincial party committee's compound. Usually, no one will stare at the CCTV. I can set off a firecracker somewhere else. When it goes off, can you still keep your eyes on the monitor? I took the opportunity to go there. You can check the historical records after the theft. I was long gone. I can, Wang Wan said in a huff. You can. You can only stare at the monitor when it goes off and think about when it will go off. You go back. I am not going to be friends with you. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao's head with all her strength. You can. I was wrong. When you were practicing, the firecrackers kept going off. Don't you have to stare at the monitor? Then you can be a security guard. A security guard with military rank. Many security guards are originally from the military. Go back and write poems. Don't disturb me. Wang Wan continued to push Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao stubbornly resisted. No, don't. There are many things to do this time. It will not be easy for them to answer. The exam will last for 2 days. We will be staying here tonight. Don't be anxious. What do you want to eat for lunch? I will cook for you. Do you want to eat double-cooked pork? How about braised frog? Wang Wan finally relaxed. She lowered her head and thought for a while. I want to eat casserole. No problem. Beef brisket and potatoes? Beef stewed with carrots? Chicken stewed with mushrooms? Pine mushrooms? Cabbage and pork ribs? Cod tofu? Dog meat? Dog meat is not good. It is not good for women to eat that. Also, I have to make dog sauce. Mutton and wood ear? How about this? We should have kidney beans in Beijing. I will make a stew for you. First, I will make braised pork. Then, I will put the kidney beans, potatoes, and eggplant into the stew. I will also add chili and tomatoes. After that, I will mix 2 cold plates for you. You can eat it with rice. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth, and a series of dishes came out. Wang Wan frowned. Why are they all stewing? Sister, I am not the one who wants to stew. You are the one who wants to eat casserole. I will play along with you. You can find me a casserole that is not stewing. I will learn. Zhang Xiaobao spread out his hands. Then I want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Wan said, I don't have time. Are you going to eat it tomorrow? I will get someone to prepare it today. I also have bear paws. I got it from Li Longji at the zoo. I don't intend to return it to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about anything else for his wife. Wang Wan bit her lips. I have eaten it once. There is no bear paws, and it is very hard to make. Sister, where did you eat Buddha jumps over the wall? Let's not be so formal, okay? Actually, Buddha jumps over the wall is only a few words. Fresh, tender, numbing, smoky, sandy, smooth, sweet, and fragrant. Why does it have such a texture? It is because of the ingredients. The ingredients are not put together at the same time. Every ingredient is put together according to the time they are cooked. This is the texture. Actually, I am not willing to eat this. Not to mention that it is very hard to make. There is poison in it. Let me tell you this. I don't need to put as many ingredients as what others recommend. As long as you give me enough seasonings, I can use any piece of meat to make the same effect. It sounds scary. It is just the freshness of seafood, the tenderness of bamboo shoots, the sweetness of rock sugar, the smoothness of shark's fin, the sand of liver, the smokiness of ham, the numbing of rice wine, the aroma of meat, and the rest of the ingredients have the corresponding effect. Zhang Xiaobao pursued the essence of the ingredients and spoke the truth. But the food made by others is transparent. When it is cold, it feels like it is frozen. Wang Wan had eaten it many times. Others needed to order it, but she did not need to. I use fire alkali to make it more transparent. Isn't it easy to make frozen? You can stew fish and make meat with frozen. I will also make some starch and white alum for you. I will make as much frozen as you want. Therefore, don't listen to their boasting. What Big Brother is making for you is the real deal. Many of the ingredients in the Buddha jumps over the wall soup are suitable for the occasion. If I were the person who made the Buddha jumps over the wall soup back then, I would definitely sigh that I didn't have enough ingredients. Buddha jumps over the wall is an explosive food source. It is just like the stew I made for you. The stew is mainly made because it is hard to find meat, so there is only red braised pork. It is mainly made into vegetarian food. Just like the pearl, and white jade soup. Only those who are not good at cooking can win with ingredients. Look at the dishes I usually make for Xiao Bei and the rest. Do I need to put in a lot of seasonings and ingredients? Even a fried egg has its own style. Why are French steak and Italian macaroni so classic? It is because they are simple. I can make whatever flavor you want to eat. In my eyes, steak is just beef, wine, and salt. Macaroni is just tender and smooth. Later, I will make steamed bear paws for you. You just need to put some salt and mushrooms. It is just tender and smooth with a little toughness. What else can it do? If you want to eat raw prawns and clams, do you want me to put 100 kinds of seasonings on you? Why do you need to use leftovers to eat fried rice? Toughness means that there is less water in the rice grains. I will use freshly steamed northeastern rice and roast it in the microwave. There is no difference in the taste. Of course, if you want to say that there is a slight fermentation process in the rice that contains water, then I will ferment it for you. Listening to Zhang Xiaobao talking about how to cook in the examination room, Wang Wan smiled. She smiled sweetly and happily. Xiaobao, why are you different from other people? Because I am not other people. I am Zhang Xiaobao. Many countries' presidents value me, but I don't value them. Because the president can be changed. Zhang Xiaobao is the only one. What do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic again. What do you think? Wang Wan became shy. How would I know you? Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. Let it be stewed. I will give you a chance to mix the ingredients. Put less chili. I know. Green chili, which is also called persimmon chili, has not been cultivated yet. Do you know how to cultivate persimmon chili? As the name suggests, it is a cross between tomatoes and chili. Understood. Hurry up and cook. I am hungry. Wang Wan used words to show who was in charge at home. Don't be unreasonable with me. I will only wait for 5 minutes. What can you do? Afraid of you? Someone, go to Savant's restaurant and get me something. Be 5 minutes late. Oh, 3/4 of an hour. Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that he couldn't get back his position as the leader of the family. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. Husband, are you angry with me? You want me to be 5 minutes late. No, I am afraid that they will accidentally break the tomatoes. I will cook quickly. I will light the fire now. It won't delay anything. Just watch. Zhang Xiaobao started to light the fire with a sense of accomplishment that belonged to a man. It was just stewing. Do you think I don't know how to cook? Thus, when it was close to noon, the other examinees were eating boxed lunches that were better than most of what they usually ate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in front of the pot, puffing out hot air as they ate the stew. The fragrance made the other examinees angry. Even if they could smell the stew, they were unhappy that Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask them to pay. Finally, an examinee next door couldn't hold it in anymore. He stretched out his neck and asked, Why is it not Savant's restaurant who is cooking? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and raised his head. Savant's restaurant doesn't lack advertising opportunities. Go back and call for someone to chase you out. That examinee was very self-aware. He didn't think that he had the strength to contend against Zhang Xiaobao's authority. He resentfully retracted his head and continued to eat the lunch boxes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly and said to Wang Wan, Humans, their desires are really uncontrollable. There is no end to them. How can society develop without desires? Humans rely on their desires to win against other animals. Why don't you invite the head examiner over to eat together? Wang Wan only remembered that she didn't invite anyone after she was half full. We're taking an exam. Don't disturb the rules of the exam, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he picked up a piece of dried tofu with scallion oil with his chopsticks. Wang Wan put a piece of red braised pork into her mouth and said in a muffled voice, Don't mention the rules of the exam to me. If you don't disturb, there will naturally be rules. It doesn't matter if I disturb or not. I thought that it would be very difficult. The imperial examination is too disappointing. When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the exam questions, he started to feel helpless again. Wang didn't say anything for a moment. She took a small spoon and drank the soup in the pot. Zhang Xiaobao also became silent. He lowered his head and ate fiercely. Both of them had their own thoughts. Why? After a while, Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and looked outside. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Wang. Because we're used to 12 years of compulsory education. We're used to not having a good job after graduation. We're used to having a lot of masters and doctorates. In the past, I didn't think about it. I just felt a little. Why do we have to go through such a long period of education and then lose the opportunity to get more survival resources? The country doesn't give any preferential treatment to people who receive education. Wang also muttered. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and picked up the cucumber stick dipped in sauce. He pinched it with his hand and bit off a piece. Now you know. I know. Wang nodded. In fact, the country has never thought of letting the people widen the gap between the people of the same country through education. Because everyone is learning, it is to widen the gap between one society and another society. In other words, it is to prevent other countries from surpassing the basic level of knowledge. Now, I'm thinking if we can take all of our graduates from a certain university and bring them here, they can study tourism, mining, physics, chemistry, and so on, and then compare them with the outstanding people of the same age in Great Tang. The people of Great Tang will be trampled under their feet. This gap can destroy a country. It's just like how Li Longji is always afraid of the country that can shoot artillery shells from Luzhou to Chang. Therefore, the purpose of universal education is not to increase the competitive advantage of the people of the country. It is to ensure the survival of the race. When Wang said this, she thought about why the emperor was willing to give the children of officials the position of officials. It was because the children of officials received a different education from the children of commoners. If there wasn't an endless amount of paper, if there wasn't a lot of ink, if there wasn't a lot of books, if there wasn't a good teacher, if there wasn't, 10 years of hard study sounded good. But it was far inferior to 9 years of compulsory education with all the conditions, let alone 12 years of compulsory education. In Tang, a child who was willing to learn wanted to learn, but there were no channels of communication. Before Shi and Xiaobao came, before there was a large number of books, if they could get a book, they would be willing to give them more time to copy it. But what about when Shi and Xiaobao were together? Free libraries could be found everywhere. In fact, if you went to a stall selling books and renting books, you could go there without buying or renting. Very few people would chase you away. There was a child in the 6th grade of primary school who had just come into contact with the linear equation of 1 yuan. While walking on the street, he suddenly thought of a question that he didn't know how to solve. He would randomly stop a passerby or a salesperson and ask them about it. As long as they had the time and the mood, they would teach him. Because it was too simple. As long as they were older than him, they would know. But what about here? You could just grab a random person and ask them. Moreover, there was the internet. If you did not know a question about the Analects of Confucius, there would be many people who would teach you. There would also be several answers for you to choose from. Thinking of this, Wang mumbled, "The truly frightening thing is not knowledge, but turning knowledge into common sense in life. When a person is not feeling well, they will naturally make self-judgment and take the corresponding medicine to treat themselves. When a place is hit by a disaster and floods, people know to drink water. When a person has diarrhea, they naturally know to replenish their salt. When there is fog, they will immediately wear masks and try not to go out. This is the true foundation of a nation by turning knowledge into common sense." Zhang Xiaobao continued, "That's why we feel that the questions of the imperial examinations are simple, because the knowledge that you have been teaching me, and I have been teaching Xiaobei, and the rest is common sense that we take for granted. However, it is far superior to Tang's education system. Yes, Xiaobao, I've decided. I want to rebuild Tang's education system. Wang Wan waved her fist, looking ambitious. But it's very difficult. Zhang Xiaobao still did not dare to say that he was going to build a financial system. If it's not difficult, why would I tell you? Is it not difficult for you to tell me? It's difficult for two people, but it's better than one person. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Your reputation, my reputation, and our money. I want to build a university, a system-wide one. I want to hire teachers and recruit students. I won't allow anyone to cause trouble. For a period of time, I won't allow any political factors to interfere. Wang Wan picked up a piece of eggplant and chewed it vigorously, treating him as someone who was going to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of charcoal under the pot. He picked up the paper and fanned it a few times in the air before taking 2 deep breaths. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions and said, "Look, you don't need anyone to remind you. You only know how to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. This is the power of knowledge. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I support you. Wait until we finish the martial arts examination, okay? I'll think of a way for you. Isn't it just building a university? Finding students and teachers, not letting others cause trouble, and getting rid of all political factors? It's simple." Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand to show that he was convinced. He indicated that Wang Wan did not need to continue persuading him. "It's simple. Just say it now." Wang Wan wanted an answer that would make her happy. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly helpless. "It's easy for me to do what you say, but I can't just spend money and not make money. If I want to make money, I have to put in a lot of effort. I have to wait until the martial arts examination is over." Wang Wan was just about to say that Zhang Xiaobao was greedy when she saw Zhang Xiaobao waving at the soldier outside. She was puzzled and asked, You really are Zhang Xiaobao. You won't take any losses. What do you want to do?" Zhang Xiaobao waited for the soldier to come closer and said, "I want a few papers. I'll answer them. I've studied for so many years. If I only answer one paper, it's too disgraceful." "Official Zhang, what orders do you have?" The soldier reacted quickly this time. When Zhang Xiaobao waved at him, his eyes were no longer blurry and his ears were no longer deaf. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the left and right. "I want a few papers. Give me one paper for the theory of the classics, the theory of the law, the theory of the literature, and the theory of the mathematics." "Oh, 2 sets. Official Wang also needs 1 set." The soldier nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw Wang Wan's puzzled expression. He said, "When you were taking the university entrance exam, you only had 2 days. Don't tell me that you only had 1 fill-in-the-blanks question, 1 poem, 1 essay, and 5 discussion questions." Wang Wan shook her head vigorously. "How can there be such a good thing? I think you should give me 2 hours to answer the questions for the theory of the sciences. This is because writing with a brush is slower than a fountain pen. Otherwise, 90 minutes would be enough." Chapter 950. The soldiers did not take long before they returned to where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sitting. Behind them was the head examiner, and 2 other people were holding a set of papers. "Sir, you want to review the questions?" The head examiner asked. "I'm going to answer the questions. You are Shui, Assistant Minister of Rights." "Oh, I remember now. Shui Yuan, right?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the head examiner and thought for a while before saying his name. The head examiner nodded happily. Yes. You have a good memory. Do you want to answer all the questions? Do you want to extend the duration of the imperial examinations?" "No need. It's just a small question. In a while, bring the examiner here. I will answer it for him." Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be scolded. Because he was alone, extending the duration of the imperial examinations was worse than delaying the autumn quarter examinations by a month. Thus, he immediately took the papers and did not say anything polite. He invited the head examiner to eat and let him leave after greeting him. Assistant Minister Shui did not feel that Zhang Xiaobao was neglecting him. If he really asked him to stay for a meal, that would be a lie. Why would he ask him to stay for a meal when there were two people eating? However, he had doubts about whether Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could answer all the questions. Zhang Xiaobao poured hot water into a cup of barley wine. This was the first wine that appeared during the distillation process. It was also called Liuzi wine and had a relatively high alcohol content. However, no matter how high the alcohol content of barley wine was, it was still not as high as rice or corn. The first wine was around 50% alcohol content. You still want to drink during an examination? Give me the questions. Let me see. Wang Wan took the cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao and took a sip. She drank a quarter of the wine in one gulp and finished half a tael. I'll leave you a sip. 1 tael per person. You will feel refreshed. After drinking, you will be able to answer the questions. What kind of questions are these from the mathematics section? The fill-in-the-blanks questions actually have to be memorized. Luckily, I memorized them before. Thank you, Grandfather Bai. That old man taught me a lot. Do you see this? This is the mathematics exam. This was clearly not asking people to calculate. Instead, it was bringing up the forward, gouging out a row of words, and asking people to fill in the blanks. There's a calculation problem. I've left a space here, which means that there's no need to write down the steps to solve the problem. Let me see. The road is 80 feet long. The 2 brothers will walk it in pairs. The brothers will take 4 feet each step, and the younger brother will take half a step. A total of 35 steps. Was this what the imperial examinations were about? It means that there is a road that is 80 feet long, and 2 brothers are walking on it. The elder brother takes 1 step and covers 4 feet, and the younger brother takes half of the elder brother's, which is 2 feet. Then the 2 of them walk a total of 35 steps, and each of them is asked how many steps they have taken. Zhang Xiaobao felt helpless after reading the questions. It was too simple. It was just a 2-dimensional linear equation. Wang Wan did not even need a pen and could directly say the answer. Of course, it was not a blank. There were steps to solve the problem. Let x, y. X plus y equals 35. For x plus 2, y equals 80. I really should call Xiao Bei and the rest over. Let's not talk about the college entrance examination. If there were such questions in the middle school entrance examination, the children would die of happiness. Let me see again. Oh, there's a 2-dimensional quadratic equation at the bottom. It seems that not everyone can calculate pi. Xiao Bao, now you know the importance of a system, right? Wang Wan held a roll of paper in her hand, took a pen, and finished answering all the questions for the mathematics section. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and copied it. Otherwise, it would take some time to solve the 2-dimensional quadratic equation. He might as well eat a few more mouthfuls of food. When the 2 of them finished their meal and began to drink tea, they had finished answering all the questions except for a poem, a prose essay, and some discussion questions that hadn't been written yet. There were no multiple-choice questions, no error correction questions, just filling in the blanks, discussion, and so on. The only question the 2 of them answered was the mathematics section, which was how to judge a case. The judgment was not fixed and had a certain degree of flexibility. The 2 of them had already memorized all the laws of the Tang dynasty. After Zhang Xiaobao finished writing, he said to Wang Wan, "Look, aren't the laws set for the upper class? If our family followed this rule, even 10 heads would not be enough to chop off." "Are you saying that the law is useless?" Wang Wan asked. "No, I'm saying that everyone should quickly become upper-class people so that they can avoid the law," Zhang Xiaobao said. "If someone can be above the law, it can only mean that the system is not perfect. The one who is wrong is not the law, but those who are clearly avoiding the law. Not only are they not ashamed, but they are also complacent. If you do too many bad things, one day you will run into a ghost. I'm a good person. Don't look at me and say that we're not going back today. Call Xiao Bei and the others over later. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Sauerkraut hot pot with a chimney. At the same time, let them answer the questions and experience the imperial examination." Zhang Xiaobao reopened the mathematics section paper and began to think about how to write poems and prose. Just as he came up with some ideas, someone came to disturb him. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, you too are looking for me? The person asked politely. Oh, you're the examiner for the mathematics section oral examination. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person and asked, Yes, Lord Zhang. Do you think there's something wrong with the questions? The person was very nervous. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. No, it's just that it's too simple. Yes, it's simple. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and said seriously, Ask what? The person was surprised. Ask me a question and I'll answer it. Also, examinee Wang Wan asked together. Zhang Xiaobao's attitude was very proper. Examinees should act like examinees, at least for now. The person rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, Lord Zhang, then I'll ask. Go ahead and ask. I asked you to ask Wang Wan and me. Zhang Xiaobao urged. Okay, thank you, Lord Zhang. The person stood respectfully and then asked, I'll ask, Lord Zhang, that the Tang Bank's reserve rate increased by 1 percentage point, and the bank's deposit rate also increased by 1 percentage point. Normally, this should suppress consumption, but why is it that in some cases there is a trend of consumption increasing? Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, This is mainly because the Tang Bank's lending to the outside world decreased during this process. At the same time, the examination and approval requirements were also stricter. This caused the private lending to expand, which led to a situation where the consumption of certain items accelerated. Also, outside of the provision of non-essential items, those who have a large amount of other items and hoard them, in order to cash them out, have to lend the cash to the private lending institutions that also raise the deposit and withdrawal rates. When they judge that the profit lost from dumping the goods is less than the additional interest gained from depositing the money in the private lending institutions, they will sell a large amount of goods at a low price. This will increase the consumption of these goods in the areas under their influence. This is a short-term, localized increase in consumption. If it exceeds the short term and there is an expansion of consumption, then it can only mean that there are people who are speculating. If the effect is not big, then I can ignore it, but if it exceeds the bottom line of my heart, I will firmly suppress it. Thank you, Lord Zhang. The person was very happy. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Yes, Lord Zhang, if the quantity of small goods does not reach the taxable quantity, then no tax will be collected. However, there are people who deliberately sell large goods in the form of small goods according to their assembled parts to avoid tax. What should be done about this kind of thing? The person asked another question. Tax will be collected according to the overall quantity of goods sold in a unit time, and a fixed tax will be levied on the increase of assets. At the same time, strict examination will be carried out. The business operation and tax declaration items must be consistent with the actual items recorded in the transaction process. If they are the same, the accounts will be audited. If they are different, in addition to making the difference in tax payable, punitive measures will be imposed. For the first time, the fine should not be too large, and it will be mainly a warning. If the offender commits a second time, the punishment will be increased, Zhang Xiaobao answered. Thank you, Lord Zhang, and wait. Wang Wan opened her mouth. She stared at the person and asked in confusion, This year's oral examination of arithmetic has started to test this. No, the students want to test them on this, but they don't understand. After Lord Zhang and you went to Hongnong, Lord Zhang's lectures in Beijing were stopped, and the students had to study by themselves. Didn't Lord Zhang give the students a chance to ask questions when he was busy? The person had a blank expression on his face, as if he was wondering why Wang Wan had brought up the oral examination. Looking at the situation, when the examiner asked him to come, she did not tell him the details. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to the person, You. All right, after the martial arts exam, I will resume class. You can write down all your questions and hand them to me after class. As for the other people's questions, I will gather them together and answer them all together. Let's not talk about this now. You can ask me about the oral examination of arithmetic. Wang Wan and I will pass the examination of arithmetic as well, so we can begin." Wang Wan also sat up straight and waited. The person smiled awkwardly and said, "Lord Zhang, you are making things difficult for me. How could I dare to ask you such a small question? Don't tease me, okay? You want to take the arithmetic exam, and I will tell you now. You and official Wang have both passed. If you insist on making me ask, then you are scolding me." "Ah, okay then, you can go do your own thing. I will answer the questions of the advanced subject." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and bade farewell to the person. The person bowed and said, "Lords, you are busy. I will take my leave." After he finished speaking, he really left. The examinees on both sides of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had all pressed their ears to the wooden board to listen. When they heard the person's question, they were all at a loss. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's answer, it should be said that it was an answer, they were first shocked and then felt inferior. Look at him. He had nothing better to do and took the arithmetic exam. The examiner who came for the oral examination could only ask for advice and did not dare to ask questions related to arithmetic. Wang Wan watched the person leave and laughed. No wonder the examiner arranged for an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights. If they really arranged for someone to be the head of the secretariat or the head of the various departments, they would not care whether you took the exam or not. They would definitely pester you and ask you all kinds of questions. Just now you gave me a fright. I thought that the Tang dynasty's arithmetic exam was already so difficult. According to this, when Xiao Bei and the others grow up, when they take the exam, won't they ask about the tax refund and differential subsidies for exported goods in the Tang dynasty's import and export trade, as well as the issue of the imposition of punitive tariffs for anti-dumping measures in the process of protecting the cost of its own goods? When you finished answering the second question, I only realized it, but you foolishly waited for someone to continue asking. Why didn't you think about it? Is that a question that examinees should be asked now? How would I know? I thought it was just a question. Moreover, the question is not difficult. Is there a difference between 1 + 1 and 1 + 2? Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. Oh, that's amazing. You know 1 + 1 and 1 + 2? Is it the 1 + 1 and 1 + 2 question that can be expressed as the sum of the product of a prime number and the product of b prime number? Wang Wan argued. Then what is it? Zhang Xiaobao was confused. Prime numbers. A long time ago there was a person called Goldbach. He said, "Answer the question, answer the question. Don't say things that are not related to the exam. Don't disturb me. I want to write a poem." Zhang Xiaobao sent Wang Wan back and packed his things. He once again became a good examinee who knew the rules. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about. This was not a field that he should be involved in. When encountering such situations, he should follow the principles of the 36 stratagems. First, he should avoid it. Second, he should leave. This field could easily cause people to die without a burial place, especially that Qin guy. He was not a person, but an existence as bright as the stars. Zhang Xiaobao was most afraid of people with the surname Qin, because even history could not be erased. Just by hearing their name, he could feel his own insignificance. He could fight against Li Longji, but he did not dare to have the slightest disrespect for a certain group of people in his heart. There will always be some people who cannot be measured by money. Yes, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak. I am good at nurturing. I am noble. Answer the question. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it in his heart. He picked up his pen and prepared to continue the advancement exam. He actually did not want to write a song line because there were many words in a song line. There were only 4 quatrains and 8 quatrains. However, when writing a modern poem, the requirements were stricter. The question was very simple, and the content was not difficult to understand. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to write a few times before, but he did not know where to start. Just now, Wang Wan said 1 + 1, 1 + 2, which reminded him of some people. Now he felt that it seemed to be easy to write. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and started writing. What is the Tao? Worship an official. Return to the province when winter comes. Snow is pure and innocent. Find my Tao. Leave kindness in my heart. For seasons in the world, people are the heavens. This Tao is not mysterious in the distant emperor. I do not know where to go or stay. Looking up, the blue sky is empty. Looking back, the thick earth is full of jade rooms. Even ants seek the warmth of spring. How can people avoid the cold of autumn? Brocade returns home. Respect the elderly first. Do not talk about official status, fellow countrymen. Fellow countrymen, stoke firewood and put winter vegetables in front of the table. Deep in the cold, cracked hands, revealing the light of the fire, moist and gentle face. When I say there are many dishes, I hurriedly put down my chopsticks. When he says there is little meat, he pushes the plate. The cucumbers are crisp, the leek sprouts are fresh, the children are laughing and playing at the table. During the meal, I asked about the deceased, the newly built tower to worship the deceased. The fields are often produced in all seasons. The things by the water are occasionally left behind. The turbid wine floats to the bottom. The gourd soup scars the bottom. The tipsy finger goes to the sway foam. Propose to use soil to cultivate mountain treasures. What can be chosen from 10,000 kinds of mountain treasures? Mushrooms are best fried and stewed. Tremella still needs to be cultivated, but purple mushrooms can be produced in the same basket. The host is pleasantly surprised and often urged to drink. Returning guests forget their worries and keep drinking. Or all of Sanshue County, and all of the 4 seas can be mapped. Suddenly, there is a noise outside the door, pushing open the window to listen to the light bell. Zhang Wang is afraid to be behind. Gully outside the village is happy to compete. First, white cut chicken pieces are tender, then brown smoked beast head tongue, hurriedly waving and bowing to thank, the noise buzzing in the capital. Inform the capital and the county. The roadside is the same Yanglu song. The Yellow River divides Wei and divides Yellow River. Dingshui clear and turbid together. 1,000 coins are easy to buy a tiger staff. 100 knives are hard to find a falcon bow. My sister Bei Air prepares a gift, staying up late to set off fireworks. The young child asks how many people belong to, bending his fingers 3 times until the moon is full and waning. Invite wine to wet hands, take bowl to add frost to boots. Celebrate until the rooster crows. Wake up, drink until the moon sets. Drink half a jar of wine, suddenly go to the chicken coop, suddenly come to study. The school windows are bright, the tables and chairs are ranged. The sun is shining in the west. But there's food and drink between classes. No wonder the children are reading and studying. Clear soup monkey head with abalone. Big wonton stuffed with water chestnuts. Suddenly, there is an old man patting the shoulder, laughing and praising Sanchuasian. Remember to be modest and laugh back. These are small things not worth boasting about. Then he shakes his head and praises good fortune. Then shushes and waves his hand, saying that life is short. Is it difficult to detoxify the poison and control the soup? The old man did not mean this. This meal is accompanied by gentleness. Since it is gentleness, what is there to say? It is almost breaking into the house to hit the spoon. The old man cupped his fists and apologized. I bent my hand back to bury myself in thought. 9 bends form a river. The word is a few. The valley name is a pond. You county children eat 10,000 Li vegetables. That side of the snow is thick and cold. Winged abalone, monkey head, and soup. Luzhou's water chestnuts are far away. Huayuan sealed the water and solid, the sound of sand and howling resentful, mountain high. Why not use the horseback deer and flying dog? Goshawk sleigh guarding the empty sky? Officials always forget the small weight. Tang was ambitious in the beginning. I heard that and was shocked. This year the great Tang is sunny. How can the imperial court be perplexed? How can the inner court be so peaceful? Disaster in all places. Chongping is in a hurry to report to the capital. I read all the reports in the capital. Are you sure it is not shocking? I am angry and stare. I am determined to think about it. I anxiously shout to Chuanzhou, slowly reply to the county, saying that Chongping has little grain and that the shops should pay taxes. The meaning of thousands of words, it is difficult to blame the officials and natural disasters. I am angry. I have many excuses. When I meet with trouble, I first evade. The troops quickly set off to the ground, brandishing the knife to cut the vegetables, pulling out the tendons and breaking the bones, all of the surname to be exterminated, lives taken and souls taken away. Originally, I killed all the corruption, but looking back, I am still alive. Opening my eyes, I am startled awake, holding the edge of the bed. The space between my eyebrows is painful. I think before I am drunk. Shouting loudly to vent my anger. When I wake up in the examination room, the ink is dry. The sun sets and the sun laughs silently. The charcoal star is full of sound. Suddenly I hear the eagle cry. The new moon, the water clouds, and Red Luan, raising his hand and waving it. He is actually looking for the topspin. Beasts are psychic. They know how to use their lives to win over officials. Full of masculinity, they are full of righteousness. Sighing to find the people as the heavens. There is a dream in a dream. It is fate. Come down, don't stop me. Zhang Xiaobao threw away the pen and opened his arms. Shui Yun and his wife, Hong Luan, came down one after the other. The wind brought by their wings made the soldiers unable to stand steadily. Stand still on the table, don't move. I almost died of exhaustion from writing a song of more than 1,000 words. I can't ruin it, otherwise I will go to your house every day to cry. What's wrong? Something happened at home? You don't care about the children? Zhang Xiaobao patted the table and talked to Shui Yun and his wife. Shui Yun and Hong Wan really jumped on the table and looked around curiously. Wang Wan pulled the board away and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise, then looked at the paper and asked, "Is it really more than 1,000 words?" "It's punctuation. Anyway, it has more words than Xiaobai." Zhang Xiaobao patted the paper. Wang Wan thought for a while and realized who Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Bai Ji, who wrote the song of everlasting regret. Then she curled her lips and said, "How can you compare to him? He has quality. I have speed. Give me 2 days and I will write better than him. He writes this kind of thing when he has nothing to do. Do I have time for nothing? If you don't believe me, look at Shaoli. He hasn't written for a long time. He is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and he is so busy. I have decided to work hard to live for a few more decades, or even 100 years. I will wait for Xiaobai. He has just grown up, so I will arrange things for him to do. You want him to write poems? He should write reports and self-criticism every day." Zhang Xiaobao said viciously, then opened his mouth and laughed. Wang Wan was also amused. "Fortunately, I didn't get you into the spring and autumn annals. Otherwise, there would be no Analects of Confucius. What are Shui Yun and Hong Luan doing? How would I know? I saw them flying in the sky and waved my hand, and they came down. Their eyes are quite sharp. I will have someone go to the lake to check. Don't let anything go wrong." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to order the soldiers to go and check. Before he could find the soldiers, a person rushed in from outside. It was Luo Bin. He hurried to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, looked at Shui Yun and Hong Wan and said, "Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, the children are all out. Lord Shui Yun just fed them. Lord Zhang said that the children are asleep now and asked me to tell you the good news. I didn't expect Lord Shui Yun to come in person." "Oh, all 11 are safe?" Zhang Xiaobao asked happily. "That's amazing. They can open their mouths to eat insects without opening their eyes," Luo Bin continued to report. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Amazing, really amazing. In fact, when we were young, we could take the initiative to drink milk with our eyes closed. We are amazing together. Yes, yes, Lord Zhang is right. Luobin echoed. Suddenly he saw that in another single room, there were examinees poking their heads out to watch the fun. So he quickly said, "Since Lord Zhang and Lord Wang know, I will go back. Keep an eye on them, or I will lose my head." "Okay, when I go back after the exam, I will reward you handsomely." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said goodbye to Luobin. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at Shuiyun and Hongwan. After thinking for a moment, he said, "After I deal with the imperial examination, go back to Sanshui County with me first. I really don't feel at ease in the capital. There are too many eyes and different minds. Sanshui County is our territory. If anyone has the ability to infiltrate Sanshui County and harm your children, he might as well deal with the palace. The difficulty is almost the same." Shuiyun looked at Hongwan and nodded to Zhang Xiaobao. "Okay, you two go back first and take care of the children. When I finish the exam, I will go to see you immediately." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lifted the table and pushed it upward. Shuiyun and Hongwan took advantage of the force to rise into the air, circled twice, and flew in the direction of the lake. After the two eagles left, Wang Wan curiously reached for the paper. "Let me see what you're writing." "Dream, I had a dream." "Oh, there were two.